Sir, if you could please take your seat, we're going to get started. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Garodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's meeting of March 19th, 2025. We're going to start off today with a special review session to go over a couple of City Council modifications. The first is for a mixed-use building at 12312 Sutphin Boulevard in South Jamaica. That would include a house of worship and 125 homes, around 30 of them affordable. The second is for a 100% income-restricted, affordable, transit-oriented development proposed by the Department of Housing Preservation and Development at 581 Grant Avenue in East New York, Brooklyn. From there, we will open our public meeting with a few votes on projects in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens before getting to our public hearings. The first vote is for an authorization for 5445 Palisade Avenue in North Riverdale, the Bronx. The owner is seeking to add a 60-square-foot enlargement on the first floor of the house that would include a kitchen, patio, porch extension, and new pool. Next up, we will vote on the Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan, a transformational proposal to bring new homes, jobs, and infrastructure to a roughly 21-block stretch of Atlantic Avenue and neighboring blocks in Crown Heights, Bedford-Stuyvesant, and Prospect Heights. I will have more to say on that project shortly. Staying in Brooklyn, Brooklyn will next vote on 7399 Empire Boulevard in Crown Heights. This project would include over 260 new homes, around 80 of them income-restricted affordable, as well as ground floor and second floor retail. The building would be close to Prospect Park and accessible by mass transit, including the 2 and 5 train at Sterling Street, the BQ and S at Prospect Park, and the B48 and B49 buses. Our next vote, also in Brooklyn, is on 166 Kings Highway in Bensonhurst. This mixed-use building would include nearly 100 new homes, of which 30 would be income-restricted affordable on top of ground floor commercial space. The site is close to Seth Lowe Playground, the Highland branch of the Brooklyn Public Library, and the Kings Highway N subway station. We'll wrap up our votes today with an acquisition that would allow the Administration for Children's Services to continue operating out of 16101 Jamaica Avenue in Jamaica, Queens. The office space accommodates around 165 ACS staff members, including child protective specialists, supervisors, managers, investigative consultants, and support staff. Moving to our public hearings, we'll begin with a 100% affordable residential proposal that falls within the boundaries of the East New York Neighborhood Plan. Grace houses would include over 150 income-restricted homes and space for Grace Baptist Church, all near several neighborhood resources, such as the East New York Health Hub Medical Clinic, 2 fresh supermarkets, an NYPD Community Center, the B20 and B83 buses, and the C train at Liberty Avenue. The public is also invited to testify on 109 Marcus Garvey Boulevard, a proposed residential development that would bring nearly 300 income-restricted affordable homes for seniors to Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. The building would include a courtyard for tenants and be close to the Lewis and Pulaski playgrounds. From there, we'll open the floor to testimony on 145 for Harlem. This mixed-use project looks to create nearly 970 new homes, over 290 of them permanently income-restricted and affordable. The building would be next to Brigadier General Charles Young Playground and the 3 train at 145th Street. Our last hearing for today is on multiple street map changes related to the Coney development. This proposed 1.3 million square foot entertainment complex at Coney Island would include a gaming facility, hotel, convention center, food hall, retail space, and more. If approved, the project would be spread out on Surf Avenue across 3 blocks between Maimonides Ballpark and Luna Park, close to the boardwalk. In addition to the land use actions before us, the application would still need to go through the state-defined siting process, which includes required approval by a 6-person community advisory committee, which includes representatives from the mayor, borough president, and local council member, among others. So there's a lot to do today. Madam Secretary, let's get started.
Good morning and welcome to the City Planning Commission Special Review Session for Wednesday, March 19th, 2025. The time is 10:07 and a quorum is present. The first item on our agenda is the City Council modification scope determination for 123-12 Sutphin Boulevard rezoning. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment to Appendix F, removing MIH Option 2 and adding MIH Option 3, and to modify the zoning map amendment, and staff believes this modification is within scope. Andrew Wasserman is on Zoom to present.
All right, Andrew, welcome.
Morning, Commissioners. Just a quick tech check. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
All right, excellent. Can I see the slides? All right. So I'm presenting a follow-up on 12312 Sutphin Boulevard rezoning. The CPC voted to approve this application on January 8th, and I'm back with a City Council modification. The City Council Zoning Subcommittee and Land Use Committee voted on this yesterday. Next slide, please. As a quick reminder, this is a private application by Full Gospel Mission Church and SBR Equities in the South Jamaica neighborhood of Queens, Community District 12. The proposed actions were meant to facilitate the development of a new 8-story plus cellar mixed-use residential and community facility building with 125 total dwelling units, including 31 income-restricted units. Next slide, please. The applicant proposed a zoning map amendment to change existing R3A, R3A/C13, and R6 zoning districts to R6A and R6A/C13 zoning districts, as well as R6 to R3A zoning district. The applicant also proposed a zoning text amendment to map MIH coterminous with the proposed R6A district. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we see the change from the originally proposed zoning map change to the council mods. The City Council modified the zoning map amendment as follows. The proposed change from R3A to R6A has been changed to R6D. In order for this modification to remain in scope, the southernmost 25 feet of the development site, which would have been rezoned from R6 to R6A, will instead remain R6. So for that portion of the lot, there will be no change. The proposed change from R3A/C13 to R6A/C13 has been changed to R6B/C13. And the proposed change from R6A to R3A along 147th Street has not been modified. Next slide, please. This table shows the maximum FAR and building height for the proposed and modified zoning districts. FARs are modified from the proposed 3.9 FAR for R6A districts to a maximum of 3 FAR for R6D and 2.4 FAR for R6B. The portion of the project area that remains R6 will stay at a maximum of 3.9 FAR. And the maximum building heights are reduced by 20 to 30 feet depending on the district. Next slide, please. Because the City Council modifications reduced the area being rezoned, the MIH area also had to be reduced as well. It remains coterminous with the R6B and R6D districts. The City Council also modified the MIH options, removing MIH Option 2 and replacing it with Option 3. This concludes my presentation, and happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Let me see if there are questions from the Commission about the Council's modifications. Okay. Reminder, it's a scope determination. And so I will take the vote. I'll seek assent by a voice vote at this time to send a scope determination letter to the Council. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. We will proceed. Thank you very much. The ayes have it. Madam Secretary.
The second item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for 581 Grant Avenue development. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment to Appendix F, removing MIH Option 2 and adding MIH Option 3. And staff believe this modification is within scope.
Okay. Simpler one here. I'm going to proceed to scope determination vote. We'll seek assent by voice vote to send a scope determination letter to the Council. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Okay. That is also approved for 581 Grant Avenue. Thank you. Other items on our special review session agenda?
No, Chair.
Okay, so let's proceed. Let's close the review session and move on to the next item, or the next meeting of the day, let's call it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, March 19, 2025. I will now call the roll. Chair Garodnick?
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles?
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin? Present. Commissioner Cerullo?
Here.
Commissioner Crowell? Commissioner Dweck?
Here.
Commissioner Gold?
Here.
Commissioner Goodrich?
Here.
Commissioner Carmani? Here. Commissioner Mann?
Here.
Commissioner Marin?
Here.
Commissioner Osorio?
Here.
Commissioner Rampashad?
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, March 5th, 2025.
Great. On the minutes, I make a motion to approve those minutes of March 5, seconded by Commissioner Rampashad. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, nay. Okay, minutes are approved.
Scheduling. Calendar number 1, scheduling Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, and remotely through the NYC Engage portal.
Great. I make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Chairman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, nay. Okay, resolution's adopted. Thank you.
The next part of the calendar is the reports section on page 5. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 2, 5445 Palisade Avenue, SNAD, CD 8N250133ZAX, in the matter of an application for a grant of a zoning authorization concerning 5445 Palisade Avenue, SNAD. For the adoption of calendar number 2, Chair Garodnick?
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles?
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin? Aye. Commissioner Cerullo?
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell?
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck?
Yes.
Commissioner Gold?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich? Commissioner Carmani?
Yes.
Commissioner Mann?
Yes.
Commissioner Marin?
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio?
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad?
Yes.
Calendar number 2 has been adopted. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 3 through 12, Atlantic Avenue Mixed-Use Plan, Community Districts 3 and 8. Calendar number 3, C250014ZMK, calendar number 4, N250015ZRK, calendar number 5, C250020PQK, calendar number 6, C250021PPK, calendar number 7, C250022PPK, calendar number 8, C250023PPK, calendar number 9, C250016HAK, calendar number 10, C250019PQK, calendar number 11, C250017HAK, calendar number 12, 250018PQK. In the matter of applications for a zoning map and text amendments, acquisitions and dispositions of city-owned properties, UDOT designation, and project approval concerning Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 3 through 12, Chair Garodnick.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And before casting my vote, I'd just like to take a moment to speak about the importance of this neighborhood plan. Since the 1960s, this stretch of Atlantic Avenue and its surrounding blocks have been zoned for 1 to 2-story auto uses, storage, and industrial buildings, despite its excellent access to public transit and major job hubs. This restrictive non-residential zoning has left the neighborhood unequipped to deal with the high demand to live there. Due to the lack of supply, this community has seen rising housing costs, tenant harassment, and displacement over the last 10 to 15 years. The Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan is an opportunity to change course, transforming the corridor into a vibrant mix of commercial, residential, and manufacturing, including around 4,600 new homes, approximately 1,440 of them income-restricted affordable, as well as space for 2,800 new jobs. To reach those housing numbers, the city will maximize the number of income-restricted affordable homes that can be built on public sites in the neighborhood, making the best use out of city-owned land in the area. These homes will help turn the tide and offer more residential opportunities for New Yorkers than could exist today. We're also working with the city's Department of Housing Preservation and Development to advance anti-displacement efforts to support renters and homeowners in the area, making sure longtime residents are supported as this plan advances. A neighborhood is more than just homes, though. It thrives when it has the infrastructure to support residents. This plan will deliver vital infrastructure and streetscape improvements that will help make this part of central Brooklyn more vibrant and safer than ever. As part of this plan, the New York City Department of Transportation will implement street safety projects, including planters, bike corrals, and daylighting at intersections along Atlantic Avenue and nearby blocks to improve pedestrian visibility, safety, and accessibility. The city is also investing heavily in the public realm, including a down payment of over $24 million to St. Andrew's Playground for a new synthetic turf multi-use field with a running track, upgraded basketball and handball courts, renovated playground spaces, and new seating, shade trees, plantings, and other green infrastructure. The administration is also committed to enhancing Lowry Triangle near Atlantic Avenue and Washington Avenue to help community members better enjoy that space. With these improvements, residents and workers alike would have more welcoming places to exercise, enjoy a coffee, people watch, or just relax. And that's not all here. We're also planning for the long term with an eye toward climate change. Other ongoing work includes stormwater and sewer upgrades along Atlantic Avenue and Dean Street, as well as subsurface stormwater retention systems and more than 100 rain gardens. These investments will bolster sewer capacity and help these neighborhoods better handle flooding and storm events. Building on over a decade of public engagement, this transformational plan would bring forth housing, jobs, and infrastructure improvements that will benefit New Yorkers for decades to come. It would replace today's restrictive zoning rules with a more dynamic mix that would make it possible for someone to live in an income-restricted apartment, walk along a safer Atlantic Avenue to their job in the commercial or manufacturing sector, and enjoy lunch at a newly renovated public space. I'd like to thank Council members Crystal Hudson and Shi Osei for their leadership during this planning process and public review, as well as Community Boards 3 and 8 and Borough President Antonio Reynoso for their support. I'd also like to shout out the New York City Council Land Use Division, Facilitator WXY Studio, our agency partners, and the Central Brooklyn community for their collaboration in crafting this thoughtful plan. Finally, thanks to everyone at the Department of City Planning who helped us reach this milestone, including Community Planning and Civic Engagement, the Council's Office, Economic Development and Regional Planning, Environmental Assessment and Review, Housing, Strategic Planning, Technical Review, Transportation, Urban Design, Zoning, Communications, IGA, IT, Web Team, and especially the Brooklyn team of Alex Summer, Carenza Wood, Bianca Bryant, Kyra Cuevas McCarthy, Jordan Frade, Demetrius McLester, and project leads Jonah Rogoff and Jesse Hirakawa, who are here in the room with us today. I probably could have thanked the whole agency because nearly everybody had a hand in this, but those particular divisions and that particular team deserve our particular thanks. So with that, Madam Secretary, thank you for the opportunity, and I gladly vote aye.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Knuckles?
Well, I agree with the remarks of the chair. This has been a long, deliberative, and focused effort concentrated on a very, very important corridor within Brooklyn. So I, too, salute not only the community boards and the legislative representatives of the area, but certainly the department for their engaged and hard work on this rezoning. And I think the city will see the fruits of the collective labor in the very near future. I vote yes.
Commissioner Benjamin?
I'd like to thank the Brooklyn office for leading us on tours, for listening to us, for responding to our questions and concerns. And I'd like to thank the local community boards in particular who engaged in a multi-year planning process and became intimately involved with the details of what this plan would look like. For that reason, I'm going to support it because this is something that arose originally from the community. And while I'm sure they have made concessions to what their original plan would have been, I also think we need to really listen to communities when they engage in this kind of a process and arrive at a point where so many different elements are supporting it. That said, I still remain concerned about two aspects of this. The first one, which the department has addressed, but which is the MX district, and the incentive to include on the first floor manufacturing, and how I'm pleased to see the modification that involves a chair certification that would require additional looks at the air quality to make sure there was no impact on the above residential from the manufacturing use that could be below. I'm still not sure how it's going to work, so I'd like to put it out there and make sure that we continue to be involved with that process and how it's going to work. And my second concern is the future actions that will come as a result of study on Atlantic Avenue itself. As you're aware, Atlantic Avenue is a major thoroughfare, particularly for trucks that want to get through Brooklyn, through Queens, to Long Island, and cars who want to do the same. The measures that DOT has talked about, it's not clear to me how those measures will be implemented and whether they will allow traffic to flow freely on Atlantic Avenue once they are. I understand that if they are able to do the road diet, that would be the subject of its own review. But I am concerned, particularly since we're putting all of this bulk and height on Atlantic Avenue, that we could be creating an air quality tunnel. I know that everyone involved is trying to avoid these actions creating other problems. And as I said, I am so happy to see community plans coming to fruition that I am going to vote yes.
Commissioner Cerullo?
Yes.
Commissioner Qual? Yes. Commissioner Dweck?
Yes.
Commissioner Gold?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich?
I want to thank everyone involved in the project. It was a very long and extensive project with a lot of meetings. So thank you to the staff for taking your time out and meeting with us to explain everything. I think when we, as the City Planning Commission, vote yes on things, and even when we vote no, most of the time the City Council members just see the yes vote. I'm sorry, not when we vote no. When we vote a yes but express reservations, most of the time they just see a yes vote and might not understand that we have some deep reservations about things. So I am going to express my reservations about this project. First, by stating that the bulk of the project, it has many good aspects that I agree with, but the main part that I am concerned about, and it won't be a surprise to most people, will be affordability. As of now, the affordability options are not set. So there are varying options for MIH here, and the main one that will be the likely one, the more lucrative one for the developer, would be a ton of the units, 466 of them being, once again, $2,100 studios for the affordable housing. This area I know intimately well. I'm from Brooklyn, and for affordable housing, this is the number one thing that people express to me that is really a failure of affordable housing, for it to be $2,100 studios. And this is based off of a formula that goes beyond this project. I have an issue with MIH in general. It's based off of a gross income, and by the time you take out, this is considered 30% of your income, and by the time you take out taxes, the $87,000 is $60,000, and so who can really afford $2,100 with that paycheck? I want to speak to the tenant displacement aspect of the project. I used to be a tenants' rights attorney, and I would be one of the people representing anyone who would be facing eviction. And I can tell you that the main issue is the rent. So people will come back after. You say you prevent someone's eviction, and if the rent still remains too high, their case comes back a year later, 2 years later. So I wish that some of the focus, I think it's helpful, obviously, to have tenant displacement, but if we are talking about money being spent in funding, it would be helpful if that was concentrated on more deeper affordability units. What I would like to see here, and I'm voting no because I want to signal to the City Council, when they have their negotiations. What I would like to see here is deeper affordability options. I think that it's great that for some of the city-owned properties, they are 100% affordable housing, but what we have seen time and again is that MIH is not enough. As I've shown, sometimes you have, and some of these projects might well be over 120% of MIH. That's going up to $100,000. I think $120,000 for one person to qualify for affordable housing, which is not helpful for this area. In this area, studies have shown it is a predominantly Black area, and studies have shown that the rate of eviction is 3 times in this area for Black residents and white residents. There was a study a number of years ago, and that came up in the line of my work. So for me, when I see a project of this magnitude, when we're talking about 4,800 housing units, about 4,800 housing units, and only 1,400 of them being affordable, and of the affordable number, some of them are going to be for a chunk of them will be for middle income and high income. I consider $100,000 high income. It just ends up not being enough. So for me, I want to say that there are many great aspects of the proposal, but I want to signal to the City Council that when you're negotiating with the developers, to please have deeper affordability and to listen to CB8, who also had this concern of having more affordable units. Thank you.
Commissioner Kermani?
Yes.
Commissioner Mann?
I also wanted to thank the Community Board, as Commissioner Benjamin mentioned, for their years, really years of work to get this rezoning proposal here, and obviously acknowledging the Brooklyn DCP office for listening carefully and working with them collaboratively, and the leadership of the council members for, I think, showing some courage to allow for additional housing development here. There's 2 items that I just would want, and I hope the council focuses on. One is the design of Atlantic Avenue. I do think there's more work there to be done. And the second piece is really making sure that we unlock every possible city-owned site in the area for affordable housing. I think there's work there to be done as well. But with that, I vote aye. Thank you.
Commissioner Marin?
I'd like to agree with Commissioner Mann on his point about city-owned property and studying that and making sure that that is maintained as affordable. But I do vote yes.
Commissioner Osorio?
I join my colleagues in commending the Department of City Planning, particularly the Brooklyn Borough Office, for the strong work behind this plan and for fully discussing our questions and concerns. I also agree with Commissioner Goodridge in that defaulting to MIH here is simply not enough. Having said this, I also want to highlight strengths such as the important effort to maximize as much as possible, although maybe for the time being, the number of affordable housing units in public land, the new incentive to creating open space, the proposed mechanism to anticipate potential conflicts deriving from the integration of residential and non-residential uses, and as Commissioner Goodrich said, activating anti-displacement mechanisms for current residents. But I've decided to vote no unless there's a requirement that a percentage of the building is reserved for industrial uses, hopefully manufacturing in MX districts. I very much agree with the Brooklyn Borough President in that this is a necessary condition to achieving the goals of the plan. I strongly believe that unless zoning requires this, MX districts without industrial uses will make it even harder for working-class New Yorkers to afford rent here. And we will be missing the opportunity to benefit from the economic growth that is reported by NYSERDA with green jobs in New York State, or what Community Board 8 is asking for with their request for a green technology incubator. Finally, if industrial users cannot compete here for space and need to go elsewhere, they have no choice than to relocate to the same low-income and communities of color that have historically been disproportionately burdened by environmental justice impacts. Thank you.
Commissioner Rampachan?
I, too, would like to thank the Brooklyn Borough Office as well as the local community boards and community members for their involvement with this project. I also like to align myself with the comments mentioned by Commissioner Benjamin and Commissioner Mann, and I vote yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 3 through 12. Calendar numbers 13 and 14, 7399 Empire Boulevard rezoning. CD 9, calendar number 13, C230309ZMK. Calendar number 14, N230310ZRK. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 7399 Empire Boulevard rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 13 and 14, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Recused.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodridge.
Same.
Commissioner Cremani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Manin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yeah, I vote yes with the recommendation to strengthen the language in the report regarding the importance to initiate the study with community to assess the needs and opportunities to guide future development in the neighborhood or in the corridor. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 13 and 14. Calendar numbers 15 and 16, 166 Kings Highway rezoning, CD 11. Calendar number 15, C230378 ZMK. Calendar number 16, N230379 ZRK. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 166 Kings Highway rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 15 and 16, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
I would like to vote yes on calendar number 15 and no on calendar number 16.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Cremani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Manin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad. Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 15 and 16. Borough of Queens, calendar number 17, 161-01, Jamaica Avenue ACS office acquisition, CD 12 N250169PXQ, in the matter of an application for a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning 161-01, Jamaica Avenue ACS office acquisition. For a favorable report on calendar number 17, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodridge. Commissioner Cremani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 17. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 8.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask members of the public who are here to testify today to keep their comments at 3 minutes. And, of course, we're very happy that you're here. Madam Secretary.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 18 and 19, Grace Houses. CD 5, calendar number 18, C240184 ZMK. Calendar number 19, N240185 ZRK. Public hearing in a matter of applications for a zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning the intent to acquire office space concerning, concerning Grace Houses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We're going to continue the hearing on this one, and we're going to open the hearing on the next item due to a scheduling issue. Let's move on to calendars 20 to 22, please.
Thank you, Chair. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 20, 21, and 22. 109 Marcus Garvey Boulevard, LSGD. CD 3, calendar number 20, C240399 ZMK. Calendar number 21, N240398 ZRK. Calendar number 22, C240400 ZSK. Public hearing in the matter of applications for a zoning special permit, zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 109 Marcus Garvey Boulevard, LSGD.
Great. Thank you for that. We have an applicant team here that includes Eric Palatnik, who's here at the podium, as well as Brian Newman and R. Christopher Bramwell. Mr. Palatnik, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. There you go. It's green. That makes sense. Eric Palatnik, representing the applicant, and I'll try and be brief. I know you have a very busy schedule. We have a little bit to unpack here, and I'll go through it through the presentation. I'll start off by noting that almost all of the questions that were asked by the commissioners during the review sessions have been answered in the presentation. So hopefully we've addressed your questions, but if we haven't for any reason whatsoever, please feel free to ask us. It's myself introducing the application, and also on the phone is Chris Bramwell. He's the principal at CB Emmanuel, and also on the phone is Brian Newman of Newman Designs. We're thrilled to be here today with a fully affordable, there they go here at the beginning. Okay, with a fully affordable development on Marcus Garvey Boulevard. It'll be in addition to an existing affordable housing complex already. It will include senior affordable housing, fully senior. It will create about 292 fully affordable senior housing developments. Like the song goes, we paved Paradise and put up a parking lot. Here we're paving a parking lot and putting up a building. So there's a parking lot in the existing complex. We are taking that away and we are putting in a building. And in its place will be additional parking spots as well. You can see here on the right side of the screen is the ask that we are asking you for. It's really two things. The first thing is an R7A rezoning. The rezoning is only to facilitate as much additional height as we could possibly get. We're not utilizing any of the floor area. We're well over on the floor area. But we're also asking for a large-scale development. And the large-scale development is going to allow the maximum height of the Ayers building, which is depicted in the lower right-hand corner, to rise to a height of 155 feet, which is 65 feet above its 90-foot height limit. I'll note that there are other numerous very tall buildings in the vicinity, and the community board is supportive of the application, as is the borough president. When done, you can see in the lower right corner there'll be a total of 559 affordable housing units on the property, which includes the 227 new ones, in addition to the previous ones, which I think are 229. Go to the next slide. This shows you the zoning map change. It's not very exciting. It looks just like the rest of them, except it says R7A instead of R6. This is it again. And this I just went through, so I'll click right through. This is the money shot. This is showing you what the site is all about. It's called Willoughby Court Apartment Complex. You could see it's as I described a moment ago. It's a 6-building development with affordable housing within it, and there is a parking lot on the right-hand side, like the song goes, for 63 cars. It's underutilized. As you could see in the parking lot picture on the screen, not all the spaces are utilized, and that's the case in real life. We've done a survey. But we are providing an almost analogous amount of parking spaces in the cellar level of the new building, and they're for everybody in the complex. We don't think too many of the seniors are going to have cars. So anybody who's got a car now is going to probably be able to have a car in the future. The existing development, as you can see right here, it's a 130,000 square foot site. There's 3 to 9 stories, and there are 267 units. The third bullet is the most important one. It was acquired in 2012 and rehabilitated using a senior loan from the New York State Housing Finance Agency and using low-income tax credits, and also help from the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. The property holds a Section 8 contract, 100% of the units, and a regulatory agreement to HFA that restricts 93% of the units to 60% AMI through 2052. So this is an affordable housing development, and it will be maintained as an affordable housing development. This is what we're seeking to build. You can see the right-hand side tells you everything I just told you a few minutes ago. The fourth bullet being the most important one for your purposes, that it's at 155 feet. That is not allowed to be there. That's what we're asking your approval for. 292 units, 63 cars, and all of the tax incentives are listed in the lower right corner. We'd be happy to come back. The site layout is like this. You could see on the right-hand side of the screen the existing buildings. On the left-hand side is the proposed. As a part of the application, there must be a superior site plan, and what's going to be done to facilitate the superior site plan finding is substantial renovation improvements of all the public areas in the complex that you can see in front of you right now, depicted in white. And I'll show you pictures of what we're going to be doing, but there'll be new upgrading to landscaping, to security, to lighting, to fencing, to plaza areas. It's going to have a whole new surface area put in. The existing security system that's in place has been upgraded. The buildings are extremely well maintained. Tenant complaints, if any, are handled as aggressively as they possibly can be, and we do our best. The ownership does their best to maintain it very nicely, and they're going to improve upon it. This slide shows you the heights of other buildings around. Remember, I'm here primarily asking you for 155-foot height. As you can see, the other buildings in the vicinity that provide affordable housing in one way, shape, or form are all of similar ilk when it comes to height. And that's, of course, in order to get the funding sources that we listed a few moments ago, there needs to be an efficiency, and that's what's driving the application. This answers some of the commissioner's questions about updated housing in the area. It's been almost 60 years since an apartment building of this scale was built. That's the top bullet. The second bullet is everything I spoke about improving the place and how much better it's going to be as far as the surface of it goes, with landscaping and lighting and things like that, new amenities and other such things. There are not much other housing being built within the vicinity of this building. There is a huge demand, and that's why we're here. The area improvements, I'll skip through this a little bit quickly, but it's everything I just mentioned a moment ago. There's about 7,200 square feet of open space, and all of this is going to be improved upon with benches and trees and lighting and playground, all of that, everything I spoke about. The Aries building, too, will have within it supportive services for the members or for the people that live within the building. So the building itself, the new building, is going to have supportive service space within it to service the people that live within the building. This is the courtyard between the existing complex and the proposed building. As I was showing you a moment ago, it's all going to be really nice and state-of-the-art and brand new. These are the sustainability features. This was asked, I think, by one of the commissioners, probably Commissioner Osorio, I believe. We've done our best to try to highlight everything, and the project architect is also on the phone, Brian Newman. He can answer any other questions you may have. Improved site safety. This is everything I spoke about before. I won't go through it in detail. The parking lot I spoke about a few minutes ago. This shows you what the building looks like. The AMIs are important to show you here. You can see that, as I mentioned earlier, 292 units, which will be available primarily to people at 60% AMI. Why airs? We could go on and on and on. This is one of the commissioner's questions at the review session. This page is just all about it. It's simple. The whole page says there's nowhere for anybody to live. It's incredibly overpriced, and seniors don't have enough money to pay the rent. And that's so laden in all the factual data that you could find in here that it's unbelievable. I think that the middle one tells the tale the best. Less than 600 dwelling units are in the neighborhood. So there's thousands of people that are over 65, and there's only 600 units. So it's not a lot. This is the development team, and these are the plans. I'll skip right through to show you the height increase, which you probably can't see here, but the line that you're seeing there that's going through, it just when it rises up is where the maximum height could be, and above that is what we're proposing. I'd be happy to pause here and answer any questions you may have. That's
okay. Great. Thank you very much. Before I go to the Vice Chairman, let me just pose one general question for you, which you partially answered in your presentation, but I just want to make sure that we flesh it out. The standard for us on the large-scale special permit is better relationship to street, superior site plan.
correct.
Just spend a minute making the case for that in this context. You cited the improvement of public areas within the courtyard of the existing Willoughby Court, plus, I believe, the space in between the proposed building and the existing buildings. Is that the full argument?
That's the essence of the thrust of our presentation to you and our justification for the request. In addition, of course, the building itself is well-designed and a handsome building. That's not what creates a superior site plan. Rather, here, it's integrating the building into the remainder of the site, and as the campus, really. And as you can see here on the screen that's in front of you, these are the landscaping plans, and we could go through it a little bit if you'd like. But everything that you see in white is being touched as a result of this application. So it's all being renovated and brought up to date. This plaza area that I'm showing you here is the plaza area that's being created between the two buildings. This is another plaza area that's being renovated. That's between the existing complex. You can see there'll be landscaping and planting and playground equipment. And this is more detail on the plaza areas. So I apologize for it being in black and white, but you can see a great level of detail has been brought to that. The other thing, which is a superior site plan, which should be considered by your commission, is the security features that are taking place within the property. Here we go. There have been gang activity at this location through the years. And that's a real concern to the people that live there. It's just as much a concern to them as having nice trees are. Some would argue it's even more of a concern than having nice trees. So as a comprehensive part of the application, what's being done is a retrofit of the security system. And that includes there'll be new lighting, there'll be new computer programs involved. Chris Bramall is on the phone right now to tell you he has on his phone, just like we all have, Ring Central for our homes. everybody in his team carries Ring Central for the building. All the buildings, they could see every public area within the building. They're in close contact with the police department as well, and their security team is very well trained to alert to any gang activity or anything that might be out of the norm. So all of these different comprehensive things that I've been talking about, the exterior, the security, the design of the building, the provision of senior housing, and support services, we think supports that finding.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Eric, good morning.
Good morning.
How many additional units are yielded with the height increase?
I don't have that exact number. I can give it to you in writing, but it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 110 units or so, or about a third of the units. It's 292 units, so it's about a third of them. The allowable height is 90 feet, and we're going up to 155 feet. So you're allotting about an additional 6 stories onto a 14-story building.
90, I thought it was permitted. I thought 115 is permitted with MIH.
115 is permitted you're correct. 115 is permitted with MIH, so it would be a 40-foot difference. I apologize. I was reading off of the non-MIH. So it would be, again, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 100 units. We can come back to you with the exact amount.
Thank you. I'd like to know that. Thank you.
Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I'm wondering if you can share with us your response to the Board President's recommendation to explore shifting the massing to the north to reduce shadows on Lewis Playground and St. John the Baptist Parish Church.
Yeah, the team has looked at moving the building. There's really no real way to move the building and still enable anybody to have the open space that they need and still accommodate the program within the building. We haven't identified within any of our EAS papers that there's any impact from the shadows. Of course, there will be some shadows cast, but it wasn't anything that caused the EAS to tip in one direction or another. And the community was aware of the shadows and spoke about it, and they were okay with the application.
My understanding is that these were listed in the EAS, though.
They were listed, but it was not, of course, listed as a reason to cause a...
Understood. Like to not trigger and at the full EIS, but if you can explore, if there's an opportunity for it, I think this would be important. Thank you for considering
I'll address that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mann?
Yeah, I was going to just ask the same question. So is the public space in the landscape courtyard open to the public, or is that?
Yes.
It is, okay, got it. So residents of the surrounding
area? Yeah, the idea is to bring in not just residents of the surrounding area, but really more for the campus of the buildings that are here. Everybody, there's families living there, to make an expanded campus, and to integrate the seniors with the younger people that are living on the property, so that everybody can hang out together.
Right, but adjacent neighbors can use it now.
Yeah, there's no fences up. People. Okay. I mean, there is some fencing around it, but there's no gates.
Yeah, and I assume you'll have hours of operation then for that open space? Or?
The open space is, well, the plaza area that you're looking at, that we're showing, both of the plaza areas are in the middle of the building. So it's not so much that they're going to be locked off from people like a traditional plaza, like you might think of in the sense of something in Manhattan, where there's a gate that comes in at night. It's more like a plaza like I just walked through from Wall Street train station, the one right across the street, the big with the statue in the middle. There's a white one right behind the building here. Gigantic plaza you could walk through. It's more like that kind of plaza where there's no gate on it. It's more meant as a means for people to walk through the community and experience it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, thank you, Mr. Palatnik. Appreciate it. Let me move on to a couple of members of the public who wish to be heard on this item, starting with Ricky Williams. Okay, and Idris Abdullah. Welcome.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Idris Abdullah. I'm a long-standing member of the community. I serve on Community Board 3, Land Use Committee. I am the Vice President of the 79th Precinct Community Council, where that particular project sits in the middle. But first, I want to say this. I want to give this board thanks, because, a special thanks, because me sitting on the Land Use Committee, knowing that that's one of the first doors that these projects have to come through. They didn't just have to come through us one time. They came to us 2, 3 times. And every time they came with exactly what we needed to hear. And for us on that level to be acknowledged by this board, to know the tired effort work that we put in as board members, as committee members. It's a lot of work. We don't get paid for it. Sometimes we be sitting in these meetings 2 or 3 hours, and we just be biting us. We want to go home. But to be acknowledged by y'all and to give us the thanks that y'all gave us or that y'all give us is definitely appreciated. But thank y'all so much. Okay, so this particular project was one project that we sat down and we went through it back and forth, and they did come back, and they definitely came with a lot of the things that we had concerns with. One of the things that we did have the concern with was the security aspect of it, because everything that happens on that corner or that line, it goes to the 8-1, and it goes to the 7-9, and then it comes to our text on our phones, because that's the communication that we have with our precincts. So this project would be a major asset. If we remember, that was one of the main areas where they had the major problem with the K2. So this also would bring us a lot of attention, focus in that area to where that would have a tendency of keeping the crime down. That's one. Two, again, I want to thank the team as they came forth with the plan and they catered to everything that we needed, so we want to definitely thank them. So we're looking at hopefully keeping the communication going on. So now from here, we would like to work with them in reference to jobs, reference to outreach to the community, in reference to making this project successful and us being able to move forward to make that area a little bit more safer for the community. So, but again, this is a project that we stand behind them 110%, and we're going to look to work with them all the way until the ribbon cutting of the entry day. But again, thank y'all guys sincerely. Y'all going to be seeing me a whole lot because I'm putting this on my agenda as a land use committee member. When I give my commitment and I put my support behind y'all guys coming through the door, then we're going to make sure that the right thing is done. But again, thank y'all guys for y'all support.
That's great. Thank you very much. And before you go anywhere, we're going to have a question for you, but I wanted to thank you for saying that, and we will look forward to seeing you here often. We appreciate all of your service to the community and to the city, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Let me go to Commissioner Kamani.
That's basically what I wanted to say. Just thank you for your service. I live in your district. I've lived there for a long time, so very much appreciate your service and all your commitment. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, to the development, again, the senior citizen piece is a piece that we really, really need. So if there's any housing, our senior citizens, I don't know, I might have to move in there when I turn 65. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Appreciate it. Okay. Let me see if there's anybody else who wishes to be heard on 109 Marcus Garvey Boulevard. I see nobody else signed up. Okay, we're going to close the hearing on calendar 20, 21, and 22. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 23, 24, and 25, 145 for Harlem. CD 10, calendar number 23, C250115, ZMM. Calendar number 24, N250116, ZRM. Calendar number 25, C250117, ZSM. Public hearing the matter of applications for a zoning special permit, zoning map, and zoning text amendments concerning 145 for Harlem.
Great, thank you. And on behalf of the applicant team, we have Valerie Campbell, Bruce Teitelbaum, Tristan Nadal, Isaiah King, and Lynn Doe. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead for 10 minutes.
Sure. Thank you. Valerie Campbell from Kramer Levin, and we're land use counsel to the owner. So this is a overview of the site. It occupies the entire western block front of Lenox Avenue between West 145th and West 144th Street, and it extends down West 145th Street. In the larger context, the 145 site is located on the number 3 subway line, and it is proximate to many cultural and historic institutions in Harlem, as well as the new Universal Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx. The total lot area of the site is approximately 68,841 square feet, which qualifies it as a general large-scale development. The site is coterminous with the rezoning area and will be developed as a single zoning lot. Lenox Avenue and West 145th Streets are both wide streets. The 100 by 100 portion of the lot at the corner of 144th and Lenox Avenue constitutes approximately 15% of the total lot area and is zoned R72 with a C14 commercial overlay. The C83 zoning district, which applies to the rest of the site, is outdated, and it does not reflect the mixed-use context of the surrounding Harlem neighborhood. It does not permit any residential development. It is a zoning designation that is typically used for automotive and truck uses and self-storage. In fact, the only significant private development in the C83 surrounding area in recent years has been the large self-storage facility which was erected on the north side of 145th Street. The southern half of the block is predominantly residential. To the north, across 145th Street, there are small residential apartment buildings on the western side of the street, but the remainder of the block is commercial. These photographs show the project site. It's currently improved with taxpayer retail buildings in poor condition, along with one operating and one closed gas station. The northeast corner of the site is vacant. The vacant gas station site was temporarily occupied as a truck storage depot, but ownership discontinued this use permanently at the request of the Community Board 10 at the first public hearing on December 19th. So that shows that. There are 4 land use actions that were required for the project. The first is a zoning map amendment to rezone the rezoning area from the existing C83 and C72 C14 zoning districts to a C46 zoning district. The second is a zoning text amendment to modify Appendix F to designate the rezoning area as included in the mandatory inclusionary housing program. The third is a special permit pursuant to 74-743 to modify the height and setback regulations of Section 3564B3. This special permit is required because the proposed gathering space is at the top of the Lenox Avenue tower, and that is not permitted under the residential tower regulations to have a commercial use in there. The fourth action is a certification by the Commission pursuant to 2615 to allow an additional curb cut on West 145th Street. The 2 curb cuts there, one will service the loading bay and one will service the below-grade parking. This slide shows the proposed rezoning of the C83 and the R72 C14 districts to the C46 zoning district. The proposed C46 zoning district is appropriate at this location because it is a higher density district typically mapped along major thoroughfares such as Lenox Avenue and West 145th Street. The 145 development will be well served by public transit as it is adjacent to the 145th Street subway station. It is along several bus routes, and it is 1 block from entrances to the Harlem River Drive and the 145th Street Bridge to the Bronx, with connections to the major Deacon Expressway and the Cross Bronx Expressway. The proposed C46 district within an MIH designated area will allow for increased density to facilitate the development of the sorely needed market rate and affordable housing in this neighborhood. The maximum allowable FAR for residential use is 12, assuming the maximum amount of affordable housing is provided. For community facility use, it's 10, and for commercial use is 3.4. In contrast, no housing is allowed in the portion of the 145 site, zone C83, and only 40,000 square feet of residential floor area could be developed in the existing C72, C14 district without any requirement to provide affordable housing. Next, Tristan Nadell will come up and describe the proposed project.
Thanks, Val, and thanks, Commissioners, for your attention. So I'm going to go through the certified plan, which is MIH option 2, while we still are working on the enhanced plan. This is what's being voted on. The highlights here are an increase in the amount of housing over the 940,000 square foot development of about 100 units, more than the prior version here, which includes 291 permanently affordable housing units distributed evenly throughout the towers. We've also increased the number of family-sized units based on feedback to 30% of all units, which is a 60-unit increase from prior, and about double what a typical development of this size would have. We also replaced the Civil Rights Museum in between the two buildings with a new community center, which will be a technology and innovation center of about 25,000 square feet, including 8,000 square feet of outdoor space. No parking is required, but we've still included over 40 parking spaces in the base of the buildings. We've maintained the rooftop gathering space, as Val noted, 30,000 square feet of ground floor retail, and improvements to the adjacent Brigadier General Charles Young Playground. Wanted to just note here the kind of context of the housing being created here. We're creating over 20% of the amount of affordable housing that's been built in this district over the last 10 years, and the 10 years prior to that is even less. So this is a monumental amount of affordable housing being placed in this area of Harlem. It also important to note that the incomes here reach about 60% of the constituents within the neighborhood, and if you carve away the highest cohort and the lowest cohort, it reaches 80% of the middle. This just shows an axon of what I just described: residential in the towers, retail along the base with the community center in the middle, and the rooftop gathering space up top. The technology center is something in response to a lot of feedback that we got from the community and stakeholders that they need safe spaces for youths, for young adults, and other community members. And we worked really hard to come up with this concept that includes innovation space, training spaces for technology and AI, as well as outdoor rooftop garden areas. Also wanted to address some of the questions that we saw come through from various commissioners related to access, traffic, and circulation, starting with the rooftop gathering space, which it's important to note can only hold 200 people, so there will be not any large conventions. It's for smaller to moderate-sized gatherings. It has an entrance, dedicated entrance and lobby off of 145th Street for pedestrians, which is near the 3-train stop, and bus access on 145th and Lenox Avenue, as you can see, with dedicated elevators that are expressed to the roof. There's also a dedicated loading dock off of 144th Street, which is less trafficked, that can allow for deliveries, trucks, both for that space as well as commercial and residential move-ins, and then also access to the parking entrance that you see next to the loading dock. Those elevators also reach that space for people arriving by car. We also think we've greatly enhanced the streetscape on 145th Street by removing 10 curb cuts that are currently existing, replacing none of them, so there'll be a lot more cohesiveness and pedestrian safety. Again, everything's been dedicated back there on 144th Street, which is a lot less traffic for loading and parking entry. And also just touching on some of the aspects of the EIS study, which did a thorough review of how the new residents would affect traffic, pedestrian safety, and transit. And using both pre- and post-pandemic data, it showed that the project during peak hours would add the equivalent of 4 cars or 40 pedestrians for each traffic cycle and 20 passengers per 3 train.
Time?
Okay, thank you very much. If there are more core pieces of this, why don't you see if you can integrate them into responses to some of the questions. I'm just going to start off really with one. Obviously, what we have before us is an evaluation of a proposal versus what the current rules allow. But this is also the second time that this commission has seen a proposal on this site, and we approved the last one. So if you can just give us a sketch of what is different between what you're presenting today and what you presented in the last go-around, I think it would be useful for us and for the public.
Sure. So I'd say the main differences are an increase in the amount of housing. We've removed any commercial office space that was previously in the plan, There's now 968 total units, as opposed to 866 in the original plan, with the corresponding amount of affordable housing increase as well. We removed the Civil Rights Museum, which was a controversial piece of the last one, and replaced it with a community center. Again, this was something we got a lot of feedback about as something really needed in the area for youth, for young adults and others to be able to have a public space to go to that's both has indoor facilities, educational facilities, and outdoor recreational space. And then we've also increased the amount of 2 and 3 bedrooms by about 60 units, again, in response to family-sized requests from the community. We've also prepared a substantial community benefits agreement, which has many of the aspects we were offering in the last program, but also oversight commission that will be comprised of locals to oversee the execution of all the aspects of the community benefits agreement, which I believe we've shared. And then those are the main, I'd say, differences between the two plans. There's some variation in the parking and exact square footage of the retail, but I would say.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goodrich.
I wanted to get a little bit more information about, I know you mentioned that the amount of 2 and 3 bedroom sizes were doubled. I wanted to get a little bit more information about that. I actually was somewhat surprised to hear that this is 70% of these units are going to be studios and 1 bedrooms, and only about 30 would be 2 and 3 bedrooms. And the part I was surprised about is to hear that that's typical for this size development. I know that this was a very big issue for the community because it's Harlem and they wanted family-size units, and part of people's fears about gentrification with these studios and 1 bedrooms is just wanting sort of like, I don't know, students or not families. I just want to hear the process of increasing these units, because to me, I still think that 30% is low because there's so many units.
Yeah, so the doubling was relative to other projects that we've studied of this size, that would be typically built. That's about 15% usually are allocated to 2 and 3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms are typically less than 3%, I would say, of a typical development. We're over double that amount. On new developments, there's just truly the demand doesn't bear out for it. But
there aren't enough people who are applying for 3
correct.
bedrooms. That way.
Yes. 2 bedrooms there is demand for, and we've allocated. I think the ratio of that 30% breakdown is approximately 22 to 8 on 2 and 3 bedrooms. But that is again a large increase from where we started, about 60 units from prior.
My next question is the community board. They voted against the application, and one of the reasons they name is the height of building A and B, and they want it to be a shorter height, specifically because they say that it may impact sunlight. And this has been coming up a bunch with Coney Island is coming up next. We just voted on one, and for some it may seem like sort of a minimal issue, but it is popping up as a very sunlight and shadow, casting shadows. It is popping up as a very contentious issue among a lot of projects, particularly more recently. And I want to hear more about your work with the community, because even the borough president, even though he approved it, he also wanted to, he supported working with the community board and all of their recommendations, and this was one of them.
Yeah, and we have been addressing many of their concerns, we think, through the CBA. The height is, a push and pull. Obviously, we're trying to generate as many units as possible within the envelope that we have, which requires certain building parameters within the zoning envelope. We've stretched, I think, the buildings in a way that we can, as much as we can in terms of planarly. And then we also completed a shadow study, which shows that the incremental impacts of the buildings relative to what's there now. So everything in the gray are shadows that you see now. Everything in red are shadows that are created by the project. As you can see, there's a small effect at the latest parts of the day in the summer on the park next door, and then some in the water. But throughout much of the year, there's very little impact on resources, and this is consistent if you look in the EIS through. So while we hear the concerns, we are trying to accommodate the amount of housing that we're trying to create here, which we think is appropriate in a dense area with ample transit, and create also space between the buildings so that there's air and light coming through them.
I think that's it for now. Yeah.
You have more questions?
Is the developer here?
Yes.
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mann?
Hey, Tristan. Just two questions. One, just status of HPD discussions around the enhanced affordability option, and then two, just can you clarify for me the mitigation on the Young Playground? I'm not sure I totally understood what was being proposed.
Yeah, so we're continuing conversations with HPD. We've been working with them for about a year or so now on the enhanced affordability plan. That would basically effectuate a sale of the center building to a nonprofit that we've been working with, again, over that entire period of time, for them to be able to develop a 100% affordable building on that site. Those conversations are still ongoing. There's kind of they're looking to see how this process comes through, but we are committed, and we have committed to, as you probably saw with the borough president and the affidavit there, to continue our conversations with them as this process moves forward, and deliver those units, in accordance with what they're able to provide on a subsidy side. Sorry, what was your second question?
It's about the mitigation for the shadows on the playground, the Young Playground.
So the mitigation, there were no impacts through the shadows. There was an open space mitigation on the playground that we are currently finalizing negotiations with the parks to provide, but that would be an improvement to the children's play area along Lenox Avenue. There are other improvements happening to the ball field, but there is a substantial renovation that would be needed for the playground area, which is what we're working on the scope with them on now.
Follow up there. Is a contribution of dollars to Parks Department, or is it?
We would do we would deliver the construction.
Okay, got it.
Prior to TCO.
Thank you, Commissioner Mann. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation, for addressing our questions. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to the borough president's and the community board's comment on the need to mitigate future flooding. I know you had an entire slide with not just that, but also sustainability and energy efficiency strategies. Specifically, if I want to understand also, in addition to coastal flooding, how are you addressing the stormwater inundation risk on Lenox Avenue, and learn more about the geothermal strategies that you seem to have in place?
Yeah, so I'll start with the resiliency at the building. We've removed any vital systems from the lower portions of the building. They've all been moved up to avoid any potential flood risk. We really only, the kind of edge of our building nips the flood zone, but even regardless, everything's being built up above the DFE, and even further, everything below there is being dry flood proof, but everything vital is being put above that level. That's the resiliency at the building. Some of the sustainability efforts that we're doing, you can see in this slide here. We've always aimed to be on the cutting edge, I think, from a sustainability standpoint in this building, highlighted by the geothermal system that we want to employ here. We've done extensive research. We've hired an engineering firm, Salas, that is probably the leader in the country on this. We've done the test bores down to 1,000 feet. It is viable. We found a way to fund it. So that is a portion of the project we wholeheartedly expect to do. In addition to some of these other things, heat recovery, snow melt, stormwater recovery, and then a lot of the other things you see here, which we would do on a standard building anyway. Those are kind of the environmental portions that we expect to do. You want to speak about your question on, you said the Lennox?
I think you've addressed them all. I mean, if maybe as a follow-up, if you can submit in writing a section so that we can see where the mechanicals are going to go and where is BFE, design flow elevation in that regard. But also, I want to commend you on geothermal. I would like now to understand in full detail, what does it really mean, and how much of the building energy matrix can actually be alleviated.
It's a substantial portion of it. We have a ton of information and data, which we'll be happy to share with you after the meeting.
I would, appreciate that, and as well as just understanding how is that interacting with the potential solar and other renewables that you're planning to generate. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin?
Hi, thank you very much. I was hoping that Valerie would come back up. Hi, Valerie. I'm concerned or interested in the question of the enhanced program that you're suggesting versus the program that's involved in the application as submitted.
The application is submitted, and the certified plan is what we are asking the commission to vote on. We are pursuing, and that approval would also allow for the enhanced plan, but that plan is dependent on the HPD funding, and those negotiations and discussions are continuing.
So what we're voting on is
the certified plan.
Correct. So that is not having the entire building be affordable housing. That's spreading the affordable housing between A and B.
It would be spreading them the 30%. The enhanced plan would have in building B. In building B would be 100% affordable,
right.
And then building A would also be, I think, 30% affordable with the MAH.
So we're without the enhanced, what is the total number of units, and is it 40% studios, 40% ones, and 20% 2 and 3s?
It is, I think it is 60% studio and 1 bedroom.
It would be 968 total units, 291 affordable units, and the rough breakdown of that would be 30% 2 and 3 bedrooms, and then 70% would be 1 and studios.
So that's the same in basically, whether it's the enhanced or the application as certified.
Correct.
Is there any way that you could take a look and give us more family-sized apartments?
We can look further at that.
That would be quite helpful. And I know you would prefer option 2, but how would this change if the council decided to not give you option 2 and to give you option 3 instead?
Sorry, you're saying option 3 on MIH?
Yeah.
We would have to look at that, but
as you know, the council has
yes
done that. So I would expect you're probably already working on what that would mean, and I'd like to understand what that would mean for this program.
We will get back to you on that.
Okay. And you said you've been in discussions with HPD for about a year on different subsidy programs. Which ones are you looking at? It's clearly not Ella.
Both Ella and a supportive option.
At 40%. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Back to Commissioner Goodrich.
My question before about whether the developer was here obviously wasn't you, it was your client. But I have a question because when this project came before, I was really taken aback because there were some news articles with the developer who is framed as threatened the community if they didn't accept this proposal that they would build a loud and unsightly truck stop. And I'm using that language from a New York Times article. And I just, it gave me a lot of pause. And I wanted to know why you felt so comfortable making that ultimatum.
I don't think that was, sorry. Do you want to speak to it, Chris?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, that was incorrect. So the news article was incorrect. No one was threatened.
It says an ultimatum that the client, if the community didn't accept, then it would be allowed an unsightly truck stop.
The New York Times it's not always accurate in what they report, so I can tell you that was an inaccurate report. There was no threat. There was no ultimatum. In fact, the use of the site for a vehicle depot was done years and years after we initially tried to get this project moved forward. And as I said at the community board hearings publicly, and I'll say it now, in retrospect, that was a mistake, and I apologize for that. But there was no ultimatum given to the community, and that's a retrospective perspective on what happened. We're looking prospectively. We announced the closure of that depot, and I publicly committed that we wouldn't revisit that.
Thank you, and I just want to say for the record, the councilwoman, because I've spoken about this project because the councilwoman at the time, Christian Richardson Jordan, she was raising several concerns and was criticized for it in the press, and I find it ironic that the concerns that she was raising, affordability, deeper affordability, more 2- and 3-bedrooms, on the second proposal, those concerns are now part of the project that weren't part of the original project. So I just wanted to note that for the record because I've had a lot of people as a commissioner come up to me and raise this project. They've raised, you know, the power of a developer being able to, you corrected it here, but as it says in the press, make demands, have maybe the mayor behind them and push out a city council member, and then that's it. If they don't go along with what's planned, then the developer wins. So I'm happy to see that the project comes back and it has all of these new. You know, all of the things that the community was originally pushing for. I think for other projects, I think it would be helpful that maybe it doesn't have to take 2 and 3 goes and it doesn't have to be this contentious. But I wanted to ask you that because it really bothered me as a commissioner. And I really felt, you know, it was one of the projects that it really stuck with me quite a bit.
Well, I share your opinion about the length of time it takes to get projects done, so I appreciate that. Yeah, we've spent many years going back and forth with the community. We've spoken to all the elected officials, dozens of stakeholders, many of whom are here today. And you're right. We incorporated a lot of the concerns and the issues that were raised with us along the way. This has been a multi-year process, and I'm happy that you acknowledge because we've done a lot of work to try and incorporate those changes, increase the number of affordable units, increase the number of family-size units, be responsive to the community. That I think is evidenced in the community benefits agreement that we provided to you. So yeah, this is a collaborative process, and we learned a lot. We don't have all the answers, and it was a process I think that yielded a good result. So I appreciate that, and I acknowledge that too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Mr. Titlebaum, while we have you, what do you envision for that community space, and such that, you know, after assuming the project went forward, you know, you don't have 18 months from now vacant space sitting there?
Yeah, Commissioner, it's a great question. We've spent a lot of time talking to the community and to the various stakeholders in the community about that particular piece of the project. we call it Technovation 45. It's designed as a place for the community, for young folks and for younger adults who can come to learn AI, advanced computer training, technology services. As Tristan mentioned, there's an open public space. It's really, really important for us. I've spoken to people at senior levels in the state and the city, working with community members to design that. And we think that based upon what we've heard from the community, that is something that's very important to them. It's a place, as Tristan mentioned, where people can come, they can recreate this beautiful open public space, but more importantly, a place that we hope to house a facility that can provide opportunity for young people in Harlem, for young adults in Harlem. Green Energy Center, by the way, part of what we want to do there. Green energy, as you all know, one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing, blue collar profession in the state of New York. Folks in Harlem are grossly underrepresented in that space. We've been talking to folks in green energy and advanced energy, AI, computer training, things like that. So Commissioner Knuckles, that's something I feel very strongly about. I've spoken to the local council member about this and other elected officials. It's an important piece of the project that we continue to refine and work with our stakeholders on.
Do you know any other similar usage that is in existence that kind of represents a model for this?
I don't. I'd like to take some credit, or my development team, who were terrific, take some credit for that. We've really done a lot of research here. What we found in talking to folks in Harlem is that what they wanted was something like this, and I really can't find another example. There might be. I don't want to, say that we're the only people who are doing it. But what we're planning on doing, we think is so accretive to the community, would be so helpful, and it will lay a foundation for opportunity and growth for people in that neighborhood. I feel very strongly about that. And I think that at the end of the day, we're going to create a model that can be replicated not only in Manhattan, but all across the city.
With regard to the greater subsidy levels that you're in discussion with HPD, were that to be attained, it would be what, the 145th Street building?
The mid-block building, correct.
Yeah. And what would be the AMI ranges within that if you were to?
I don't want to misspeak, so we'll get back to you about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Okay, Commissioner Rampersad?
Just one question. It was mentioned that the Commissioner Mann's question about the park. You said prior to TCO, you're going to deliver construction?
Yeah.
What mechanism is in place so they know? Because that process is usually a long process with the building department.
Right.
So can you just walk me through or explain that, just to clarify that a little further?
Again, I don't want to misspeak. Let my expert tell you.
Yeah, there would be a restrictive declaration put on the property that requires a delivery, in order to obtain TCO.
Okay, restricted deck. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for the presentation. We're now going to move to members of the public who wish to be heard on calendars 23, 24, and 25. Starting with, and I'm confirming Anthony Nixon is part of the applicant team, correct? Yes. Okay. Let's go to Patrina Acosta-Pele on Zoom, followed by Julius Tajuddin here in the room.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Greetings, City Council, greetings, City Planning. My name is Patriana Acosta-Pele, and I'm a shareholder of Esplanade Gardens, as well as a public relations professional in the community. I'm here today to testify against 145 project and ask the City Planning and City Council to vote this project down and for Mr. Teitelbaum to build as of right. I have witnessed the gentrification of Harlem within the last 30 years. Over 20 years ago, I attended a meeting called How Sheep Live Amongst Wolves. This was held in the Schomburg Auditorium, roughly 2004, 2005. My boyfriend and I were the only African descendants in attendance. Needless to say, this was a meeting about how white Anglo-Saxon people were going to live amongst Black Foundation population that inhabited Harlem for over 100 years since the abolition of slavery. They talked about how Black people would be eventually priced out and biding their time, and to be patient with the process, smile and nod, get in before dark during the winter. and other skills to be friendly amongst the wolves for the sheep's survival. We were appalled. The instructor was visibly uncomfortable as he never thought any people of color would be in attendance. Fast forward to today, and here we have the plan attempting to unfold before our eyes. There are so many things wrong with this project that will disrupt the livelihoods of existing residents. Concerns of the height, diminution of sunlight, urban island effect, noise and light pollution, carbon emissions. However, I will stick to the most obvious: gentrification, Fair Housing Act, breach of constitutional laws, and the Voting Rights Act. This project is unaffordable to any persons except white people. We have taken the median AMI from the USA Census, and as of today, the project stands Asians, Blacks, Hispanics, Latinos living in Community Board 10 all make under the necessary threshold to qualify for these apartments, leaving the only qualified candidate on the table, white people. However, this project is not set to be built today, tomorrow, or even next year. The earliest time would be at least 5 years from now. Right now, AMI for African Americans is at most 52,000, with Asians under 75K. And if the AMI goes over 200,000, the income bands and affordability package will be 300K for families of 3, which in truth is market rate. These income bands would violate the Fair Housing Act because it affects largely Black families. Right now, 60% of heads of household in Central Harlem and East Harlem earn $30,000 or less. 33% are at below or federal poverty level. Gentrification raises concerns under the Fair Housing Act, which prohibits discrimination in housing based on race and color. Gentrification leads to systematic excluding minority groups from affordable housing and could be challenged under federal civil rights laws. Gentrification systematic discrimination and is appropriately impacts low-income people of color, potentially violating the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. I'm almost done. When gentrification leads to racial and economic...
Please wrap up.
Okay. So I'm just going to go down to just say there are many large-scale developments in Harlem waiting in the wings to see where this goes. The owners of Lenox Terrace are one. Harlem stands to lose its Blackness if our government allows unconstitutional measures to go forward. There's nothing unconstitutional about being Black.
Thank you very much. We have to end it there. I'm sorry. We have thank you. Let me see if there are any questions. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to move on to Julius Tajideen here in the room, followed by Joshua Clennon and John England. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, y'all. Preserve Harlem's legacy. The majority of Black residents living in District 9/Community Board 10 and I don't object to development on the proposed site. However, the project calls for 2 buildings that will be 407 feet high. That's too damn high. The affordable housing component has income bands at the time the units will go to market, likely in the range of 100 to 300,000 for a family of 3. Patriniana, she addressed that. So clearly this project will be excluding many Black families and households. Many of them live in overcrowded, dilapidated housing and deserve to live in new affordable for their income housing in their community. This project will trigger a slew of high-density housing in the district that will change the voting power of the district's Black population because they will no longer be the majority or have a healthy plurality. If City Planning and City Council approve this proposal, they will be violating the Voting Rights Act. Lastly, the project sits in an area that is in a liquefaction potential area. However, if an earthquake of any magnitude struck at or near the project area, there's a greater than 50% chance that the soil returned to near liquid because the liquefaction potential is higher in that area. Seismologists say that New York City is due for a 5-magnitude earthquake. It can strike anywhere, and the worst-case scenario for soil liquefaction is very possible in certain areas of the city, the 145 area being one of them. In fact, the project sits in the middle of 2 faults, the Dyckman Street fault and the 125th Street fault. These 2 faults are among the 5 in the city, which are the most prone to seismic activity. This information was presented to CB10, and it was ignored, which is not only preposterous, but very suspicious because the sources of such information are highly credible. The CB10 resolution omits these concerns and therefore offers no demand or solution.
But because 145 failed to do an environmental assessment on the liquefaction issue, the project must be put on hold. One of CB10's suggested conditions consists of an advisory committee that will have CB10 board members on it. Borough President Mark Levine claims to have entered into an MOU with the developer, which the community he represents have not even seen. This is not only preposterous, one is a conflict of interest and the other is illegal. These two opinions demonstrate that both of these offices are not acting in the best interest of the Harlem community. Because of the nature and importance of this opposition, I will be submitting a few more documents before the final vote, including a PowerPoint and other reports that I just learned of this myself. For the developer not to have a draft scoping hearing for this second go-around is ludicrous, because the knowledge that we get, like what I knew 4 years ago, I know more now.
Time.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. And we'll look forward to receiving the additional information. Joshua Clennon. Mr. Clennon, are you here? Okay. Mr. England, John England. Welcome. To be followed by Ryan Geldner.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome.
John England, and I'm one of the directly impacted residents as a result of the Stop 145 project. My original address is 1985 7th Avenue, but this address is 121 West 144th Street, 102-6, apartment 3B. And in qualifying what Julius was saying about the liquefaction and everything, about Sandy and everything, we got the tail end of Sandy in 145th Street, midway up the block on 7th Avenue, was crowded, was flooded. Okay, as far as the community centers, we have one, Frederick Samuel, that's out of use. They haven't used it in the last 20-something years. I've been relocated for 24 years now. And as far as HPD and you guys working with them, they're not even fixing up things in my relocation. I haven't had a paint job in 3 years. Okay, my toilet and my sink are stomped up now. And I'm trying to work with HPD to get them to come and fix it. So as far as back to the 145th project, I oppose it because 60% of it is not going to be affordable. I'm on a fixed income, like most of everybody else that lives in that neighborhood is on fixed income. And we just can't afford that the rent hike. We just can't afford it. And I don't know how they're going to work as far as a museum. Why don't you put a community law library or a library, period, instead of giving us parks and things for the kids to play out in the street? They need to learn business. They need to learn infrastructure. Most of the people that are sit on this panel can't read blueprints. I'm a retiree from Local 79, so I know this. That's all I got to say, because I don't want to beat the dead horse. But I'd like to thank you for letting me share that, Mr. Peterbaum.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. Okay, next up is Ryan Geldner.
Ryan, are you able to unmute yourself? Ryan's a dial-in.
Yeah, I did too.
Chair, we do have Joshua Clennon back in Zoom.
Okay, so let's go back to Mr. Clennon, and then we'll see if we can identify Mr. Geldner, then we'll move on. Okay, Mr. Clennon, you're up.
Mr. Clennon, you can unmute when you're ready.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, it took a while to switch over to panelists. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the commission for hearing this application today. I'm giving testimony today in opposition to the project. While I and many others in the community would love to see this site developed, and there are many aspects of the plan that I appreciate, such as the tech center, the geothermal heating and things of that nature. The primary crux of the issue with this plan continues to be affordability. As you know, there's not much difference between this plan and the initial plan that was rejected previously by our community. This plan, the certified plan, allocates 60% of the units to studios, which fails to address the diverse housing needs of working families in the Harlem community. While studios, offer some, some value, and there are, community space and amenities associated with the project. Just many in our community are not going to be able to assess that due to the composition of the building. I also feel there has been some misrepresentation of this plan. The development team has repeatedly cited an enhanced plan during discussions with the community. However, this enhanced plan is not a part of the certification process and is not subject to a vote. So therefore, relying on this unapproved concept misleads the community about the project's true nature and its benefit. And it seems as though all the support regarding this project is contingent on the adoption of the enhanced plan. Although should the developer choose to proceed solely with the certified plan, the promised enhancements and by extension, the additional affordable housing they are promising will not materialize. The developer is under no obligation to pursue these enhancements if the certified plan is approved by this body and the city council. The developer has also cited a willingness to enter into a community benefits agreement, yet we have seen very few details regarding what the CBA would look like, its provisions, or the signatories that would be, responsible for enforcing the CBA. It is crucial for us as a community to know, which community organizations would be signatories, whether those organizations have a self-interest in the project, as such conflicts of interest would obviously undermine the accountability and effectiveness of any CBA agreement. So therefore, in light of these issues, I urge the decision makers on this commission to reconsider the approval of the current, 145 certified plan until a more robust, transparent, and enforceable framework is established that guarantees affordable, family-oriented housing and holds this developer accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay with us. We have a question from Commissioner Goodrich.
Hi, I have a question. What would the ideal affordability mix look like for you? I see the tentative mix, I see the enhanced plan. I've always said I too am not fond of the 120% AMI, which means you can make up to 6 figures for one person and be eligible for I don't feel like that's affordable housing, but I'm wondering what for you and what for this community board would a proposal look like? Because I believe this is over, if I'm correct, I believe it's over the 30%. I think we're at now like 50% of the units will be affordable housing, which is no. 48.
That's not the case for the certified plan.
Okay, so can you give me a sense of what would the community board accept for this project for it to look affordable?
Well, I'm not currently serving on the community board, so I can't speak to them. But I would say for me, as someone who works in affordable housing, has a housing background and a Harlem resident, I would like to see a more even mix. I'd like to see at least 20% of the project be 2 bedrooms, at least 10 to 15% 3 bedrooms, a decent amount of true 1-bedroom apartments, because we do have a lot of people in our community who are single parents, single mothers, who even if they can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment, would jump at the opportunity for a 1-bedroom, a true 1-bedroom apartment. But studio apartments, this is not, we're a very family-oriented community that could work in, maybe Midtown, where you have a lot of transients, a lot of, students, a lot of internationals who are here for work and other reasons, but that's just not the Harlem community. So we would like to see a more diverse composition, more balanced composition, so that residents of our community are able to take advantage of this project, because we are a community that's very much in need of affordable housing. There's been very to little MIH affordable development done in the Harlem community. And we are not anti-development at all. We want to see this site develop, but we want to just make sure that developers are going to be, good faith partners, that they're going to be transparent about what they're going to build, and that they are going to work with our community rather than, sometimes it feels like they're trying to pull a fast one on us.
So for the 2 bedrooms, they have right now 23%, and then 7% for 3 bedrooms. So I have a sense of, let me ask just about affordability. This is just my last question. What ideally would the affordability mix look like for the community to accept?
I think we want to see a majority of, a majority of the affordable units below the 100% AMI. I think, that 40%, 60%, 80% range, that is where most of the residents of Harlem are looking for. We also would like some deeply affordable housing at the 30% range AMI. But that is the sweet spot. I think most of the units right now are designated at 120%. So that would be great so that we can get a more diverse composition.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Clennon, we appreciate it. Let me move on to Ryan Geldner, if he's there.
Chair, do not have Ryan.
Okay, let's move on then to Sarah Pennenberg on Zoom, followed by Diana Blackwell.
Sarah, are you able to unmute your mic on Zoom?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear
I'm
you.
here on behalf of Sarah Pennenberg. She had to step out of the meeting.
Okay.
Sorry to confuse you all there.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Garodnick.
And introduce yourself. Introduce yourself too, please.
My name is Theo Perez here. Good morning to Chair Garodnick and all members of the City Planning Commission. Again, I am Theo Perez, and I'm here today representing SEIU Local 32BJ. 32BJ is the largest union of property service workers in the country, representing over 175,000 members across 13 states, including tens of thousands of commercial property service workers, security officers, and residential building staff right here in New York City. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build, and I am happy to report that the developers behind this proposed project have made a credible commitment to creating prevailing wage jobs for the workers who will permanently staff the building. We estimate that this rezoning will allow for the creation of likely somewhere around 14 or 15 property service jobs. Good jobs like these mean prevailing wages, meaningful benefits, and a pathway to the middle class for local community members who tend to fill such positions. Moreover, we need more housing to be built in every neighborhood of New York City to ensure that working families are not displaced by dwindling supply and skyrocketing rents. The proposed development will include 968 residential units, approximately 291 of which will be permanently income restricted for low to middle income residents. As the cost of living rises and working New Yorkers struggle to stay in their homes, it is more important now than ever to create affordable housing and good jobs which uphold the industry standard in the city. For all these reasons, 32BJ is in strong support of the 145 for Harlem rezoning. Thank you all for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Let's move on to Diana Blackwell, followed by Melba Wilson.
Diana, are you able to unmute your mic on the phone?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I would like to first thank the City Planning Commission and its members for the opportunity to speak. My name is Diana Blackwell, and I'm the president of the Fred Samuel Resident Association, which is part of the NYCHA RAD PAC conversion, which we have 6 of our buildings which are directly impacted by 145. I'm here today to support the project and urge the Commission to vote in favor of the certified plan. This certified plan will mean nearly 300 permanent affordable homes in our community that is in desperate need. I would also like to say, even though we're in this NYCHA PAC, some of our residents are waiting to submit an application to move over there once it opens. The certified plan will mean that the revitalization of the entire neighborhood, and it will benefit the entire community. 145 will create nearly 1,000 new homes for individuals and families across various income bands, reflecting of the community needs. 145 will mean jobs, economic opportunity, career training, and it will bring hope to a neighborhood that has been left behind. I do support the project because it will ultimately bring tens of millions of dollars and economic activity into the community, which desperately needs it. I want to also just say that this developer has and is keeping their commitments to us and are demonstrating that they are willing to be good to their word. They're working hard to earn our trust, and they are and have been making significant improvements to the project as we express our concerns. I would like to just conclude, say that it is incomprehensible that any project with such benefits should take this long to complete. So that I'm going to say, I ask you to support and say yes, as I support and favor the 145 certified plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Thank you for being with us. Melba Wilson is next.
We do not have Melba.
Okay, how about Jared Delaney?
We do have Jared.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. My name is Gerard Delane. Thank you for giving me your time today. I'm in support of this project. I am an architect and a developer. I think that we have a housing crisis everywhere right now. We need all the above. We need affordable housing. We need senior housing. We need supportive housing. We need home ownership. This project is a move in the right direction. The whole point of the City of Yes initiative was to incentivize to create more housing. That's part of how we address the housing crisis, by both preservation of existing housing stock and creating new. This project, built using the certified plan, it's going to be one of the largest development projects in Harlem in decades. And we built a project on 124th Street. I think that this is helpful. If you think about it, a young person in this neighborhood today that's 18, 19 years old, this is going to serve them in 4 years from now, right? How do we keep those young people to stay in the community for the future? We have to create more housing for them. So I'm in support of the project, and thank you all for your time, and you have a blessed day.
Great, thank you very much. Maria Davis is next on Zoom, followed by William Allen.
Maria, are you able to unmute?
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Maureen Davis, and I'm trying to put my camera on. Is it on?
We don't see it, but we can hear you.
Okay, great. I just want to first say that I am in full support, and I definitely strongly encourage the City Planning Commission to also support and vote yes on the certified plan. This certified plan will create nearly 300 permanent affordable apartments, which that word affordable is definitely subjective. So we can all have a viewpoint about what's affordable. And this project will also bring almost 1,000 new homes to our community, which is desperately needed. The project will also create a form of economic growth and job opportunities within our very stifled community. Clearly, the project will become an asset and help improve the community. Thus far, the developers have maintained their commitments and their promises, and to my personal engagement, they have demonstrated their desire to behave as good actors and become good neighbors to our community. In addition, this project will assist in New York City's desperate need for housing and will also bring millions of consumer dollars into the community. The project will also create retail opportunities and a safer and cleaner environment on 145th Street. Please understand our Harlem community is saturated with government, social services, drug rehabs, methadone clinics, and homeless shelters and other treatment facilities and other forms of supportive housing. We are saturated here in Central Harlem. So we don't need more of that element. The 145th project will bring new business and positive components to our community. It is imperative that the City Planning Commission support this project. It's unconscionable for any of our decision makers to sit by and idly watch the area remain in a dilapidated and unsanitary state. As a native and lifelong Harlem resident, it is embarrassing and neglectful to allow this eyesore to remain when we have the ability to do something positive, productive, and hopeful and helpful to the community. And I want to echo the chair's sentiments at the end of this long, arduous road to give shout outs and praise to community boards and those who make wise decisions in developing this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us. Okay, William Allen. Followed by Larry Nickens.
William, are you able to unmute yourself in Zoom?
I just did. Can you see me?
Awesome, thank you.
We got you. We got you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. This kind of project is a long way coming. When I was the first teenager appointed to the community board by Percy Sutton, and now returning decades later, boy, we've had some challenges. And the challenge is, unfortunately, sometimes private developers are expected to do more than the government has been doing and is responsible doing. And so I'm just proud of the fact that these developers have reached out to the entire community. They struggle with a community board that they wanted to fully educate on this process, and they've reached out to every single elected official. Harlem is in need of housing. As you look from Harlem over into the southern part of the Bronx, you see a new Bronx. It's like you look across the water, you see Emerald City, and it's almost like Harlem is being left behind. And so this is a very significant project, and I'm just really so proud of these developers. They've reached out to everybody. They have put affordability at the top of the list. They've asked the city councilman to reach out to HPD and others to make sure that the city government does its part to make sure this can become an affordable project, because it's very difficult to ask private people to write a check where often it is the responsibility of government, right? And so I know this is very challenging. I know there are some people that might be opposed to this project for a whole variety of reasons, but I really believe that this is a project in the right direction. And I know that there is a lot of fears about gentrification. I'm concerned about that. Right now in Harlem, as African Americans, we're down to 42% of the population. And largely because we have not really truly been involved in these kind of discussions. And so the last couple of years, we now have began to focus on having these discussions. Up until the early 1990s, the city of New York owned like 81% of Harlem real estate. And that was also a chance for the community to have a bigger say in what gets built. Unfortunately, when we didn't get David Dinkins back in office, we missed that opportunity, unfortunately. But I truly believe that now we have the right team in place. I think Yusef Salaam is doing an incredible job. Senator Cordell Clear, Assemblyman Jordan Wright, Assemblyman Al Taylor, Senator Robert Jackson, district leaders. We've all been coming together, and we've all shown support for this project. We all show support to make it also affordable. And we're hoping that the City Planning Commission do the right thing because we're in support of this project. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thanks very much. Okay, let me bring Larry Nickens up, and then we're going to try Ryan Geldner again on the phone. Welcome.
Welcome. Is it afternoon yet? Good afternoon.
Just barely.
12:01.
Let me get my old eyes together over here. Larry Nickens, of course, I've been a resident in Harlem for 60 years. The development conversation is typically new, but the landscape and the progression and the need for progression is not new. What I want to start by saying is we have to learn as Harlem residents to respect people's choices. As William Allen said, the educational part is important. So I've been here for 60 years. I'm part of a collective of 104 residents, parents, youth content creators, etc. We looked at the arguments that we came across in hearings and town halls. Brownfields, that was an argument. Environmental impact studies was an argument. As Julius mentioned, the trend line, what's the language? Trend lines? No. Let me read from my notes. I'm trying to go without the notes. Environmental impact. One of the things that came up on the environmental impact side was the traffic at 145. So we, as a group, educate ourselves, and we learned that post 9/11, the traffic at 145 wasn't robust. After 9/11, traffic subsided because a lot of people were working from home and they weren't traveling into jobs. Long story short, I don't oppose the project. I recommend that if there's objections, we address the objections, we get to the bottom of what works for the community. But like the lady said, 145 is an embarrassment. And there's no way that it's an option to leave it in that condition. No one can justify that. So if it's the AMI splitting that here, we got to get after that. If it's about an environmental impact or if there's going to be an earthquake, we got to get to the bottom of that. But no one can justify leaving 145 in the condition it's in. That's totally unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me go back to Ryan Geldner on the phone.
Ryan, are you able to unmute?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, the phone is giving me issues here. So I'm going to try to go quick. I oppose the build because of the scale of the project. I think it negatively impacts the character of the community. I don't oppose development, but just the mass scale. It seems kind of like they're taking advantage of the local community, like almost exploiting the local community, and a little bit greedy that it needs to be so large. Also the runoff and the stress on the local infrastructure. We build a brand new building, but the infrastructure is still not up to par with the sewer system. The combined sewer overflows is going to be a lot more impacting the local wildlife, the migration patterns with the glass and the need for bird-safe glass, and kind of just taking care of not just the humans, but also there's other living things in New York City that need to be considered, and especially I think the local waterways and the impact that it's going to have on the local waterways. And like I said, the size is just kind of immense and doesn't fit into the character of Harlem, which is unfortunately something that I feel like I'm just going to say it. The community boards on the east side of Harlem have just completely sold out the air rights, and thinking about why those air rights were in place in the first place. And this isn't housing local Harlemites, and we all know that. Like, you can pretend all you want to, but this is new people coming into the neighborhood. It's not affordable. I'm a teacher. I can't afford to live in there. I wouldn't make enough money. And to me, I think I have a good job in Harlem, a respectable job. I have teacher friends that they didn't get in on the HDFC early enough. And a lot of them, you know, they can't even get in a house. So we have teachers, nurses. How many people in this building are going to be teachers and nurses and people that actually work directly in this community. They're probably mostly going to be people that are traveling downtown. And so since they're going downtown and the buildings downtown are already big, like, I just think it should be a more modest, uptown feel, and the 120% is not an affordable option. So, and like the people have said, you know, making a lot more 2-3, if you want to house people in Harlem, then you want to house people in Harlem. But if you're just trying to develop and bring people into the neighborhood, that's different. And that's where all the gentrification comes in and everything starts being more unaffordable. And it puts stress on the local community, even though you might think it's like, oh, this is great, we're building all our houses. I mean, we could look around and do a survey. There's a bunch of new buildings up over here where I'm at, and I don't think any of the people that are living in those buildings lived in Harlem before they moved into that building. So that's my piece, I guess.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Okay, next up is Sora Yara, and then I believe we heard from Maura Davis already, I believe. I called her as Maria Davis, but I believe it's the same person. So let's just confirm. But Sora Yara is up next.
Sora, are you able to unmute yourself? Sora Yara.
Okay, and assuming that I'm correct about Moira Davis, I'm going to move on to Rick Phipps on Zoom, followed by Anthony Hendrickson here in the room.
I do not have Rick.
Mr. Hendrickson, welcome. And next up will be a Chantel Ripley and a Brian D. on Zoom.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yes, my name is Anthony Hendrickson, Antonio. They call me. I'm born and raised in Harlem, and I have about 12 to 15 businesses in Harlem, and I have a nonprofit that work with a lot of young people, and work with a lot of people who are system impact justice involved, and a lot of them don't have jobs, and I hope and pray that we come to some type of resolution about this project, that we can work it out, because I just want to echo something that Mr. Nick said. That community over there, it just looked terrible, where everything else is going good, especially across the waters in the Bronx. The fact of the matter is this, from my perspective, and Mr. Julian Barnes, I respect him. He's an elder statesman of our community, right? And we all have opinions and our views. And respectfully, speaking from the position that I work from, with providing jobs for young people in the community and working with those so-called gang members, and they come to me for jobs. I just got some jobs yesterday. The project will create jobs where we could train these young men and women on carpentry, brick mason, plumbing, electrician. In addition to that, they will have a place that will be teaching them about AI in the community. Also, the economy in the area. It will bring more economics to the area that will be good for the business in the area. Right now, there are businesses in our neighborhood, and some of my businesses, I had to close because there's no movement, there's no traffic. So if the building is erected and people come into that space that can spend money to revitalize the economy in the community, and we can get those young people these jobs and these career pathways, and they can have a place that is safe and they can learn, and we can qualify them to live in a building, if it's affordable or not. They will have the knowledge to get the money they need to live anywhere they want to live. And we won't be having these conversations. So I'm for the project from my perspective. No disrespect to anyone else and how they feel about it.
but I'm for the project unapologetically from my vantage point. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Great, we appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to ask people just to hold their applause. Let me note, I'm sorry to Maria Davis. It sounds like you are in fact there, and that we have two people with very similar sounding names. So Maria Davis, you are up next with apologies.
Good morning. How are you? Sorry I'm not on camera. Okay. But I am someone that have lived in the community for a very long time. I'm an AIDS survivor. My children have grown up in Harlem. And from the years of working in Harlem and seeing Harlem, I'm not against the project. What I am against is we keep getting these promises and the promises never pan out for affordability. I saw all of the apartments. I know the West Harlem is going to do the affordable part of it, but they have not even gotten funding from my understanding when I went to the last community board meeting. There has been no funding yet for the affordable part of the project, the 145 project, 45 project. And I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned with the train station. It's very small. The number 3 train is very small right there. How is that going to be opened up and widened? The park across the street, the people that are going to come in the community, like a gentleman said before, that does not live in this community. My daughter, who works, is at ACS, she makes middle income. She cannot afford to live in Harlem. The rents on 8th Avenue, close to where I live, is $5,000 and $6,000 a month. And, I feel that Harlem has become a real estate town. Everybody comes to build in Harlem, but nobody is really caring about the people that live in Harlem. And so I would like to see a better amenities and better rent prices that we can afford to live in an apartment. And our young people that have grown up here, gone to college, they cannot even come back to Harlem to live because the rent is too high. And so I just feel that if you want to come in the community, you want to build in the community, you have to be a part of the community and you have to think about the people in the community. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience today, too. Okay, Chantel Ripley is next on Zoom, followed by Brian D., which may be Brian Darling. Okay, all right. Chantel Ripley.
Chantel, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
There we are. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Thank you for your time today. My name is Chantel Ripley, and I am in strong support here for the certified plan of the 145 development in Harlem. I'd like to say that along with my daughter and her fiance, we both live and work in Harlem. And as we all know, Harlem is facing, well, all of Manhattan, but significantly Harlem as well is facing a significant housing shortage. This plan actually plans to bring close to 1,000 new apartments for individuals all the way up through small families and of all income levels. Clearly, the 300 affordable units are in dire need for more housing opportunities for current Harlem residents as well. As it sits right now, the property is empty. It's not being used. I can think of no better use for this land than to create new homes for New Yorkers from all diverse economic backgrounds. Obviously, an approval is going to bring jobs. It's going to bring economic growth, more opportunity. It's going to increase pride in the neighborhood and the community by bringing safer and cleaner streets, which will also uplift the surrounding neighborhood, spirits and morales. It's really hard to understand why a project with this many benefits would take this long to be completed and approved. So to wrap up, I just want to say I am obviously in support, and I think it's time that we all vote yes and make this a better place for everyone.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to now call Brian Darling with the assumption that he is in fact Brian D.
I don't have either Brian D. or Darling in the room.
Okay, all right. Well, then we'll move on to a John G., John Goodell, on Zoom, followed by Rhonda Hughes.
John, you should be able to unmute your mic and Zoom.
Yep, I'm here. All right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Oh, you can see me? Yeah, I'm not actually in
We can now hear and see you.
Okay, wonderful. I am a business owner for over a decade in Harlem. I've also worked there for over 20 years now. I am in strong support of this project. Not only would it bring in large, tens of millions of economic boom to the area, but it is, as a gentleman mentioned, just sort of an eyesore in the area. And if you've actually been and walked those streets, it can, especially at night, it can feel, this is personal opinion, but it can feel unsafe. There's just not, it's just not an area that feels like the rest of Harlem. And having a project like that would just, and the amount of people that would come there and revitalize the area from the community as well as outside of the community, I think it would really help to benefit the whole area. So I'm just really in strong support of building something that actually would put Harlem on the map as a real place for people to want to live and grow. And I think the community centers, for what the developers have done, have seen this project over the past few years, and the fact that they've worked with the community boards and have changed the plans over and over again. I think they've shown that they're willing to continue to address the issues until they, especially with affordability, I've heard that, until they're solved. But the fact is that this project really should be moving forward and already happening right now, because it would help Harlem and improve the landscape as well as the economic activity there. Another gentleman mentioned there's a lot of stores that are just not operating or operating really low and probably going to go out of business soon. And it's a shame. And if there were more people in that area and there was more housing for them to have, that this would that would change. That's my belief. So
great. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being with us. Okay, let me move on to Rhonda Hughes, followed by Sarah Salzberg.
Rhonda, you should be able to unmute yourself and mute in Zoom.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Hughes, and I'm in strong support of the 145 project because it would bring jobs to the community, a new community center in the neighborhood for the youth and the community. And it'll beautify the neighborhood, because right now it does not look very nice down there right now. And I grew up in Harlem, and I'm always used to that area being active, more bright, brilliant, and just need to be something done in that area right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Sarah Salzberg. Sarah Salzberg, to be followed by Fatima Cargbo. Sarah Salzberg.
Hi,
Sarah,
hold on one second. Can you see me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hopefully you can see me too, but if you can hear me, that's almost as good. My name is Sarah Salzberg. I'm writing to voice my very strong support for 145. I'm a Harlem resident, and I've been a Harlem resident for the last 10 years. I live on 139 in Edgecombe. I moved to the area when my first child, who is now 9, was 6 months old. And I now have a second son who is 7. I also own a small business on 116th Street that I've had since 2011. So I've been in the area for a very long time. Previous to owning my business, I worked in Harlem starting in about 2000. I support the certified plan of 145 for a variety of reasons. First of all, personally, as a Harlem resident, I'm very excited about improvements to the retail landscape. We need more quality of life services in the area. The neighborhood deserves that. Harlem deserves it. Shouldn't be that, you know, you want to go to a fancy restaurant or a retail store, you have to go downtown. Be nice to have those things in our neighborhood. Very importantly, that I don't think anybody has brought up so far, I'm a parent of 2 young children, and I'm very happy to see a project that is being built responsibly with environmental health concerns for our community. My youngest son has asthma, and we spend winters in and out of the hospital because he has, you know, breathing issues. So I think that it's really important to have construction that's responsible and takes the well-being of Harlem's youngest community members into account. I also want to echo what many people have said, which is that I am very fortunate to live in Harlem, but we are in a housing crisis that we haven't seen since the 60s. We're at a 1.4% vacancy rate. That's insane. There must be more housing. I think it is wonderful that this developer has taken the feedback of the community board, of the community members, to have 300 of those units affordable. But I also think it's important to just have different types of housing available in general. We need to have low income and market rate units to increase, you know, the vacancy rates and to offer permanent affordability. I think that this project will create hundreds of jobs, which will benefit the community. It will bring millions of dollars into Harlem, which will improve community businesses and lead to better quality of services for community. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Salzberg.
Support.
Thank you very much. Fatima Cargbo. Be followed by Idara O2.
Fatima, you able to unmute and Zoom? Fatima?
Going once.
Can we move on to Adara?
Okay. Idara O2.
Idara, are you able to unmute and Zoom?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, all. My name is Idara O2, and I'm an 8-year resident and business owner in Community Board 10, where this building is being proposed to be built. I'm in full support of the certified plan. It's no surprise that New York City faces a steep housing crisis that feels quite acute in Community Board 10, as we've had one of the lowest number of new units added over the last 10 years. The certified plan aims to add nearly 300 affordable units that are desperately needed in this neighborhood and nearly 1,000 new units, period. I watched this team listen to the community and willingly support an enforceable community benefits agreement that will provide permanent jobs that are desperately needed in the district, ambitions to train youth in the green economy, build a commitment to prioritize local business owners for commercial space, and finally, to build and manage with MWBEs. People like me need these types of projects to keep us here, quite frankly. I've heard many community residents talk about the affordability in the neighborhood. While I understand the gentrification concerns, I think it's quite reductionist to assume and believe that Black people are not among the high earning population in this district or in this city. Black people in Harlem and in Community Board 10 occupy every socioeconomic class, so it is incorrect to assume that Black people will not qualify for both the affordable and the market rate units. I am a resounding yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Christopher Baggett. Gregory Christopher Baggett. Might that be you, sir?
That's me, yes. Thank you. So thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to speak. As the president of the A. Philip Randolph Square Neighborhood Alliance, I'm here to express my support for the 145 for Harlem rezoning application. This project has the potential to bring real and substantial benefits to residents directly affected by the development project while meeting numerous community needs. Today, I want to focus specifically on the critical need for an enforceable community benefits agreement and our vision for making this reality. I want to state clearly that working in conjunction with partners at the J. Max Bond Center, we had the opportunity to evaluate both certified projects past and present and develop scores based on objective research, and our analysis of the certified projects versus the what I call the hearsay project concluded that the new project shows a notable increase across several metrics and community priority measures. So to the community benefits, so there are about 8 planks within the community benefits, and I won't bother to list them because they're in the documents that you have. However, these proposals remain largely abstract concepts that amount to little more than items on a PowerPoint presentation. My recent investigations in the community discovered a proposed expansion of a medical facility at the site that would have greatly enhanced the developer's community benefits proposal had that information been shared during the 2 public hearings. Our community deserves and requires much more substance, transparency, engagement, and accountability concerning these benefits. I want to clarify what a proper community benefits agreement entails. A community benefits agreement is a private contract between a developer and community organizations, not government officials. Under the contract, the developer agrees to provide specific benefits to the community while community groups agree to support or not oppose the development project in the governmental approval process. It's crucial to understand that the CBA is not merely a pledge, commitment, or any non-binding deal, or not even the memorandum of understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Baggett. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to clarify that the CBA is not formally before us. It's just the land use considerations that we're going to consider. I understand that, but I wanted to ask if the committee would move that recommendation forward to the mayor and to city council as it was done with the borough president's office. We hear your advocacy. Thank you very much. Bria Mathis. Bria Mathis. Bria Mathis. I don't believe I have Bria. Okay. I think we heard from Larry Nickens. Did we not? Okay. Shams DeBaron.
Greetings to the commissioners. Appreciate you.
Morning, sir. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, right? My name is Shams DeBaron, known as the homeless hero and the housing hero. I stand before you as someone whose life story is woven into the very fabric of this site. I was once a homeless child in Harlem. As a teenager, I slept right across the street in the park that is now called Brigadier General Charles Young Playground, where this development is proposed. I spent part of my childhood just blocks away living on 140th Street between 7th and 8th Avenues. This is why I passionately support the 145 development. Right now, there is no housing on this site, but there could be. This project will bring nearly 1,000 apartments, including nearly 300 permanently affordable homes, to a community oversaturated with shelters but starved for housing. If we don't build housing, the alternative could be yet another shelter in a community that desperately needs homes. Recent data shows that 146,000 New York City students are homeless today. In East Harlem, at least 2,102, that's over 20%, lack stable housing. In Manhattan, nearly 1 in 6 students are homeless. These aren't just numbers, they're children without a home. I understand the concerns that some in the community may have, but after 10 years of pushback and redesign, 145 is no longer just another development. It's a community-shaped project that now includes a community-curated center. This is not a recreation center, so to speak. It'll be a space designed to meet the real needs of the people, a hub that'll foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and opportunity in a part of Harlem that has never had such a thing. This project also sets an example of how development should be done in communities like ours. A Black-owned development company is co-developing the project, ensuring that inclusion is not just an afterthought, but a critical piece of the process. It shows that large-scale development projects in Harlem don't have to extract from us, they can elevate us. As one of the voices who fought for and successfully helped pass the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, I know that developments like 145 are exactly what we need to undo the decades of racist zoning policies that have kept communities like ours from thriving. I ask you to think about this. When I was sleeping in that park across the street from the site as a homeless teenager and young adult, there was no housing there for me. Today, thousands of homeless children in Harlem face the same reality. They don't need another shelter, they need a home. 145 is a chance to give them that. I urge you to vote yes so that one day, when I visit that park again, I can look across the street and see not another shelter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you. I don't know if my mic is working at the moment. Can you hear me? Is that working?
I think they're working.
Are we working now? Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeBarron. I just wanted to express my appreciation to you. Before you go, Commissioner Goodrich has a question or comment.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I take it you've been at the community board meeting?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if you could provide some insight. I have to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that at the second go-round it seems like there's as much or even more opposition, even with the changes that the community asked for. And I was wondering if you could provide some insight into what.
Yes, it is.
Great question. And I also want to applaud you for bringing Bruce Teitelbaum up, the developer, and speaking to him. So if I'm correct, that community board meeting originally voted like a tie. And then they had to do a revote, which one person voted against in the revote, which sort of indicated that there was a lot of consensus between both sides, still some contention about certain things that had it where just by one vote, it didn't go through. It didn't get their support. So I think sometimes when people talk about the educational aspect for communities, how housing gets developed, right? Or what are the alternatives? And I think sometimes people, even if they're on a community board, they don't understand those dynamics. And so I always try to keep it simple and say, look, the choice is the housing or it's a shelter. The choice is the housing or it's a storage facility. And some people don't know that, and they make the choices based on not really understanding what they're choosing. And I think that was reflective in some of the members of the community who says, and let me be real, I'm from the community. I'm from communities like that, come up in the streets, literally. And I can tell you from being in the community, when you talk to real New Yorkers, real people from the community, no one wants to live in the same type of housing project or tenement that I grew up in. No, people like the idea of mixed incomes and vibrant things. When I first heard of the project, there was this push for a recreation center. Of course, I said, nah, I know y'all think all we want to do is shoot hoops, but you got a basketball court down the block. You got a recreation center up the block. We need something more. And when you go into the community, this wasn't a new idea. The community wanted that. But yet, on the basis of people that are not informed, no disrespect, they'll make a decision that negatively impacts the community. That's why we have the City of Yes. That's why we have to look at how these decisions are made so that we can make better choices, because the ultimate people that everyone think that they're saving are going to be the people that don't benefit. That is the people like me. That is the young people. That are the workers. That are the homeless people. If you don't get no housing, then you get that horrible piece of property that still exists. No one can go and take that property from the developer, and the developer has a right to produce something that will not benefit the community, whether that be a storage facility or a shelter. And what we want to do is find a way to bring more housing to the community, if that answers the question.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Shams. Okay, next up is Karen Paul on Zoom, followed by Adama Ba here in the room. And I will note for commissioners that your light may look red, but your microphone may also be on. So just be aware of that fact. Okay, that's a public service announcement. Okay, Karen Paul on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you, barely.
All right, I'll speak up. My name is Karen Paul, and I'm the owner of several small businesses in Harlem, and have been for about 12 years. My businesses have become neighborhood staples, and I'm honored to be part of the Harlem community. I'm also a resident. As a small business owner, particularly in the wake of the pandemic, I know how challenging it can be to succeed. I've been grateful to receive the support of my community, and I've made it a point to hire locally whenever possible. One of the reasons I support the certified plan for 145 is its commitment to partnering with local community-based organizations and creating over 1,000 good-paying temporary and permanent jobs. These opportunities will not only benefit those seeking employment, but will also strengthen Harlem businesses that are invested in uplifting the community. I fully support the plan, and I look forward to seeing this development come to life in Harlem. Hopefully you could hear me. Thank you.
We can. Thank you very much. Next is Adama Ba. Ba, welcome. Followed by Tanisha Grant, Abina Smith, and Idara Otu. And if you have not signed up already and you're interested in signing up to be heard on 145 for Harlem, this is your chance. So please do. Ms. Ba, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Adama Ba. I'm the Executive Director of Africana, a Black-led organization serving Harlem and Bronx community and Community Board 10 member. I'm here to express my strong support for the 145 Harlem project. At Africana, we provide critical services to over 2,000 people every month from our space on 145th. In just 2 years, we fed over 153,090 people through our food pantry, addressing food insecurity in Harlem and the Bronx. We distributed 20,250 jackets and clothing items for people in need. We provided 1,200 cell phones to help community members to stay connected. We delivered 800 strollers to support mothers and caregivers, supplied 230 Thanksgiving turkeys, and 450 holiday toys to bring relief and joy during the holidays. We supported Black women's health with wellness program focused on maternal care, pregnancy, and early childhood. We supported LGBTQ+ safe space organized ESL classes and educational program, created civic education and citizenship class. None of this work would have been possible without Bruce, the rightful owner of this property, who has been extraordinary supporter of Africana and our mission. He provided our space at no cost, covered utilities, and ensured we could focus on serving our community without hesitation. Bruce is more than a landlord. He's a trusted, committed partner who has shown up for Harlem in real, tangible ways. His dedication is clear, not just in his support of Africana, but his vision for the 145 Harlem project. Harlem needs this project. We need housing. We need jobs. We need space for nonprofits like mine. We need to clean and revitalize this neighborhood. There's a strong community support for the Certified 145 plan, and enough time has been wasted. I have known Bruce for 2 years, and I trust him. And in the 2 years that I've known him, he has been nothing but honest and very supportive. Again, I support this project.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay. Next is Tanisha Grant.
Okay, I got it. Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, hello. My name is Tanisha Grant. I am the Executive Director of Parent Support in Parents New York, and I am one of the first organizers that organized against the first 145 project. I am testifying to say that I am in full support of Concerned Housing and the work that they do to build and sustain affordable and supportive housing. I believe that if this building goes up, there should be 2 and 3 bedrooms. I also am born and raised in the community. I also have children. We live in multi-generational households because our children with 2 and 3 jobs still cannot afford to move out into the community that they was born into. I understand that we must have mixed housing. And yes, while there are a lot of fluent and, stabilized Black people in our community, the truth is that most of the community are low income or working poor or on a fixed income like Social Security or disability. I am also one of the reasons why the developers thought about looking at developing something other than a community center. So I have been here from day one. Again, I understand that we have to have mixed housing, but there must be at least 50% of that housing where community members can actually live there. So again, I am in support of this project with stipulations, and them stipulations are that Concerned Housing be fully a part of the project and be the ones who build and sustain the deeply affordable, supportive, and veteran housing. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Okay, next up is Abina Smith.
Okay, yes, good afternoon. I'm sorry, it took a moment to join. Hi, my name is Adana Smith. I want to thank the City Planning Commission for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just learned of this meeting a short while ago. So I'll just touch on some points. First, I'm going to start with the situation that was a concern about the truck stop, because I did hear the commissioner ask a question about that. And so I want to speak to that because I like things to be very transparent and clear. I wasn't aware of the article that the commissioner mentioned, but in regards to the truck stop, and I do thank Mr. Teitelbaum for correcting that situation finally, but I was at all of the meetings, and I do recall at the initial meetings for this project, not Mr. Teitelbaum, but someone who worked for him did make a comment that, okay, well, we can just put a storage facility there instead. So at the time, yes, the tone did come across as if it was that, well, if the community isn't in agreement with what we want to do, then something will be done that will be punitive. And when the truck stop came about, It definitely was pushed back against. If I recall correctly, State AG Letitia James also pushed back against it. We do have a high rate of asthma in the community for children and older people. So that was totally unacceptable. And from there, I will also go with, in terms of my position about the project, I like the enhanced project much better, but that's not what's up for vote. I'm also concerned, as someone else mentioned, about community benefits agreement being definitely binding, if that is something that we can get with the enhanced project. And I hope that that one can come about instead. And in regards to jobs, people are mentioning jobs. That's important. People definitely need jobs and people need housing. But it's also important that people are able to live where they also work and that they shouldn't have to travel from another neighborhood. So affordability definitely matters for a project such as this. I happen to be one of the daughters of a woman many years ago, activist, my mother, Dr. Rita Webb Smith. She reached out and invited then sitting Mayor Koch to our neighborhood to see the degradation of housing. And with that came building new housing, including Frederick Samuel's housing as well. I see my time is running out. So the point that I want to make is I would prefer the enhanced one. The Technology Center was the idea actually of a woman named Miss Washington. I definitely would love to see that. And I'm also concerned with whether or not, I keep hearing about Mr. Teitelbaum, his people are saying they have support of various people in the community and our elected officials. And so what I'd like to know, and maybe he can't answer it right now, is whether or not that the people who are supporting that are elected officials, have any of them received donations for their campaigns? Some are running for re-election and so forth, because transparency matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to Idara O2.
You already spoke.
Okay, my apologies. Sam Kiernan.
Hi there, how are you?
Okay, we've got you.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to say that I do support the 145 project. I have been a Harlem resident for the past 20 years, and have really seen how, new developments and commercial spaces have really improved, specifically on 125th. And there's been a bunch of new development projects there that have really improved, across the board in terms of housing. We are in an existential housing crisis right now, and so there is not enough properties for people to move here, and the rents, are kind of going crazy. So I really think that this is going to improve 145th, as well as that whole block is really not only an eyesore, but it's desolate. And we have a ton of things right over the bridge in Mott Haven, and it really should be on this side of the bridge. So I am in full support, and I really hope this project goes through.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, let me call Charles Johnson.
Hello? Can you
Hello.
all hear me?
We can.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, my apologies for the outside noise. Charles Johnson, First Vice Chair for Community Board 10, Central Harlem. I just wanted to just reaffirm the board's position based on our resolution, where it was we did not support but we provided with conditions. I think just for context purposes, when it came to the meeting in December 1st of last year, there were particular questions that were asked by the commissioners that were raised, and including those consistent questions that were asked from the developers during the time of their proposals and our presentations. They brought to our attention this, I guess, a preferred plan that they wanted to go with. But again, what we were actually voting on was what was submitted to you all. And based on what they actually submitted to you all last year, we were opposed of that. That's why we listed out actual conditions that were more detailed and nuanced. If they wanted the preferred project that they were proposing and what they try to pitch to our community, then that means that they should have secured that funding first, then gone to DCP, and then come to us. Instead, it was not done in the proper order as it should, which is why there's a lot of confusion. But I want to be very clear. The community had spoken about this for multiple meetings, and there was opposition to this, which is why it's reflected in our resolution, because we represent the community's concerns and what the people on the ground are saying, not necessarily individuals who have interest in the actual project. So again, Charles Johnson, First Vice Chair for Community Board 10, and I just want to reaffirm our position, which was submitted in the resolution, that we say no to this project with the conditions that were listed in our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have a couple of more folks who we may have called before and were not able to reach. Sora Yara and Fatima Kargbo. We'll start with Sora Yara, if she's available. And I will also do a last call for anybody wishing to be heard on this item 145 for Harlem.
Sorry, you should be able to unmute and Zoom.
Yeah.
Sora Yara, you should be able to unmute and Zoom.
Any luck, Ms. Yara?
Sarah, it appears the icon is unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Okay, well, let's try Fatima Kargbo, please.
We're going to promote Fatima.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, how are you? Thank you guys for listening, and thank you so much for, I guess, just opening up a discussion. I want to start off by saying that I'm a single mother of 2 small children under 5. And, you know, I'm also right now on the hunt looking for housing, and there is none. It's very limited, and it's disheartening because I'm a person that lives here, I work here, and I feel like I try my best to pour into this community through various types of outreach. And it just is unfortunate that now, like, I'm going to piggyback off of what other people have said. I have to now commute to, you know, the place where I've poured so much into. So I would ask that whomever's in charge of making the final decision, that you guys just consider the smaller demographic here, or the smaller people. We might be a large demographic, but the smaller people like myself who are single parents and just looking to, you know, live a sustainable, safe life. And, you know, like others have said, it will do nothing but beautify and create housing, you know, for people who, you know, are less fortunate and who are hitting below poverty or just need that extra help. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm going to give a final shot to Sarah Yara.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you identify yourself and before you start?
Yeah, my name is Sora Yara, the lead of the communities at the 145th tenant with them.
Great. Please proceed. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we've been with this tenant with this project since 2011 until now. We're still there. So they are very, very good to us during this time. Any favor we ask them, they did the best to help us with it. The only thing we know about them, they are very nice people. And so I believe if they're able to get this place, it's going to be good for the communities, and they're going to be good for the environment. And another good thing they done for us, they help us to find a location. They support us to find a real estate person. It's not only that, they also help us with financially. They lend us money, which is we was struggling, looking for the money anywhere. We couldn't find it until they gave us money. So they are very nice people. Yeah. And I support it. If they can get a place, they're going to be very good. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I'm sorry. Were you finished? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I finished.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yara, for being with us. I believe we have one more.
Yes, I think we've been rejoined by Bria Mathis on the phone.
Bria Mathis, are you there?
Should be able to push *6 on Zoom.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. I was having some trouble. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Bria. I'm a resident of Esplanade Gardens. And as you may know, Esplanade Gardens is right there in that facility. As a member of the community, I feel like I do not agree with this project. It will be too congested. And as you may know, we have a bus depot, we have a train yard, and we have 6 buildings that consist of Esplanade Gardens. I do agree that 145th Street needs to be revamped, but I do feel like we should create more community centers, more eco-friendly gardens for the community, libraries for the children, something that doesn't congest the area even more, that would affect the traffic, that would affect the health quality, the quality of life, and just the overall health of the entire area. I do agree, like I said, I do agree that we need to have 145th Street revamped. I just do not agree with this particular project because of the congestion that is already exists, that we already have to deal with as a resident of Esplanade Gardens. So I do appreciate you for listening, and I hope you take that into account. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Madam Secretary, I do not see anybody else on my list wishing to be heard on 145 for Harlem. Does that comport with your understanding too?
I do not see any other speakers on Zoom or on the registration list.
Okay, and I'm just going to do final call here. Going once, twice. Okay, we'll close the hearing now on calendar 23, 24, 25, 145 for Harlem, and we will move on to the next item on today's agenda.
For Brooklyn, calendar number 26, the Coney Development, CD13, C250108 MMK. Public hearing in the matter of an application for a city map amendment concerning the Coney Development. Notice, a public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above action to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
Great. And on behalf of an applicant team, we have Jody Stein, RJ Michaels, Eva Schneider, Kovid Saxena, Maya Way, Dan Kaplan, Sarah Davis, Peter McEnany, and Robert Cornegie. Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. My name is Dan Kaplan. I'm a senior partner at FX Collaborative Architects in downtown Brooklyn. We are the architects for the applicant. I'm joined on here with the folks you just listed and Jody Stein. I'll describe the overall project, and Jody will come in and talk about the specific actions. Just a word about the overall applicant team. This is for one of the casino licenses. It's a consortium of Global Gaming, Thor Equities, and Saratoga, as well as Legends, supported by a team of consultants. Let's just start with the site. Outlined in red is the site. It's located at the gateway to Coney Island Entertainment District. Outlined in blue are the city-controlled sites, and yellow are the notable landmarks and amusements. Our project is rooted in the history and spirit of Coney Island. It is the birthplace of the Great American Amusement Park, the original entertainment district. In its heyday, it drew enormous crowds to the beach and to the amusements and spectacles, over 1 million people a year. Gaming, complemented by entertainment, dining, and amusements, was an integral part of Coney from the 1870s to the Prohibition era. The unfortunate tale of post-war disinvestment and neglect is well known, and through a concerted effort over the last 30 years by government, citizens, and businesses, there have been great strides made in bringing Coney back, the glory of Coney back. While Coney's unique character endures, its vibrancy continues to be driven by seasonal allure of the beach and the boardwalk itself. The Coney project will transform the area into a vibrant year-round destination, aligning with the long-held public policy goals established in the Special Coney Island District. This development will attract all-season visitors with diverse entertainment options and amenities, creating careers rather than seasonal jobs. It will be designed to forward-looking standards of sustainability and resiliency. It will complement the existing amusements and will create a compelling gateway public open space. Finally, it will catalyze long-held plans to better connect the island for visitors and residents alike. Here is the overall vision. The ferry stop on your left, and then followed by the beach, boardwalk, the existing amusements, and the tiered entertainment complex stepping up and away from the beach. Our design inspiration are the iconic roller coaster structures and is grounded in the fine-grained, unique storefronts, exuberant signs, and really the overall particular great and exuberant design ethos of Coney itself. Go ahead forward, please. Yes. Here is a view looking west on Surf Avenue with layering of storefronts and signage at the first 40 feet at the base, and then a setback, the podium above with its direct reference to the Cyclone roller coaster, and then the hotel setback further on top. And it itself has an expressive top, becoming the beacon for the neighborhood. Coney comes alive at night. Coney is where many New Yorkers saw their first light bulbs. We wish to bring this tradition into the 21st century through our design and make this an exuberant nighttime place. Here is the site today with, you can see the Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue terminal in the center of the slide, and Stillwell Avenue coming down to the boardwalk and the beach. Our proposal, which I'll just quickly go through the numbers, really frames Stillwell Avenue and creates that connection. It's an approximately 1.3 million zoning square foot project with 353,000 square feet of gaming facility, a 250,000 square foot hotel, 109,000 square foot convention center, 55,000 square feet of general retail, a 20,000 square foot of food hall with local vendors, 48,000 square feet of rooftop event space, and then 101,000 square feet of open rooftop space accessible and supported by 1,500 parking spaces. A little closer, the project expands the public realm by creating generous open space we call Stillwell Walk, serving as a gateway to the larger district. Where Stillwell and the existing amusements meet is an open access to the rooftop with escalators and elevators. A quick tour of the experience. First arriving at Stillwell Avenue Terminal, the first thing you see is sky and architecture, recalling the Coney Island spirit. At the street at Stillwell, looking south, here is the gateway open space being framed by Nathan's on the right and the entertainment casino complex on the left. I just want to point out that this, let me just go back one slide, I'm sorry, that this, a bridge at the back end of the space is defined as a grand arch, and above the arch is a planted, accessible rooftop open space. The arch itself recalls the monumental entrances to the amusements. This image on the right was just a block away on Surf Avenue. Stillwell will be regraded and pedestrianized into a single ground plane from the face of the building to face the building. Planting, seating, signage, and lighting will make this a people place. The 1 acre public rooftop will complement and be seamlessly integrated into Stillwell Walk. Here's a view, an aerial view, and here is a view as you arrive on the roof deck space, providing views of the beach and the overall amusement district. I'll now turn it over to Jody Stein, who will talk about the specific actions.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning or good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners, no longer morning. So I'm going to walk you through the vehicular circulation on the site, and then we'll get to the project, why we're here, the application. So I'm going to start on the right-hand side on West 12th Street. You see the pink and orange arrows. I want to note first that we took a portion of the applicant's property on the right-hand block and made an additional lane for cars coming into the site and out of the site. So the cars coming into the site are going to come in and they're going to go around the circular driveway. And then they're going to go up, if you're following the orange arrow, they're either going to drop off and turn around and go back out, or they're going to go up and they're either going to valet or self-park. So they can valet and drop off their car in the circle, or they can go up into the garage and self-park. From there, they're going to go over the Stillwell Bridge. And then they'll exit where you see the orange arrow on the left-hand side onto Bowery and through 15th Street, and they'll exit the site from there. While we're over there on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the blue arrows, which are for buses, which will come into the bus lobby over there. People entering the bus lobby can then go through the Sky Bridge to get to the main portion of the site on the right side of Stillwell Avenue. We have the red arrows, which are dashed, which are for accessibility. So emergency vehicles can go through the pedestrianized Stillwell Walk and get through and to the site. They can also go on the demapped Jones Walk all the way on the right of the site. And then we have city and tenant vehicles, which can get through the site on both West 15th Street and on West 12th Street. We're having the cars go up and over Stillwell Walk to prevent any conflict between pedestrians and vehicles. Moving forward, I just want to talk a minute about transportation or transit improvements that we're proposing. So we're really advocating for a ferry service with, we're advocating with local elected officials at Steeplechase Pier. It existed once. It can exist again. We believe in it, and we believe this will help bring people to Coney Island and not having to use vehicles to access Coney Island. We're also advocating for express subway service, as well as we will be providing shuttle service from public transportation hubs such as downtown Brooklyn and Manhattan and airports and places like Flushing, Queens. Employee incentives will be given out to use public transportation. We will be incentivizing all employees on the site to use public transportation. Off-site improvements include signage from the Belt Parkway and other local intersections to disperse traffic so that they come in from different ways. We will be changing signal timing and actuation, creating new turning lanes, and providing pedestrian safety improvements. Didn't get through?
That's the time. So we're gonna pose some questions to you now.
Okay.
And I think we have to start with the land use actions.
Yes.
It is our understanding that there are 3 city map changes that are being sought here. Bowery to eliminate, discontinue, and close. West 12th, eliminate, discontinue, and close a portion, and allow the applicant to purchase a volume of air. And then Stillwell, same concept as West 12th, change the grade, purchase a volume of air, and discontinue and eliminate a portion. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Did I miss any land use actions?
No.
I did not. Okay, thank you. All right, my questions for you relate to the access and the experience for a visitor to a future site that would include what you're proposing here. My understanding from the initial presentation was that the goal is to create an open space at Stillwell as a key connection to the beach, to the boardwalk, to amusements. And also, it seems like it at that point has an access point to elevators, which might take you to the roof of the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about how the Sky Bridge going over Stillwell has been thought about and how it might allow for a feeling of openness or inviting conditions. Obviously, Sky Bridges generally do not do that, and particularly big ones, present real challenges. So, can you just talk a little bit about how how you have kept that to a minimum, if you have, or if there are ways to minimize it further?
So actually, there's two slides that I can show you to first of all, this is what it feels like under the Stillwell arch. But then if we go to a section here, you can really get a feel for where it's placed and why it's placed there. So if you look at the Stillwell arch is just over the green area on Stillwell Walk. And so the first level is this gray level, which is the parking. We went through a lot of iterations for vehicular circulation on the site to get to a place where there was not a pedestrian and vehicle conflict. And so, we looked at pedestrian bridges going over, we looked at going under, we looked at many different iterations, and we landed here with the help of the department, providing lots of ideas for us, and that was with cars going over the Stillwell Bridge to exit the site so that there's no conflict. But you can see the height of it is the highest parking level that we have. So to go higher is difficult. It's been a bit of a balancing act.
Okay. Are there any uses within the proposed Sky Bridges? I guess this really applies to either the one at Stillwell or at 12th Street.
Yes.
That could potentially be included in one of the main buildings, as a way to increase the clearance or decrease the depth or impact the overall proportions of what is being proposed. Because, I think that, well, that's really the core of what you're asking us for as it relates to this land use action. And so we want to understand what the precise need is for all of that.
Absolutely. But I'm going to explain some of our thinking because, as you can imagine, this is a very big balancing act here, and Dan can fill in where what I leave out. But I explained the Stillwell Avenue Bridge, which has the parking, and that's basically at the lower limiting plane. And above that are casino floors. And then above that is the open space. I think there's just less in there to kind of move around, especially trying to get as much open space as possible and connecting the levels. On the West 12th Street side, there's a lot more uses, I think you can see. So the blue is the convention center use, and the purple is, again, the casino, and then there's a mix of blue and yellow on top, which is the hotel. This was really because the drop-off ended up being on that middle site where we're seeking the demapping of Bowery. It's really about getting people over from that site. They're coming in, they're entering. We're not having people stopping on West 12th Street to go to the building to the east, to the left, right? So they're coming in through that site and then connecting them through the bridge to where they need to get, which a lot of the convention use is on the building to the east. Yes, to the east. So that was really our thinking on there.
So, focusing on the 12th Street bridge for a second, which of course is lower and tighter than the one that's on Stillwell. The blue area that's on the slide in front of us, that is a convention connection between the convention, the primary convention area as proposed on one side of the street to what? What is it landing on the other side of the street, and why is that important? Because it seems to me that the convention connection on 12th Street is the source of the crowdedness on 12th Street as proposed.
Thank you for the question. Just to reiterate, one of the, I think the best fruits of the dialogue and collaboration with the department was to figure out a way to get really the pickup and drop-offs and the vehicular aspects of that serve this complex into internalized and off the street, and so therefore it's in the center of the center block. So one drives in, makes a right on 12th, and then a right into the internal workings, as Jody just said, of the building. What this does, of course, is allow free flow of pedestrians, especially on Stillwell, and takes traffic off of Stillwell, and in general, declutters the street edge with pickups and drop-offs and vehicular impacts. So therefore, once you're in that center piece, you need to have elevators to go up and cross over into the main convention and hotel functions, which are to the left in this slide, which are further east and shown in blue on the base of the hotel.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, it's really a vision to allow somebody to come and park in the middle, walk across to the convention in the other direction. It's not that there are convention-related uses on both sides. It is that there's parking in the middle, get out, walk across, and do not need to re-enter the street. Is that fair statement?
That's correct, and there are some functions on that blue bridge, but yes, in general, you're correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the, since I know, we're looking at the specific land use actions of street mappings and discontinuations and things like that, but obviously I think we're gonna probably hear a fair amount about the broader question here. So I just wanted to pose that to you, although this is not gonna be the focus of my question since this is not the issue that this commission is evaluating or deciding. But what do you perceive as the overall impact of a site development like this one on the existing uses, amusements and others? You know, there's some materials here from advocates saying that half of the amusement uses will go. Would you like to address that? Shadows? What will be the experience of a user of Coney Island who is not coming to a casino if such a thing were ultimately approved by the state process?
Yeah, so we put a lot of thought into that, right? So it's one of the reasons that Stillwell Walk is really the main part of this. The hope is to bring people in from, you know, either the community or the subway and take them in through this 100-foot wide pedestrian beautiful area into the amusement and beach and boardwalk. The amusements that are existing on the site are not, it's not Luna Park. We're not taking away any of the EDC area that amusements exist today on. Any local businesses that are on the site today will be offered a place to come back to the site. One of the main things is that we were able to, with this circulation path, we're able to line the the retail, street-level retail, with food and beverage and retail to bring people in and through the site, not having to even enter into the site. And that's both on Surf and on West 12th, and then also on Stillwell, so that, you know, that they can have a family, you know, they can walk through, they can have a family trip that goes right from the public area to the beach and boardwalk and amusement area. As far as shadows, I think that this particular building is very lucky in that it is an east to west type of building, and so kind of moves with the sun. Of course, there's some impacts. This is, you know, this is a building that is not here today, and so it's going to have some impacts, but I think they're, you know, not as bad as, I don't think they're bad. Let me say it that way. And is that answering your question? Is there any more that you're specifically looking for?
No, I wanted to give you a chance to address it, so.
Okay, and then let Dan and Robert.
So I just want to amplify a couple of points, and then Robert Corney's going to add talking about the uses. The intention behind this is to catalyze a upgraded connection from the subway to the beach. If you go on the area that's being proposed to be demapped today is 100-foot wide, dead end, essentially acting as a free parking lot. It's not welcoming. It's in disrepair. And the idea behind this is that when you come off the subway, you actually have welcoming to the experiences, welcoming to the beach, the amusements. We took care to make the arch high enough so that you could see through to the arch of Luna Park that was reinstalled, and the EDC improvements. The other thing I would like to point out is that, and Jody mentioned this, but as we took one of the benefits of making the parking drop-off and pick-up and drop-off internalized is that we're able to activate the entire perimeter, or a great amount of the perimeter, with storefronts. Those storefronts are also about 40 feet tall. They have signage. They have all of the Coney spirit to them. They'll be individual. They'll be local merchants. And then significantly, the building then that's back in, if I have that here, so you can see the base along Surf, and the building above that 40 feet signage, it sets back 10 feet. So the idea was to create this lower scale, more granular, more picking up on the existing scale and texture of the amusements in the amusement district. We see it as an extension and an amplification and a synergy with the existing amusements. We are, like, as Jody said, we're not taking away existing amusements. And then significantly, this is year-round, which I think Robert wants to comment on.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that most of the rides and attractions are seasonal. So 4 months out of the year, I still don't understand how they're able to operate and sustain themselves. They would be given an opportunity to participate 12 months out of the year on that ground floor. I think it's important to note also that the casino or the gaming portion of it doesn't begin as you walk in. It's on an upper level for safety and security for young people, obviously, that they can't enter right onto the gaming floor, and also for the seasonal rides and attractions to be able to participate 12 months out of the year as opposed to 4 months.
Thank you for that, Robert. Good to see you. Let me just ask you a question about that, because I think we all see the point of the seasonality of some of the things you can do here. How do the amusements take advantage of the building in the rest of the year? I may have missed that point. What is the thing?
There's a hope, right, that we can work with EDC to create year-round amusements coming up. I think that is what Robert was referring to. Right now, we've been in lots of discussions with EDC, and we keep them informed and we keep them involved. But because of this process, they're not, we're not engaging with them as part of this process. Okay.
And then the last question from me, and then I'm going to Commissioner Dweck and perhaps others. The 12th Street Bridge. Mm-hmm. If convention visitors were to come into that main building to park, and then were to come and experience the streets as a way to activate the area and provide perhaps more support to ground level retail, how detrimental do you believe that would be to your proposal, if at all?
So I think it's something that we can continue to explore with this group.
Yeah, the reason I mention it is because that is a tight squeeze on 12th Street in contrast to which is a much more fulsome entry at the other point. Stillwell. Okay, let me go to Commissioner Dweck.
No doubt the traffic impact is going to be a big part of this discussion. Can you speak to me about the proposed ferry service and where you are with that, and to what extent is your group willing to invest in that new service, and where will that serve from? Which parts of this?
Those are great questions. So we are really big advocates of the ferry, and so we've been. Could you find the benefits? Thank you. We've been talking with the local elected officials about commissioning a study to prove that the ferry can work here, and we are providing we are providing $200 million in benefits as part of this license proposal, casino license, it's going to be in a trust fund, and we would like to, part of this money can be used for that purpose. If there's some upgrading that needs to happen on Steeplechase Pier to make this happen, part of that money can be used for that. And then where would it service? We would hope that it would plug right into some of the other ferry services. It's just a stop on the way to the Rockaways and back, and going all the way into Manhattan and other boroughs.
How about New Jersey also?
It's possible.
And you've mentioned the study. Where are you on the study right now?
We're working with elected officials still to commission it. I don't know that I have an update for exactly where we are yet.
And would you be willing to commit to bearing the cost of that study so that it gets off the ground in a quick fashion?
I can't commit to that to you now, but we can definitely discuss that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions? Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation, for addressing our questions today. I had a couple questions. The first one is, I was wondering if you can share your response to the Brooklyn Borough President's comments, conditions, as a matter of fact, in terms of the public benefit, the benefits of the project as it relates to particularly reducing the volumes of the to be demapped and the need for additional ground level amenities. I have additional questions in terms of the coastal flooding, but I'll ask that second.
Okay. Can you say the first part again?
Yeah, just giving you an opportunity to respond to the Brooklyn Borough President's comments specifically.
One was about the bridge, and the second one was
right,
ground floor amenities.
And so we did just get the Brooklyn Borough President's comment on Friday, and so we are still reviewing it and studying it. But this conversation doesn't end now. We have a whole review process ahead of us that's separate and apart from this, and we'll be working with him and that, and hopefully everybody here as well, to refine as needed.
Thank you. Yeah, fair enough. I know that you just got them. If you can share additional comments in writing, that would be super useful.
Absolutely.
My second question is, throughout the materials, there's language alluding to the public benefits of raising the grade in terms of mitigating potential inundation impacts.
Mm-hmm.
And, from where I see it, there are important but not sufficient elevations proposed, especially where Stillwell intersects with Wonder Wheel Way, where you're not elevating the grade. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. And so I was asking for a section to try to understand how do these elevations relate to design flood elevation number 1 and 2, sandy impacts. Of course, my understanding is that what you mean is that by creating the bridge, you're actually creating a building above a volume of air where people are going to be able to stand in the case of an inundation. But I don't see any type of emergency management provisions additional to, or just in addition to creating the bridge itself. So what I was wondering if you can sort of like walk us a little bit through how do you see the public benefits in terms of building this to prevent potential flooding here, and specifically emergency management and/or evacuation. For example, I want to know, how are you going to absorb that water? How are you going to provide opportunities for people to either shelter in place or evacuate, or what's the plan for that?
So I think you're going to get all three of us here, but I can start. So if you're looking at, I guess, a map of the demapping area, which is right here, and you can see the grade changes here in red. So we had initially, you may not recall, but when we came through our draft scoping hearing, we had actually proposed demapping a lot more than this. It was actually all the streets. So West 15th, Wonder Wheel Way, Stillwell, West 12th, and I believe that was it, but, and the Bowery still. And as part of that, we were looking to raise the grade of all of those streets. But we received pushback from many agencies for that, and so we scaled back our proposal. And with specific to your comment about Wonder Wheel Way, EDC said, you know, there's no way, they have a long-term lease on there. There's no way we can touch that. And so that's how we got to where we are with changing the grade on, since it's going to be pedestrianized. And then I can have Dan speak to some of the mitigation efforts.
Great. So just in terms of the grade of Stillwell, we are within the street bed of Stillwell where the demapping is being proposed. We are raising it to sort of a high point under the center of the arch, as you can see here, approximately 2 feet. While this is below the flood elevation, it will still help on days where there's not the flood elevation, the flood at the flood elevation. We also are raising the ground floors, obviously, to above the DFE. We are providing on-site water retention and all of those measures. And finally, there is a place of refuge being planned on the 3rd floor in the parking area that would be substantial in terms of its square footage. We can submit the exact square footage and the population is expected to handle, but it is part of the plan. Finally, there is space on the ground floor for an on-site emergency vehicles to be housed, so that if there is an issue with anybody either in the EDC sites or the public sites, the private sites, or this site, there would be emergency vehicles right there. So I think that's good.
That's very useful, but I'm afraid we didn't receive much of the information that you were alluding to in terms of the water retention or the emergency. Is that something you can submit to us?
Absolutely. We'd be happy to submit that to you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if you can say something about, I know that we're specifically today discussing, this specific part of the project, but can you say something to help us understand what are the type of sustainability measures that are considered more generally in terms of the larger development?
Sure, of course. So the building is all electric. 20% of the electricity will be generated on site, either photovoltaics or through the equivalent of geothermal wells. So we have a 30% reduction of basically electricity. It's being generated on site. Interestingly, the state request for application requires 10%, and we're exceeding that by, we're going to 30%. The idea is that the heating and cooling of the complex is able to be defined as carbon neutral, and of course that does include lights and cooking and things like that. But the main part of it will be the heating and ventilation energy will be carbon neutral with these renewable measures.
Thank you. That's very useful. And if you don't mind providing also documentation on that to understand what is the plan that will get you there, that would be very useful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are.
Commissioner Gold, did you have a question?
I did, thank you. Actually, I wanted to follow up on, Commissioner Osorio's question on the grade change. Because there, I guess I wanted to understand it a little bit more. Number one, it doesn't obviously look significant enough to, reduce the ongoing, what I understand, and very consistent flooding, but also really to understand a little bit better the thinking behind that ask and how that improves the pedestrian experience.
So I think both Dan and I can speak to this, but I think because we were limited by Wonder Wheel Way, where we couldn't continue to build up, and we had to be ADA accessible from Surf Avenue to Wonder Wheel Way, essentially. So we did what we could with what we had. There is a more detailed Stillwell walk that we didn't get to that shows like steps that go up and ramping and steps that meet up with the 13 DFE of the building. But really those were just elements to get us up to the 13 because we couldn't get there otherwise given this limited runway that we had for grading purposes. But we did talk about wanting to do more. It just wasn't possible.
Got it. And as we think about it, I mean, just it's a little foreign to me. Are there any potential unintended negative consequences of that change? Any that we can think of or that we've spoken about?
I hope that it only makes it better, but Dan might have something.
I mean, the change in grade from the south side of Surf to the center of the arch and back down is all within normal slopes that one would expect anywhere in the city. And as Jody said, are ADA accessible. So we see that it's really like a subtle grade change, and I don't think the average person would even perceive it as a slope, honestly. And also just reiterating, it doesn't get one all the way up to the design flood elevation, which is 2 feet above the flood hazard zone. But it does get you. It does get a pedestrian closer to entering into those public areas of the casino where there's retail and access to the roof.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And it's helpful color to to understand there are some limitations there. And then the second question, just to follow up on the transportation question. So it sounds like the ferry is sort of a thought, but still maybe a ways away or not that far developed. I think also in the presentation there's mention of express subway. Have there been conversations about some of the other solutions maybe that are mentioned in the deck? I mean, that piece of it I could see overwhelming the area. So just any color you can add there.
We have had conversations with MTA. We know that there is and there was an express line that did function, and so we are working with elected officials and the MTA, but we are still in talks on this. That's really all the information I have for that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kermani?
Hi, thank you. I guess they're off but on. So just a question. Coney Island is also home to a number of NYCHA public housing high-rises, a lot of public housing residents who have been there for a long time, and I'm curious what benefits, if any, you have thought about, and also have you had direct conversations with public housing residents? What is the prolonged engagement arc with those residents and then with NYCHA itself and potential benefits?
Great. Yes, to all of that. So we will be submitting to you over 600 letters directly from these local NYCHA residents that are supportive to this project. Part I didn't get to is this project is going to create 4,500 union construction jobs, over 4,000 permanent gaming and hospitality jobs. We have a local hiring preference. We plan on having local training programs at the local NYCHA, and I keep using local, at the job fairs and training programs at the NYCHA houses. We are in partnerships with local high schools, colleges, culinary institutions to provide training programs as well as a pipeline direct to employment, internships, scholarship opportunities, grants. We have been very much on site. In fact, perfect. Robert can speak a little more to that.
Yeah, to Jody's point, we've met with every single tenant association president countless times. There may be actually some in the room who will be testifying as to the commitment on the CONY to be there for them past, present, and future. We've created programs over the summer that have engaged young people in all of those housing developments and intend to do that going forward. So we've done a great deal of outreach and continue to do outreach. I personally was in the housing developments as late as last week, just trying to meet the needs currently and in the future for NYCHA developments. And she mentioned the jobs, which is only a piece. There's a federal program called the Section 3 program that we intend to exercise to make sure that they can actually, those small business owners that are there, so not just the jobs, but the small business opportunities in conjunction with the federal government through the Section 3 program to make sure that they're a part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. To round us out, final question from Commissioner Osorio, and then we're going to go to members of the public.
Thank you, Chair. More than a question, I just have a comment. I mean, the building on Commissioner Carmani's question, I'm still not clear what are the benefits to the community that the project is building in terms of flood resiliency. For example, I was expecting something that you could offer, given the fact that you're improving and building a significant amount of infrastructure here, opportunities for the NYCHA residents in case of severe weather. And so as you continue to further develop this, I would appreciate if you can give some thought to what is the substantial benefit that we're building in this case. Otherwise, I think it's really complicated to be building in such a vulnerable place.
I really appreciate that comment. And I do want to say that there will be community space and flex space within the convention area, but we will work on that and provide you with something in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you very much to the applicant team for your presentation. We have a number of people here to testify on this application. We're going to go to them now. First up will be Jenny Hernandez, followed by Marissa Solomon. I believe both of them are here in the room, and then we have Astridge McLean on Zoom. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jenny Hernandez. I'm a longtime resident of Coney Island. I basically grew up there. Coney Island is my home. Today I'm here to ask the Department of City Planning to reject the demapping of our streets. Traffic is a major issue in Coney Island. How will emergency vehicles be able to enter or exit the area with the anticipated influx of over 23,000 visitors that this casino is expected to bring each day? Over 34,000 on the weekends. And year-round, what is now a seasonal threat will become a threat year-round. I have not shared this before, but I suffer from several health conditions, including vertigo, high blood pressure, and an aneurysm near my spleen. I am extremely concerned for my safety and that of my neighbors, many of whom face health challenges that are even more severe than mine. This situation is the last thing we need. Our well-being should be top priority. Coney Island is not just a tourist destination, it is a home to many families. We must prioritize the residents of Coney Island. Families first, children first, seniors first, individuals with disabilities first. This demapping, along with the associated casino project, will only create chaos in our community. And thank you so much for letting me share. I hope that my testimony will be taken seriously and considered. Thank you again.
It will. We appreciate your being here. Okay, Marissa Solomon.
Hello, my name is Marissa Solomon. I live right across the street from the proposed casino site in Luna Park Houses, one of the largest Mitchell-Lama developments in New York State. And I just want to point out first how the casino billionaire and the developers here, how they have cynically tried to create an illusion of community support by hiring former councilmen like Robert Cornegi, and they're going to NYCHA developments that are 2 miles away from the proposed casino site, but there has not been one phone call, not a single bit of outreach to the people who live right across the street. I wanted to point that out. The casino developers are also claiming that the demapping in the streets in the amusement area will enhance the Coney Island economy and create jobs. However, this is not true. Demapping the streets will hurt the economy of Coney Island, resulting in fewer jobs in the area. This will happen because the street demapping will bring an incredible increase in traffic, noise, pollution, and crime to the thousands of people who live right across the street from the proposed casino site. When that happens, those who can afford to move away from the area will. And the dollars they spend in local stores will move with them, causing local businesses to lose customers, and many will lay off workers and close. This is exactly what happened in Atlantic City. People who could afford to move left, and many non-casino businesses closed. Today, Atlantic City doesn't even have its own supermarket. The other benefits the casino developers are promising are also false. They're claiming that they're going to build storm resiliency, but this will only benefit the casino complex sitting safely upon its hill while causing more runoff to affect the rest of the area, including the place where I live. The street demapping will also cause traffic to increase to unsafe and intolerable levels, creating every street that I have to cross to get into my development will become a area of high traffic impact, putting the local residents at risk, many of whom are elderly, at severe risk of injury or death. It'll prevent ambulances from reaching our apartments. This was the traffic on July 4th. Tell me how we're going to live with this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You are going to drive people out of the neighborhood. You are going to actually extend the area of impoverishment in Coney Island. You are not going to reduce it. You are also going to be reducing historic views that people have enjoyed for generations. When people ride the train, now they come, they see the Wonder Wheel, they see the Cyclone, they see the beach, the boardwalk, they will see a wall of casinos. When people ride the Wonder Wheel, they see all the way from New Jersey to the Verrazano Bridge to Manhattan, they will be looking inside somebody's hotel room. The economic damage that will cause to the neighborhood is incalculable. You'll be destroying the entire culture and 150-year history of Coney Island, replacing the one and only Coney Island with just another casino. We have 1 million casinos in 1 million places. Only so many people like to gamble. You're just dividing the same pie into smaller pieces. You're not creating any economic benefit for the community. You will be destroying the community. You'll be destroying Coney Island. You'll be destroying New York City history. That is not what elected officials are to do. You're supposed to be representing the people in the community. We have over 8,000 people have signed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Astrid McLean on Zoom, followed by Angela Kravchenko on Zoom.
Can you hear me? I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I had to run back to Coney Island. I'm going to kind of go off script here. I listened very carefully of what the developer was saying. And one of the issues that I have, and I see it right now, is the problem of consideration, the amount of different events that happens in Coney Island during the summer. I know that they had someone there that said they talked about the most worst condition. I'm looking at where the buses are supposed to be turning. We not only have that on a summer, sorry, this is Coney. On a summer day, not only do would have their buses, we have to deal with the transit buses. We have buses that come to the stadium. There are times where we have events for kids. They have like 15 to 20 buses at the same time. We have 3 avenues and 1 entry and exit point only. And yet you want to bring more traffic and more. And when people come to Coney Island, yes, I understand there's a hope to bring in the ferry. I hope so too. But when people come in, they're coming in their cars loaded. We have problems right now where in all the way back down to 37th Street, we sometimes have congestion. We cannot used to take a 5 time to take against this. Besides the Niger community, there are a lot of private accounts. You have deep there about here. Everybody is focusing on the Niger people, but there are people.
Ms. McLean, I want to just note that we're having a little difficulty hearing you. I'm going to pause the clock. I'm going to pause the clock for a second.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, why don't you? Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna reset you to a minute and a half or
I
2 minutes, whatever
hear you,
we're able to do here. But if you're in a place where you have good service, stay there because we want to hear what you have to say.
I'm sorry, but I just can't hear you. If I take my headphone off.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now. So,
okay.
like
All right.
I was
Please proceed.
Okay, like I was saying, we have one family homes that's around 37 and they're near Seagate. A lot of my neighbors opposes the casino, and the reason they oppose the casino, just like everybody else, they are worried about their property taxes. They're worried about their safety. They're worried about when there's an emergency, can they get out? And in the summer months, there was an event here where we had on July 4th. Never forget, we had the stadium and we had the Nathans. People who live further out west was actually turned away from going back to their homes so that they can alleviate the amount of congestion that comes in to the community. They had to go out. One family told me it took them an hour and a half to come back in. So besides the other issues that casino face, and one of the other questions I do have for the developer is what happens if you fail? I just read an article just the other day that says that iGames is outpacing brick and mortar for the casinos. What happens when you fail? Is that we're going to have a building, an empty building, doing nothing? I said these are the things that we have to look at. But like I said, since this is about planning, the biggest issue that I have is that I don't see where the congestion, where whatever they stated that how they will try to alleviate that problem is going to be alleviated. Even just a little bit of construction causes chaos in this community. So I hope when you sit down and look at that is an important part of your decision making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up is Angela Kravchenko, followed by Stephen Dima.
Angela, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Hear me? Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Angela Kravchenko. I'm a long-time resident in Coney Island, and I'm living across the street of this development, along with 3,000 people in our development, and I can testify that nobody reached out to us, nobody talked to us. So whenever the developers are saying that they reach out to everyone, yes, they did, to everyone who lives at least a mile away, not to the people across the street. So the traffic, why would I say, please, I'm strongly opposed to the mapping. And I'm saying, please do not allow that goes on because it will impact traffic and accessibility. The proposed mapping would impact severe traffic problem in our neighborhood. As documented by their own study, it will impact 45 intersections during the peak hours, during the hours when children come in from school. Our peninsula has a limited access point to the mainland, and during the weekends, holidays, and summer months, residents already struggle with the gridlock and can turn 10-minute trip into 2 hours ordeal. Emergency vehicle access is a life or death concern. The 60th precinct and FDNY facilities on the West 8th Street already face such severe congestion that police must sometimes close streets just to allow emergency vehicle to exit. with the additional 23,000 weekday visitors and 34,000 to weekend visitors projected by the environmental assessment study, how will the ambulance reach those in needs? Then public spaces and community character. This demapping would privatize public space that has historically served as a critical and informal gathering area for our community. TEIS acknowledges that 4.27% reduction in public open space, which exceeds the CQR threshold for significance. While the applicant's promises that space on the rooftop access will have similar promises broken before. The Home Depot project on Crops Avenue included promised public shoreline access that was quickly closed off for security reasons and remains inaccessible today. Flooding concerns. The demapping would facilitate a massive structure in flood zone where Hurricane Sandy storm surged 15 feet, exceeding the boardwalk height. Contrary to the claims in the DIS, the boardwalk is not designed as a flood barrier. The proposed development could actually worsen flood by redirecting storm surges into residential area. And in the end is a historical district.
Time.
So, thank you so much. I urge to reject this demapping application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Okay, next up is Stephen Dima. Welcome. Followed by Paula Jenkins on Zoom.
Good afternoon. I come before you today as a deeply concerned, born and bred Brooklynite and an advocate for the preservation of Coney Island's rich history. The proposed demapping of Stillwell Avenue and West 12th Street for the benefit of a casino development threatens to irreversibly alter the character, accessibility, and future of this cherished neighborhood. Coney Island has long been a democratic beacon of culture, entertainment, and economic opportunity. Handing over public streets to private interests will cut off local businesses, restrict emergency access, and further erode what remains of this historic district. Turning Stillwell Avenue into a pedestrian mall serving only the casino and transforming West 12th Street into a 4-lane driveway prioritizes corporate gain over community needs. But beyond just the physical changes, we must also confront a deeper issue. The casino industry preys on the most vulnerable members of our community with false promises of prosperity. If you've lived in this city long enough, you've seen this all before. We know there are better ways to create economic opportunity by supporting local businesses, investing in education, and funding programs that uplift rather than exploit. Unlike any other time in our lives, we need our elected officials and our city agencies to step up and truly protect the interests of our communities, not just some, but every single person who lives, works, and visits here. I also want to take this opportunity to say that I've worked successfully with our elected officials in the past to try and preserve and protect other historic areas and to help strengthen communities, not by love and nostalgia for the area alone, but by taking real action. I'm part of a nonprofit that has applied for and secured many grants to create impactful programs, including the Two Bridges Youth Market at 50 Madison. This initiative supports youth, empowers local farmers, and builds community resilience. During the pandemic, it also played a crucial role in fighting prejudice and hate and creating a safe place for older community members to access fresh food. This is just a tiny example of the kind of investments that create lasting value, not casinos that extract wealth from the very communities they claim to benefit. Coney Island has reinvented itself time and again, but its magic has never depended on exclusionary luxury. It has always been a place of democratic joy, a space where working class families, immigrants, and everyday New Yorkers come to find escape, wonder, and leisure. Introducing a casino into this delicate ecosystem is not just short-sighted, it's an act of cultural vandalism. I urge you to reject the demapping proposal and instead advocate for investments that truly serve the people, affordable housing, cultural spaces, and infrastructure that strengthens rather than drains. A city's strength lies in its people, not in the speculative profits of a corporate gambling enterprise. Coney Island deserves better, Brooklyn deserves better, New York City deserves better. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Paula Jenkins on Zoom, followed by Julia Daniele.
Paula, are you able to unmute?
Don't put me on camera, please, because I don't know where you're from.
That's all I'm saying.
Do we have,
My name is Julia. I'm coming. I don't know.
okay, hang on, Julia.
Yes.
Do we have Paula Jenkins on Zoom? No.
Yes. Hello?
Oh, we do.
Hello?
Okay, great. Yes, Ms. Jenkins,
Yes.
we can
yes.
hear you.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Paula Jenkins. I am the TA president of the Marlboro Houses, One Stop from Coney Island. And I approve this project. It's going to generate jobs. We need jobs. I see Coney Island needs jobs and help and programs for our kids learning, jobs to search for jobs, help them get the education they need so they can hold the jobs. And it's a beautiful thing. I don't think it's taken away from anybody. I'm for it, and I hope it goes through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Julia, welcome. Danielle.
Welcome. Hello. My name is Julia Danley. I am a lifelong resident in Coney Island. I've lived in NYCHA since 1970. I'm a former PA president. Excuse me if I'm a little slow because I suffered a stroke, but I'm a long life resident. I was a resident leader, former resident leader. I was first chair for the Brooklyn South, and I am a nonprofit owner right now for this organization called Gracefully Wrapped. I'm still very much involved. Our biggest thing with this Coney is, I'm going to read to you my own points. The investment. Coney Island, the West End, has been long time neglected. We can use the jobs for the young people. If you offer the young people jobs that they can live on in there, you want to live in your neighborhood. You want to work in your neighborhood. You want to play in your neighborhood. That's how you support your neighborhood. That's how you learn to bring your neighborhood up. I know because I've done it. But I don't understand, what's the big deal? We're supposed to be the world's greatest playground. We're talking about one casino. You keep comparing us to Atlantic City. It'll never happen. We're talking about one. Atlantic City has a strip. It's not just that. They've sat down. The community trust is going to help many in the neighborhood. Let's talk about, they've sat down and we've talked about doing education for these young people to get trained and have the stuff that they need in order to progress in what's to be brought in our neighborhood. Traffic's always been Coney Island, but let's talk about why. We have 3 streets coming into the neighborhood, and 3 streets coming out of the neighborhood and the rest coming in. So the Department of Traffic hasn't really given us any streets to actually go out. Like when I was younger, it's one in, one out, one in, one out. We don't have that anymore. So of course traffic is going to be stuck in Coney Island because we don't have that influx. Local hiring, to me, that's just the best thing of all. You want to work, play, and live in the neighborhood. And a lot of people that are testifying actually don't live the life we live. Okay, we've been dealing with this. Coney Island will survive anything that comes to it, and we're going to hold the Coney accountable for what they bring to us. It depends on the leader, the type of leader you are, and how you represent your neighborhood, how you're going to have people accountable for what they promise you. And we have a new group of people that really want Coney Island to be put on the map. I think the Coney will give the Coney, right, the uplifting and the lights and the pizzazz that it needs, because Coney Island is beautiful, but we need that type of life back in our Z neighborhood, basically. And if we had a community board that actually listened to all of us instead of just some of us, we might come to the table in a better way.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Let me move on to Derek Latif Scott on Zoom, followed by Renee Geary, also on Zoom. Bless you.
Bless you. God bless you. Derek, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Yes, I am. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Derek?
Oh, there we go. Hey, hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm working at the same time. Yes, my formalities is this. I work with a whole bunch of high-risk individuals, at-risk individuals, individuals looking to get a job. And that's where my point is. You have a lot of people that are in Coney Island. I'm speaking from also Stillwell to 37th Street, Surf Mermaid and Neptune, that doesn't have any job, that doesn't have skills, in which we're equipping them with the skills to apply for certain jobs and things of that nature. But to me, 4,500, 4,800 jobs, that's like Easy Street and Guided May Boulevard for many of these youngsters and parents alike that don't have jobs. My question is, who else is supplying them with jobs at this moment? Who else? You know what I mean? And that's where I stand with it. Who else is going to supply these youngsters with jobs? Who else is going to supply these youngsters with the wherewithal and know-how to stay or sustain a job? That's where we come in to help them sustain a job. But who's going to supply the job? There's no one else. And the Coney came in and saying that we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, and we can do that. A lot of these youngsters who haven't had the opportunity to speak, they wish they could have. I'm talking about youngsters from 18 to, let's say, 18 to 30. 18 to 30. Many of us that are speaking is well over 30. These youngsters, they're hungry. We talking about poverty-stricken areas. I don't know how many of us have actually walked through Coney Island from 37th all the way down to Stillwell. We talking about poverty-stricken. These youngsters and adults alike, they need jobs. They need jobs, and that's where I stand at. I mean, if the Coney is putting forth these jobs, hey, these youngsters, the people of Coney Island need jobs. They need jobs, and who else is there to do it for them? And that's my stand in this.
Great, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, next up, Renee Geary, followed by Anthony Batista.
I do not have Renee Geary, Chair.
Okay, how about Anthony Batista here in the room? Mr. Batista, welcome. While you walk up, I'm going to just note that next up will be Koichi Shiriyanagi and Lori Gold.
Hello,
welcome.
everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Batista. I'm the Executive Director for the Coney Island Anti-Violence Collaborative. I'm also the Chair of the Neighborhood Advisory Board. I'm on the Community Board. I wear a lot of hats in the community. I'm one of the little bit of veterans, especially the Global War on Terror veterans in the community. We have Surf Vets placed there that they also need jobs. So, the assignment today is not whether or not, it's not the approving of it. The assignment is whether should it be demapped or not. And I'm here to say I think it should be demapped. Plain and simple. What's the other option? This commission is not here to say yes or no. Nobody here is here to say yes or no. You have the CAC board to do that. Then it goes up, as we know, to the Gaming Commission. But if you say no to this demapping, then you're going to go to their plan B. The people from across the street, like they keep saying that, oh, no one went to them, that's on West 12, the community that's not across the street, that's like maybe half a mile across the street, because across the street is businesses. It's not, and then it's the police station, and then it's the fire department, and so on and so forth. But your building, Plan B, is going to be bigger than what they have here. And then when that goes up to the Gaming Commission, you're going to be really mad when you decided not to demap it, and then that second building is the one that they brought up. Now, as far as, I'm going to touch on what's not the assignment, right? Not the assignment is I think it should come anyway. Why? My mind changed because it is going to bring jobs. Derek just finished speaking. He didn't say it, but he's the executive director for the Operation Hood, the other anti-violence in the neighborhood. We deal with kids all the time. Not only do we deal with kids, we deal with their parents. Coney Island, the medium range of Coney Island is between $19,000 and $40,000 a year. $19,000 and $40,000 a year. That's a joke. Parents can't go to work. How can you go to work? You're a single parent. How are you going to be able to go to work? That at least the casino is going to give them the jobs they need. We've even been talking with them about bringing daycare. So if they have younger kids, they'll be able to have maybe possibly on-site daycare. See what I'm saying? So these are the things that benefit the community. These things benefit the community. I understand everything else, but these are the things that Coney Island needs. It needs jobs. Most of these people that are saying no, they don't walk the walk. They don't go from Stillwell down to the high 30s. I guarantee you they don't know that in the 37s and the 36, you have people that are living in boarded up houses with no lights. Anyone here that's in the commission has been to Coney Island, take a trip to Coney Island, go to the West End, and look at the houses over there and look at the people that live in those houses. They're boarded up houses. Kids and everything living in those houses. Poverty is real. I think we're like at 8% higher than the city as a whole in Coney Island. This is going to bring jobs. So why continue to say no? Why not just come to the negotiating tables and say, hey, look, I think we need this. The water, I need your elevation to help me with this area. Have a conversation with them. Because I was at first no for it, and then I sat down and I spoke with them. I'm not, people here that said they got health conditions. They're not the only ones. I have asthma from being deployed, from the fires and stuff like that. I can go on and so forth, but I'm gonna leave you there. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait, hang on. We have a question for you from Commissioner Goodrich.
A while to warm up.
No problem.
My question is, since you're from the Anti-Violence Collaborative, I wanted to get more of a sense from you about the criticism that the project will bring crime. There's also some criticism that if it's youth, will the jobs even serve young people? I would love to hear, because you have experience in this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when it comes to the crime part, we all have to be real with each other. When you're in Coney Island, Coney Island, the crime doesn't happen on West 12 on that side. Let's be honest. People need to stop covering the sky with their hands. The crime is not happening there. The crime is happening on the west end. The crime is happening from 26 down to 37. That's where the crime is happening. Most of these kids, they're not going to sit there and wait in front of nobody to rob anybody like everyone is saying, because they're gambling and they're going to get robbed. These kids are not trying to do that. These kids want jobs. These kids, they need something to do. We had an incident last year that a kid went, he pulled out a gun and shot at a pharmacy. And when we spoke to the specific kid, me and, Derek, we had the conversations with them, his response was, I was bored. I was bored. This is the response. Why did you do that? I was bored. So when it comes to the crime where the casino is going to be, the crime is not there. When you're on the boardwalk and everyone's scared to go to Coney Island and, oh, my God, the boardwalk, we can't be here past 7 o'clock, the crime is not happening Stillwell going towards Brighton Beach. It's happening from Stillwell going to the West End, where all the poverty is at. So to answer you, the crime is not there. Look up the census. Look up the forgot the name of it right now, but look up CompStat. Thank you, Joe. The CompStat. And what was the second part of the question?
Is it fair to say your position is that for any criticism that the project will increase crime, that jobs function as?
Yeah, in part it mitigates that, because like I said, the kids are committing the crime. The people that are committing the crimes are the kids. They're bored. It's not adults. We don't have 35-year-olds that are really committing all the crimes. It's the kids. They're bored. They need something to do. They need a job. They're 18 years old. Guess what? They can work in a casino. They can. You're going to college. When I got out of active duty briefly, I went to college. I was a bartender. These are the things that you can do. You go to school, you go to college, you become a bartender. That's these kind of jobs. This is what college students go. They do. So these kids, they just need a job. No problem.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Koichi Shuriyanagi on Zoom, followed by Lori Gold here. I'm sorry, Lori Gold also remotely on the phone.
Are you able to unmute?
Yes,
Koichi?
now I am. I was just able to mute. All right, can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah, so I am,
Koichi, we lost you for a sec.
unmute. My name's Koichi Shuriyanagi. I live on West 15th and Mermaid, about 1 block away from the site of the casino. I want to express my deep concerns about this project because I put my son on the school bus every day on West 15th and Mermaid in the morning, and I have him come off the school bus every morning, every afternoon at 3 o'clock. And the amount of traffic that already exists on our intersection, there's just so much of it, and it's so dangerous. When I put my son on the school bus, I just hope that he gets to school okay and safely. And a project like a casino will bring so much more vehicular traffic to the area, and the casino developer's own study mentions my intersection as one of the most highly likely intersections to have an increase in car crashes. And I really hope that as planning commissioners, you look carefully at the traffic study, because there's a lot of flaws in this traffic study. The community board said that the traffic study incorporated 2 parking garages that are not parking, that are no longer used as parking garages. Our neighborhood gets very crowded, very gummed up with traffic during events. When you think of the summertime, you think of all of the traffic that we have during the high season. A casino will increase and create more traffic. I also want to stress that as a parent, I think it's appalling that someone wants to design a casino as a gateway to a children's amusement district and a beach that children like to use. We have a problem with youth being advertised gambling is a huge problem, and this is something where if it comes to fruition here in Southern Brooklyn, we will have a whole lot more advertising of gambling to children, and that's something that we don't want, because that is what creates addiction. So thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope you take our comments into consideration. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Next up is Lori Gold.
Mute. Join.
Hi, Lori? Hi, Lori. Are you able to unmute in Zoom?
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Thank you.
We can.
But you can't see me, and I've lost you too. How about that? Okay, well, I'll do my best. I'm Lori Gold. I've lived in Coney Island since the early 60s. My mother still resides there in the family apartment. 2 things that I didn't put into the written material. One is that I studied under Beverly Moss Spat, who many of you are probably aware of for her planning and landmarks leadership in the past. My college senior thesis was about Coney Island. The second thing you don't know offhand is that my advocacy for community and safety really began after my sister was killed in 1979, and her death is the impetus for what is now known as Local Law 11 and FISP. Very significant in the city of New York. I would like to start with 2 points briefly that are more general in nature. The first I call the Honora effect, because not even 2 weeks ago, 5 of the top awards went to this film that was filmed in Coney Island and Brighton Beach. The amount of media was local, national, and international. And put on your hats, folks. There are going to be a lot of people wanting to see our iconic little peninsula. Number 2, taking the Coney Island streets and buildings, the limited points of egress, there's only 2. Private property, landmarked institutions, the airspace is public space. Folks, we're talking about a de facto eminent domain workaround. This is not a good public use. And in fact, the Institute for Justice gave New York an F rating for its failure to pass any eminent domain reform after Kelo. They called it the worst laws in the nation for eminent domain abuse. Effectively, we're doing that. My final remarks have to do with what I heard at the borough president's meeting about a week ago, specifically addressing what the quote unquote Coney people are doing. First of all, The Coney people testified that the current land it owns is, quote, substantial and sufficient enough to build its venture, but limited as to what they could have. In other words, it's doable, but they want to take more from the community. Next, it would take over Coney Island. It would overwhelm Coney Island so that Coney Island would be just kind of a dressing, a little side dish to the main course, which is the casino, which would basically subjugate Coney Island, casting shadows. The sky bridge would reflect the sky.
Thank you, Ms. Gold.
The sky.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us. Okay, let's move on to Lucy Diaz on Zoom, Yelena Maknin on Zoom, and apologies in advance for the unceremonious muting. That is our rule to stop at 3 minutes. So if that happens to you, that's just what's happening. Our apologies. Okay, let's move on to Lucy Diaz. Is she available?
Yes, I'm available. Thank you. Hopefully I'll be able to get all my thoughts out.
Okay, we hope so too.
Bullet points. New York City Housing is not the only people that live in this district. I am a homeowner, and they have not reached out to the homeowners. We have over 6,000 signatures stating we do not want a casino in this district. Ferries do not operate during bad weather. We have a high asthma community that will bring additional health issues to them. Amusement area is open from March to April. Last time I recall, that's 7 months, not 4. We have a moratorium on West 8th Street during the summer that traffic cannot go through that street because we have the fire department and the police department. So it's closed during the summer months to avoid congestion. There has been numerous public meetings regarding this project. At every meeting, there has been an overwhelming no to this casino in this district. The demapping will allow them to take over our already congested streets extremely during the summer days. Demapping it from the city streets can negatively impact property value. As a homeowner, our value can be decreased as extreme traffic will flow, and it will impact us all year round. Our assemblyman, Alec Procrasty, publicly, and I praise him. He's the only public elected official that has come out to say that it will be a significant impact to the community due to these traffic issues. This developer has empty lots right across the street that have been empty for over 10 years and have not decided to develop anything on those sites. So why trust them with our streets and allow them to make billions off this community? I urge the City Planning Commission to vote no to the demapping of our streets. Casinos do not give anything to anyone. They just take out of your pocket. I just want to, since I still look like I got a few seconds, developers, all they have been doing to you is telling you, hey, we're talking to everybody. It's been 2 years, baby. You weren't even prepared for this meeting. You need to come back to the drawing board. Thank you, and vote no for this demapping.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Well within the 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Yelena Maknin, followed by Maria Hernandez here in the room.
Yelena, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners and members of the public. First and foremost, I appreciate for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yelena Maknin. I'm a resident of Coney Island. I'm a Brighton Beach Bed Executive Director for 23 years. And I'm a community board member, but I'm speaking for myself. I don't want to repeat everything about traffic congestion and on, because I believe you got enough testimonies and enough information. But when we are talking about traffic, I'm going to tell you a story. My neighbor passed away 3 years ago during 4th of July weekend in Seagate. It's the west side of Coney Island, because they were waiting for an ambulance for 30 minutes. It was 4th of July weekend. He was 55 and he passed away of heart attack. So everyone who lives in Coney Island, we know what is going on. But I usually commend applicants for great presentation because they are beautiful pictures and a lot of nice words. But actually, those pictures have nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with historical Coney Island, which is family area. It has nothing to do with neighborhood of Coney Island, because it seems to me that each and every presentation completely forgets that Coney Island is not amusement area only, even though it's well known around the world as amusement area. It's a very crowded residential neighborhood, and thousands of new apartments are coming in. In addition, it's flood zone with mandatory evacuation, and having some shelter in the third floor of a parking lot not gonna solve the problem. Also, let me remind everybody, and I strongly believe that commissioners and members of the public travel around the world and travel around the United States. Have you ever seen even one casino not directly connected to highway? That's the case in Coney Island. We have only one highway, Bell Parkway. And as somebody mentioned before, in their environmental impact study, they spell out all of the obstacles. They mentioned we are talking about amusement area, but the owners of Wonderville, the iconic part of Coney Island, is against it because it's gonna shadow them. We want to see Coney Island. It's a shame. It's a shame that people have to depend on casino developers to get ferry, to get traffic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Macnin. Thank you. Next up is Maria Hernandez. Señora, entiendo que prefiere hablar en español, ¿correcto? Ok, podemos traducirlo después por la comisión. Está bien. Cuando quiera estás lista.
Gracias.
Ok.
Mi nombre es María Laura Hernández, soy activista ambiental. El motivo y la razón que me trajo aquí es por lo que está pasando en mi comunidad, que es Coney Island y Brighton Beach. ¿Por qué digo Brighton Beach? Porque afecta también nuestras calles, afecta a nuestra comunidad, porque si hay un accidente tenemos acceso al hospital. O sea, esas carreteras anexan con el hospital. También anexan a las salidas para nuestros trabajadores, salen muy temprano. Y el ruido, ya tenemos problemas con personas que enfermas por estrés. Soy una de ellas, enferma por estrés, por tanto ruido. Anteriormente pasaban casos similares como ahorita lo que va a pasar en Coney Island, como el ruido. Y pues necesitamos como áreas verdes, no necesitamos el casino, porque no tenemos dinero para ir a gastar a ese casino. ¿Quién vendría a gastar ese dinero? Pues la gente que tiene dinero, y esa gente nos quiere venir a contaminar. Coney Island es nuestra casa, es nuestro lugar. ¿Por qué tienen que venir a nosotros a dejar más basura? En vez de tener ese proyecto, ¿por qué no nos traen proyectos para el ambiente como nosotros? Somos activistas. No nos paga nadie, lo hacemos voluntaria porque nos importan ustedes, sus hijos, su futuro. Ya no podemos hacerles entender a las personas. El mundo se está acabando. ¿Por qué? Por nosotros mismos que estamos contaminando. Querer hacer cosas más grandes que ya no podemos. Tenemos encima tanta cosa ya, que es la contaminación. Tenemos que salvar nuestro mundo, nuestras familias. Dentro de poco también Nueva York, si aceptamos que entre el casino, Nueva York está listo para tener mucho dinero, para trabajar con la gente mental, para trabajar con los vicios que ya están. ¿Qué más queremos hacer? ¿O cómo queremos venir a decirles o manifestarles a ustedes el dolor? Porque ya es un dolor ya de familia. Eso nos va a afectar familiar, porque va a ir vicios. ¿Nuestros hijos dónde van? ¿Qué futuro? Porque si les damos estudios, nos estamos esforzando a dar estudio, ¿a dónde van a ir a dejar su dinero? A un casino, a llenarse de vicio, a destruir igual lo mismo el ambiente. ¿Cuántas generaciones nosotros queremos seguir viviendo?
¿Cuánto quieren que sus hijos, sus nietos quieran vivir en este país? Y quería decir tanta cosa, pero de verdad no puedo hacerle entender. A veces nos sentimos como desvalidos, inútiles. ¿Por qué? Porque no sabemos cómo explicarles a todo mundo cómo hacer que no sigamos contaminando nuestra tierra, nuestros lugares. ¿Por qué no cuidarlos? Pensar en parques. Perdón.
Gracias. Momentito. Hay una pregunta. You have a question.
Español no es muy mal. Hay un parte cuando usted habla de un hospital en Brighton Beach y cómo eso afecta a Coney Island. Esa parte yo no entiendo.
Porque si hay más tráfico, o sea, hablamos de tráfico, ¿verdad? Ellos dicen que van a hacer un puente de la West 12, pero también nos afecta porque si así ya está muy traficado, entonces si hay una emergencia de un incendio, nuestros bomberos no van a llegar a tiempo. Si una ambulancia quiere llegar con un enfermo al hospital, el enfermo se va a morir a medio camino. Ese es mi tema que quiero que entiendan.
She's against the project because there are a lot of traffic and there is a hospital in Brighton Beach, and when firefighters and ambulances have to get there, all of this traffic and noise will disrupt that and it'll be harder.
And I will note, we're going to provide a full translation of Senora Hernandez's testimony. But that's thank you. That was great. And gracias, Senora Hernandez. Gracias.
Por escucharme.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to Renee Geary, please. Renee Geary, who I believe is back with us on Zoom.
Renee, are you able to unmute?
I know.
Renee Gary, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Renee Geary. I'm a vice president for Marlboro Association. I've been here for so many years in Coney Island. I raised my children up. I'd say yes for the casino. And it's no way in that it would intervene with anything. It would bring more jobs to our community. It will bring our community back up. Because right now, where they want to build a casino, it's nothing there. It's really nothing there. So I don't know why anybody is talking about, oh, it's messing up their home, it is messing up. No. Come out and see for yourself. So therefore, yes, I do agree that we need it. It will bring more jobs for our children. And we have somewhere to go. Our seniors will have somewhere to go. They have nowhere to go. So yes, I vote yes for the casino. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Geary. Appreciate it. Next up is Alan Newman on Zoom, followed by Keith Suber here in the room.
I don't believe I have Alan, Chair.
Okay, let's move on to Keith Suber. Mr. Suber, are you here? Great, welcome. To be followed by Dina Rabiner on Zoom and Marie Mirville Shahazada. So, welcome, Mr. Suber.
Thank you very kindly. I almost feel like I'm a member of the commissioners.
Good to have you here.
Yes, because I've been here years ago. I mean, Amanda Burton, and we were testifying. That's been a long time ago. And we've been testifying about the opportunities that present within our communities. I wasn't going to bring it up, but I just wanted to speak on something about the youth in our neighborhood. They don't have a voice, right? Because most of us here, well, I'm 19 years old, but most of us here are 50 and older, and we're making decisions for the future. I'd like to make a presentation to you guys. If you can make it a part of the curriculum high school students, college students, right? City planning, right? Let them come in and let them see and experience what this is about because they are the future, right? So I'm going to show this picture. This picture is from 2012, right? Super Foundation is what we've been doing to get jobs for people in the neighborhood. Me, myself, personally, lost a lot of family members to murders. I've been involved in the streets, I come from the streets, and I've changed my life. And I volunteered my time, and out of all the different entities and elected officials, no one really tried to help. But right here, you'll see it says Thor Equities, right, as a sponsor. So what they did, Joe Sitz personally, to me, him, Sam Sabian, personally, they said, Kiefer, you want to train guys? They let us train in their place. They covered the insurances. They help us get sponsors. This is why I'm for it, because every last place that they own in Coney Island, people from the neighborhood worked on those jobs. So for me, it's not a promise. This is the real. This is what I've done all my whole life. This is me with Chuck Schumer. Down the bottom, it says we are discussing job opportunities. And this is 2025. Thank God I'm still here, right? And this is a part of my legacy. I want to see this done because the Coney has offered to put this on the table, to make this happen. You can't not tell a person what to do with their property. You can't say, oh, well, you didn't give us anything, because if you own something, it's for profit. It's for profit. And then you have nonprofit organizations, and then you have businesses. Of course, they're worried about getting shut down because they're worried about where their next dollar is going to come from. But you have community residents. They don't have a voice. They're worried about eggs being $12 a dozen. They're worried if they got 3 children, right? They have to pay for each child pictures to be taken. You know, it's like $200 for that now. So these jobs will create many different opportunities. So I'm for the Coney, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, and welcome back. Okay, let's hold our applause, please. Let's move on to Dina Rabiner.
Dina, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Good afternoon.
Good
Are
afternoon.
you able to hear me?
We can.
Thank you. On behalf of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, the borough's leading business association, serving over 1,500 members, I'm pleased to offer support for the Coney development in its entirety. New York created a major economic opportunity when voters approved the expansion of gaming in 2013 by the amendment to our state constitution. And in the past, the idea of a Coney Island casino bringing long-term jobs, revitalizing Brooklyn, and strengthening economic competitiveness was never a reality. Allowing this opportunity to pass us by and benefit other neighborhoods would be a loss that impacts our community for generations. Our borough, as we've seen, has become an economic engine for New York City post-pandemic and has been on the rise for the last decade. Coney Island's already active amusement area offers a viable option for an expanded, thriving entertainment district. In Point, we are already a destination, thanks to concerts, sports, and the amusements. After years of advocating for Coney Island to receive the attention and investment it deserves, rejecting this opportunity would be a mischance to lay the groundwork for a thriving cornerstone of the New York economy in the years ahead. Brooklyn deserves a world-class entertainment district, and the Coney Island project will bring tangible improvements that directly benefit the local community. With the $200 million Coney Island Community Trust Fund, which includes a community-driven board, including local residents and leaders that will oversee investments in the neighborhood, enhancements such as boardwalk improvements, public safety, workforce development, environmental protection, and small business support. The application includes changes that will not only enable the Coney to succeed, but will provide improvements to the community as well. These changes include things like improving the pedestrian experience along Stillwell, creating new open space for residents and better flood resilience in the area. Therefore, we ask City Planning Commission to support this application that will enable an entertainment district with year-round jobs and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. Okay. Thank you for being with us. Marie Mirville Shahazada, here in the room. I'm sorry if I've done harm to your name here. And then Ronald Stewart will be after you. Welcome.
It's okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Been here for a while. Again, my name is Marie Mirville Shahzada. I'm the Executive Director of Alpha Dealer Community Services. My family owns business in Coney Island for over 20 years. Coney Island, from Stillwell to West 36, as other people have said, is a predominantly Black and brown area, lacking in resources, lacking in investment. I know some of the opposition spoke about EMT service and everything. I don't know if they know the reason why you have a lot of issues with EMT is because we don't have the resources. We don't even have a volunteer EMT in Coney Island. The bus service has stopped. We don't even have regular service. That most of the people that live on that peninsula, how many of you walk instead of waiting for the bus? So that's how dear that they're lacking in resources, that they can't even have another ambulance. There's not even there's I think only one bus service right now instead of two that was before. Coney Island, as people said before in their heyday, had 3 hotels, a movie theater, a bowling alley. There was so much in its heyday. There hasn't been any investment since then. The last time that I know of was in 2001, MCU Park, which is now called Maimonides Park. I had happened to work there when I was younger as a food service supervisor, and we primarily hired the people from the NYCHA houses, and they were happy, and they had a job, but it was short-lived. It was for the peak season from pretty much May to September. And most of those people lived in the area, and they were single parents, teenagers, seniors. They had that opportunity. The Coney happens to be able to offer that opportunity all year round, and I appreciate that. I'm trying to give you more things. When MCU Park came in, it also helped the business owners. I know because we have a family business there. Most people rather buy $1 drink, $1 water, instead of paying $5 water at the stadium. And we were getting business, but that was only in the summer peak months. The Coney has the opportunity to offer business throughout Maimonides, throughout Mermaid, Neptune, Surf Avenue, to other smaller businesses. There's so much more. I wanted to commend the people who came out in support of the Coney, because like me, we're not only harassed when we go to hearings, we're harassed when we're in the streets. I myself, some of the people, thank you for your bravery, thank you for your conviction for standing up. I myself have been blasted on social media by by a few of the people who spoke on Zoom. One is Lucy, who was the chair of CB13. My religion was attacked about how I stood for a casino as a Muslim woman. My children, who were a part of the Coney disability basketball team and had the shirts, were attacked, and they were posted on social media. I've been attacked when I'm moving out.
Thank you, Ms. Shahaz.
From the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here with us. Let me move on to Ronald Stewart on Zoom. I'm sorry. Come back. We have a question for you from Commissioner Goodrich. Commissioner Goodrich?
I'm a big Brooklynite, but for my own admission, I've been to Coney Island, but I'm not, I'm glad that people are here describing it, because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wow, that's very different from how I remember it. I'm realizing I haven't been there a very long time. I would start with 2 questions. One of them is, I'm not a huge fan of casinos, and when we had the presentation before, not today, but before, I asked about, what is this really going to bring to the community? Because there's a lot of research about casinos having negative impacts, and one of the main things was that it's these are year-round, that Coney Island is not the same as like other tourist attractions because The ones that are there now are just like throughout the summer and the spring. So this would be year-round. And you talked a little bit about this, but I'd love to hear, considering whatever negative impacts, I'd love to hear a little bit more about this local community and about why that's important for you.
Okay, so I've discussed this with a lot of residents, and a lot of residents, when they find out the real facts, it's not just a casino, it's a resort. It has a hotel, it has a performance center, as you guys have seen, a conference center. It offers more than just a casino. Unfortunately, because of the gaming commission and everything, we focus more on the casino. There are jobs that are not only casino. There's so much more. They offer training, which a lot of people, residents throughout that peninsula, don't have that opportunity. There's nobody trying to come and train teenagers, as some of my other peers had said. You have a lot of older adults who would like another job close to home, and they have that opportunity there. So there's so much more that I see that the Coney Casino and Resort Development has to offer.
And my second, I might regret asking this, but I am just curious, like, when you're talking about I didn't know about it.
Yeah, we've been, even the former council member at some hearings has been attacked by some people behind me when he has his children in his arms, which is despicable. That is true.
Sorry, folks. This is not a debate at this point. We have somebody here testifying.
We have Julia Danley, who's in a wheelchair. The other day, someone who's against the casino screamed at her. While she was at a hearing, they told her, "We put you in a wheelchair." You have Deborah Carter, who was attacked. You have so many. To be here, for us to be here, is really brave, because there's so many other people who want to be here. They've been told you're going to lose your housing. And the thing is, it's a close-knit community. So people know who's who, where people live. They know where you go to work. My husband, there have been people who've gone to our family store and screamed at him and said, "We're not coming to purchase anything from you." And we're already not making money because it's not peak season. And he's like, "Marie, I just lost business there." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, but, we have to look for the future." And the Coney Casino and Resort offers something more for the future, not only for us, but also for the next generation. So, it's not a pretty sight. But for these people to be here, thank you. They don't get that, they don't get that thank you, but they're being brave. And they have conviction, and they want to see a change in Coney Island, because from Stilwell to West 36, I've walked in the night. There's no lights in the night. It's dangerous, and there's a lot that goes on. If you guys want to take a trip, you're more than welcome. We'll show you. But thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now Ron Stewart on Zoom.
I do not have Ronald.
How about Sheila Smalls?
We have Sheila.
Ms. Smalls, welcome, followed by Michael Russo, Lindsay Sutton. Ms. Smalls, whenever you're ready.
Sheila, are you able to unmute on Zoom?
Yes and yes. Can you see me?
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I've been here since 9.
All right.
So thank you so much. First and foremost, I just want to say that my name is Sheila Smalls. I am a TA. I represent over 2,000 people, have 753 units. I'm an executive director of a youth organization, and I'm on Community Board 13, which does not work for me. Okay, I am speaking on behalf of Sheila Smalls, myself. Okay, first of all, I'd like to talk about the Sky Bridge. We had a sky bridge on West 8th Street that let pedestrians walk across the street of Surf Avenue without any harm or danger. And that was pretty good. It came from the subway over to the aquarium. Okay, they need to put something like that back, because it does disrupt the traffic when you have to turn. You'll be there for a long time. God, the minutes are going so fast. Luna Park, gets Sandy renovation. Okay, the housing, you don't have to worry about, the renovation, because the renovation comes from NYCHA. NYCHA is doing the flood renovation for all NYCHA buildings. Okay, so that is not Luna Park's, responsibility. Okay, also, we work with young men, and I've trained over 45 men, Local 79, getting them jobs. And to this day, since 2010, they are still working and in middle class, and some of them doing better than me. Okay, so jobs do matter. And when you have a college that is going to train on hospitality and get the kids going, that would be a great start for them. I say yes to the casino. I say yes to the hotel, because I have people that come out to see me, and sometimes we don't have enough room for them to stay. So if we have something beautiful like that, that would be great. The whole presentation is gorgeous. Brighton has every liquor license, every restaurant. They don't want us to have any money. And I think that the $200 million that they are going to give us will catapult the economy of Coney Island. And I am in favor of the casino in Coney Island. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much. Let's hold your reaction, please. Okay, let's move to Michael Russo.
29 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm not stopping you. Keep going. You got to use every second that you want. I'm sorry about that.
For my 29 seconds, because I know I stutter a little bit. My 29 seconds.
No, you're good, and we're gonna restart you. My apologies.
Yeah, okay. What happened was, and who was gonna hold the Coney responsible for the community agreement? They have a ULIT, and the ULIT means that every point and bulletin that they put there, they're responsible to keep it, and the governor is behind this, or should be behind it, so these things that they promise us, they are delivered. And I believe that they will do what they say they will do. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm just confirming that I've got you at the end now, right?
One more thing, Coney Island is raggedy. They need to redo it over.
Okay.
It is. It's raggedy.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now on to Michael Russo.
Michael, are you able to unmute and Zoom?
Good afternoon, evening. Pleasure speaking with all the people from the planning board. I unmuted.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Michael?
Mr. Russo, you
Hello?
there? Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
I'm here now.
Great. Okay, we're ready for you. Go right ahead.
I apologize. Okay. Thank you everyone from the planning commission. And I've been like the person before me, I've been here since 10 o'clock. Born and raised Coney Island, owner of one of the oldest business in Coney Island. I'm part owner with my family of Garchulos. I've seen Coney Island go from worst, pretty much worst to best. We've been doing well. We've had our hiccups between Sandy and the pandemic, but Coney Island still always seems to come out on top. The Coney project would be good for the neighborhood. It will bring jobs. It will bring the year-round entertainment which Coney Island needs. What do you call? I have so many points here. What can I say? I've been telling everyone the same line that I've been. Coney Island. Most of the people in Coney Island, besides myself, the people from Luna Park, Nathan's, the Coney Island Amphitheater, they've invested in Coney Island. We have someone who's here, who's invested in Coney Island. We wish he would invest more since he bought the properties back in the early 2000s, but still he's here now. and he's given Coney Island the opportunity to build and bring it back to its glory. Everything started here. The trains, the 4 lines of the trains, they start here, and they go to the city. This was the original Disneyland. It started here, and then it went out. And then it goes. So this is why I am, as personally, and my family is behind this project, and that's pretty much it. And I still got a minute left.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Russo. We appreciate it. Okay, Lindsay Sutton.
We do not have Lindsay.
Hello?
How about Bishop Hello? Oh, sorry. Okay, no Lindsay Sutton. How about Bishop Alfred Phillips?
No Bishop either, Chair.
Okay, how about David Monk?
We do not have David either.
Joe Myers here in the room? All right, Mr. Myers, welcome. To be followed by Vaughn Jones and Medina Allred, also here in the room, I believe.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Myers. As far as the Coney project, I've been going to Coney Island, been in Coney Island since I was a kid. They say it's a safe haven on Easter for the gang members. They can come and enjoy themselves. It won't be no problem. It's never a problem. If you don't live in Coney, you don't know Coney, you don't go to Coney. But from what I see from right now, from going up and down, it's a lot of vacant lots and buildings. My nieces and nephews need jobs. My grandkids. My mother loves to gamble. She's 84 years old. And believe it or not, that's the first spot she's gonna be. I love taking her everywhere fishing. She loves to go fishing. We go fishing. They're not gonna tear down anything. It's only gonna upgrade Coney. Look at the streets. If these people bring a $1 billion industry to Coney Island, you think they're gonna have their surroundings effed up? No, they're gonna upgrade their surroundings. I don't know if y'all go in them tall buildings, 23rd Street. I'm in the buildings frequently. I don't never see none of y'all there though. But I'm not, I didn't speak when you spoke, please. All due respect. Again, you think the casino's gonna have them buildings looking with scaffolds on the outside? No, they're gonna help them buildings. They're gonna help our community. They're gonna bring things to us that we might not even see. Our grandkids gonna see. Our great-grandkids gonna see. Everybody's gonna benefit from it one way or another. I'd like to take all y'all. I'll get a bus and we go down there and just walk. Let's do that one day. So y'all can have the opportunity to see what they talking about, and what everybody's saying. It's a good thing. Let's do it. Set a date. How about it? How about it? I'll pay for the bus and everything out of my pocket. Tour bus. How about it?
Proceed. You have further anything else?
But it's a beautiful thing that they're trying to do. If y'all allow it, y'all grandkids and kids and great-grands might go stay as a result. May go eat, may go shopping. Love you all.
Time?
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, Vaughn Jones. Welcome. Followed by Medina Allred.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
And keep it brief. I feel that this whole project is a good thing, and I feel like my daughter worked in Coney Island. She's 21 now. She's a small entrepreneur. So would I want that to go up so someone else could benefit, like my daughter that does not live in Coney Island, but she lives in Brooklyn? I got a lot of other family and best friends live in Coney Island. I'm out there on moped, truck, car, every couple of weeks, visiting. I think it's a great thing. I think everybody has a opinion. I could understand each and everyone's plight and reason for not putting it up. But at the same time, I believe everybody's entitled to opinion, but a lot of people like myself one day have many talents, multi-talented. I once as well was afraid of change, so I couldn't advance as a musician. But I'm a drummer, and I wind up being a piano player, but I'm not the best. To me, that's just me, my worst critic. But I believe people are scared of change. And so when people are afraid of change, they want to keep it the same. So they're not going to say yes to something that's new. I'm like myself. I want change. I want people to live. I want people to advance in life and do more, see more, have more, like everybody else was saying today. For the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, Medina Allred. Medina Allred here? Left. Okay. I believe we have back on Zoom Alan Newman, followed by Alfred Phillips.
Alan, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I am.
Great, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the commission for taking the time to listen and to walk through this process with so much diligence. My name's Alan Newman. I'm a native New Yorker. I've been working in Coney Island now for more than a decade, actually for 12 years. My tenure here started on the design and development team for the Seaside Park Community Arts Center, which includes the Coney Island Amphitheater, the restoration of the Child's Building, which is now 2 restaurants, as well as a privately held public space, which is all part of the Seaside Park Community Arts Center. And I tell you all of this just to give you an idea of my background. And now with that, and having run the amphitheater on behalf of Live Nation for 5 years, and now working again with the group that built it, designed, built, and looking to its future. I also want to mention that I sit on the community board. I work with the Alliance for Coney Island. I'm on the steering committee for the bid. So I'm a part of this community, and I have been for 12 plus years. And from a business person's perspective, not speaking for any of the organizations which I just mentioned, speaking only as someone who comes to Coney Island 5, 6, sometimes 7 days a week to work, Coney Island needs help. It is stuck, and I am speaking in favor of the Coney. I believe that the key to growth in Coney Island is adaptability, it's self-development, and that will breed an even stronger community. The fact is that Coney Island needs to adapt in order to develop and to grow and to maintain its community.
Thank you.
Salute. I want to say that I've attended almost every public session on this topic. I've also attended several private sessions. And the issues come down to this. There's a lot of agreement, although certainly some disagreement. There's a lot of agreement, but everybody wants to see new job opportunities. Everyone wants to see Coney surviving and thriving. No one wants Coney Island to suffer the fate of Atlantic City. And Coney Island has to retain its sense of community and historic authenticity. There's agreement on both sides, I believe, on all of those points. The Coney Group understands this, and I believe that they're working toward making the community bigger, better, and with better jobs, and with training for those jobs. But here's my main point, because all of that has been said before. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I just got one more point and then I'll stop. Please consider our nation's
I'm sorry, sir. I hate to do that to you right when you were getting to the big buildup, but we have to move on. Let me go to Alfred Phillips on Zoom, and then we're going to come back to Ron Greenberg here in the room.
Phillips.
Hello, welcome.
Alfred?
Phillips here.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Sure. Bishop Alfred Phillips, First Baptist Church of Sheepshead Bay. We stand in agreement. We vote as yes. We're excited about the jobs that we'll be bringing to the community. We offer a high school diploma program and a hospitality training through our church and our church school. We would definitely like to see how we can be able to collaborate with this Coney group to certainly move forward the efforts that we established. I was able to read the layout, and it certainly provides a lot of great opportunities and infrastructure, economic opportunities, and just a great opportunity to build. And certainly we would like to do our part to advance this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, Ronald Greenberg, please, welcome. And then Daisy O'Malley on the phone, and Joseph Packer.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Greenberg. I'm a board member of Brooklyn Community Board 13, as well as the local neighborhood advisory board for Brooklyn 13, speaking on behalf of myself. I strongly support to approve the Coney Development's private ULURP application being presented today for the purposes of a demapping action and a site grading plan elevation for flood mitigation, as it is reasonable and appropriate and beneficial to and not harmful to the environment of the community. The Coney Casino is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to return the People's Playground Amusement District to its former glory as a year-round destination, while simultaneously rejuvenating nearby disadvantaged communities. The benefits of the project far outweigh the risks, and those who oppose the proposal suffer from closed-minded, myopic vision and are unable or unwilling to fathom the totality of the project's conceptual design. Arguments against the Coney Casino development are not in the best interest of the local community and are NIMBYism that holds back progress. Security in the local community will be greatly enhanced from the large influx of additional police officers and other first responders necessitated by the Coney Casino, and crime will not increase. For example, Resorts World New York City Casino, located by Ozone Park in Queens, did not cause an adverse impact on crime. In similar socioeconomic distressed communities located relatively nearby in East New York and Jamaica, major traffic increases caused by the Coney Casino will not ruin residential and commercial quality of life or endanger lives, as even the most highly congested streets of Midtown Manhattan function adequately and provide timely emergency vehicle responses in spite of car density. Damage to mental health from having more opportunities to gamble as justification to be against the Coney Casino is specious reasoning, as online gambling on smartphones that are now ubiquitous are only a few clicks away from most individuals, and displacement of local residents through gentrification and closing of small independent local businesses due to the Coney Casino will not occur, as the increased foot traffic is of benefit to local mom and pop shops, and the project will be the economic engine to robustly reinvigorate the entire region and provide a better and brighter future for everyone in the community. I urge you to support the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Daisy O'Malley by phone, followed by Joseph Packer here in the room.
We're trying to get a hold of Daisy right now via dial-in.
Okay.
Daisy, are you able to unmute? Should we proceed?
Yes. Let's go on to Joseph Packer. Mr. Packer, welcome. and also Deborah Carter. Actually, let me just take a moment while we have a second here to just note who's left. We have Deborah Carter, Joseph Watson, Dominic Recchia, Eva Schneider, and Sarah Davis. So if you wish to be heard on this item, now is the time to sign up. But it is your turn. We welcome you.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is not my first rodeo. I was here about 12 years ago, but it's a pleasure being here again.
Good to have you.
My name is Joseph Packer. I'm a former community board member, and I'm a homeowner and also a Cary Gardens NYCHA resident. I'm writing in strong support of the ULURP application presented at the office of the borough presidents, because I wasn't able to make it there for March 10th. For the demapping action and the site grading plan elevation for flood mitigation as requested by the Coney Island Casino. This application I feel is reasonable, appropriate, and beneficial to the community. I have lived in Coney Island for almost 7 decades, and I have witnessed firsthand the many changes this neighborhood has undergone. As a young person, I worked on the Bowery. During that time, as a teenager, and the Bowery has never really changed. It's always been a dark, rundown, and seedy street, and there's even worse conditions now. In the 1970s, rival gangs would come down to the Himalaya ride, and they would shoot up in the air and disperse the crowds, and that image has been captured in my mind of just the history of the Bowery. I remember the bungalows being in Coney Island, those bungalows that came with the amusement park, and seeing how the bungalows have now left and the place is deserted and left open lots out there in Coney Island. The Bowery has outlived its uses, so has the bungalows. So those streets have come vacant, but the nostalgic is no longer in the streets of Coney Island. It is a long past time for the Bowery Street and the Stillwell Avenue entranceway to be removed and modernized to keep pace with the changing needs of the amusement area. Coney Island's amusement park is evolving and improving, and these outdated streets have no place in our future. As the housing stock in Coney Island has changed, so too must our beloved amusement park evolve otherwise. Otherwise, it risks becoming a relic of the past. As a taxpayer, I am pleased to see that these improvements will be funded by the private business sector and not by the direct from the taxpayers. This will ensure that the infrastructure is modernized and Coney Island's entrance will be as grand as its world-famous reputation. As a longtime resident of Coney Island and an active community advocate, I am compelled to express my enthusiastic support for the Coney project. This transformative initiative holds immense promise for our community, offering a myriad of benefits that are urgently needed. Coney Island faces significant changes, from traffic congestion during the summer months to an aging infrastructure that requires immediate attention. She's right when she says we only have 3 roads that go north out of Coney Island, and that's part of the planning process. You have to do better in your planning process when you want to be able to accommodate the residents there. The project...
Time?
Finish your sentence. Go ahead.
The projected billions of dollars of private funding will not only revitalize our infrastructure, including roads, bridges, subways, and of course our beloved boardwalk and ferries, but also create wealth of job opportunities and job training programs tailored for local residents, and an infusion of resources will breathe new life into our economy, providing much needed support for our community-based organizations and enhancing social services that are vital to our residents.
You know, I think that was a sentence. I got to give you credit. That was the longest sentence I ever heard, but I think it was still a sentence.
I believe it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Okay. Next up is Deborah Carter. Ms. Carter, welcome. And then Joseph Watson.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Deborah Carter. I lived in Coney Island all my life. I was born and raised in Coney Island Hospital, which there is not, my 60-plus years. I don't even have a name of my hospital that I was born in Coney Island. I wanted to say that I am for the Coney. My 47 years I worked as a TA president for Grayson Houses, NYCHA Houses. And I sit and I listen to these people that weren't even raised in Coney Island or They don't know anything about Coney Island or how we live and how we're suffering from job failures. And some of our residents have went to some of the jobs out in the Coney Island area, which they were denied. And some of them did work. They were called idiots, stupid. They fired them. And I'm also Section 3 certified through New York City Housing Authority. They had taken the TA presidents and put us through training, so then when the contractors come on our developments, we're able to sit with them, hire, fire, and also to have the outside people that live across the streets, that they were able to come in and work in our developments as well. Now, I want to elaborate on some of those that said that they didn't want the Coney, which they were very, very rude, very nasty, and they're horrible. I also told them, even in the meeting when we were at the borough, the last meeting, we don't want you in our community because you come in our community harassing us, calling us all kinds of names and doing things that is not nice. I myself, I would be glad if they allowed that Mermaid Avenue naked parade to leave our community because it serves no purpose for us, nor do it serve any purpose for our children, that we will have to have our children not to see this kind of behavior. So I just want to say that we sat and we talked with the Coney, and we agreed on the apprenticeship program for our residents. I have 634 residents, but I can't speak for all of them. I can speak for the majority of them that want this casino to come into our community. And I'm asking you to please allow this to happen, to come in our community so that we can work, we get the opportunity to work, and our children, and even nearby to come in and to work in this Coney project.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carter. There's a question for you from Commissioner Goodrich.
I just wanted a quick point of clarification, because I think it's illuminating for all of us who haven't been to Coney Island in a while. Are you saying that the majority of the opposition are not, or are not from Coney Island, or they're new residents?
They're not from Coney Island. Those who have threatened us, they're starved. They are so far that they live in Brighton, so far from us. And we are from Nathan's all the way back to 37th Street. And when we go to these meetings, we are harassed by these people. And we have a right to go to these meetings as well. We have a right to have our say as well. I respect them for not wanting the casino, but respect us because if we want it. Maybe we can sit together and collaborate together and come up with a solution that every time we go, when we went to the borough, it was terrible. This woman had her shirt up and showed all her nakedness. They were sitting in the seats behind us, threatening us, she or whatever, and it did not make sense. It was embarrassing. It was a disgrace, and we don't need that in our community. We'd rather have the casino than to have the disgrace of what they have done to us or try to do to us.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely not. Thank you. Next up is Joseph Watson. No, absolutely not. I'm sorry, folks. This is not a debate. We have 4 more people who wish to be heard, and if somebody wishes to be heard and has not yet been heard, they're more than welcome. I will keep this open for another moment or two, and we'll see if anybody wants to sign up. Mr. Watson, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. And I just want to say, this by far has been the most respectful meeting that I've ever gone to surrounding this, the Coney project. So thank you all for creating that environment because it's never been accomplished before. My name is Joseph Watson. I'm a father, 8-year resident of Coney Island. I'm a community investor with respect to the entrepreneurial and small business development and financial education that I provide. through my organization, which is the Minternship Program. It's an internship into manhood and masculinity. Also work along with Joseph Packer, who has the Coney Island Community Council. My life's work has been and continues to be community development with a focus on economic empowerment. So as far as the land use is concerned, I'm in total support because the proposed project, which the Coney Trust will manage, $200 million in investments, including $100 million set aside for community programs, boardwalk repairs, parking, green spaces, and other improvements. This investment will provide long-term benefits for all residents, helping us to move Coney Island towards a thriving community, not just for some, but for all residents. Those proposed investments will help build strong social connections, shared values, inclusivity, effective communications with focus on the well-being of all of our neighbors. This development, like no other before and currently, like no other investors before, either currently has ever given thought to the residential's holistic needs. Okay, healthy communities are characterized by strong social connections, shared values, inclusivity, effective communications, and a focus on the well-being of its members, fostering a sense of belonging and collective purposes needed for both personal and community development. That paves the way for thriving communities. As some of us said before, our youth in our community, they're very angry. They're traumatized. They're despondent. And a lot of them, I have a 15-year-old son who's taller than me and weighs about 220 pounds, right? When he leaves out and goes to school, that's the most traumatic times of the day for me. Okay, and it's not because of transportation. It's not because he won't get a bus or a train or whatever the case may be. Just the fact that when I hope that he doesn't get harassed by other kids that are out there that don't have anything to do. Sometimes I come in from work around 1 o'clock and there's kids on a bus by themselves, no parents or anything, because there's nothing out there for them. So we need this. As the other brother said, Keith, even though he had worked with Thor Equities when they came in and invested in the community, I also got a benefit from that, but not from Thor Equities. But again, thank you, and I'm definitely for it, and I support Thor, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Dominic M. Recchia Jr.
Thank you, Chair Garodnick, Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Dominic M. Recchia Jr., and I am the former proud council member from Coney Island. I'm here today to speak about the request for the city map change and the opportunity that we have to build an entertainment complex in Coney Island Amusement District. Coney Island emerges as a world-renowned, one-of-a-kind amusement destination which dates back to the 19th century, which time was known as the world's greatest playground and was an amusement area that included Luna Park, Dreamland, Steeplechase Park, where I used to go with my family, which also contained casinos, a racetrack, and approximately 6 bathhouses, 13 carousels, 11 roller coasters, over 200 restaurants, and over 500 businesses ranging from newsstands to arcades. In 2009, myself as the city council member, I ran on the opportunity that I was going to revitalize Coney Island. And at that time, I sat down with Mayor Michael Bloomberg, and we talked about it, and we decided how to move forward, working with the Economic Development Corporation and with the City Council Land Use Division, who was excellent under the leadership of Gail Benjamin. And we rezoned Coney Island. While this was a broader rezoning of Coney Island West and Coney Island East, we wanted to see, one of our main goals was to see hotels and an entertainment complex to facilitate jobs and create a year-round destination. We fought hard for this rezoning against many of the same people that are opposing this city map amendment today. The results of the 2009 rezoning have been paying off. Developers investing in the community, providing much-needed housing, and now to fully realize the final vision to make this a year-round destination. Your support for this map change has the potential to dramatically alter in positive ways the lives of Coney Island, over 50,000 residents, and millions of visitors who now come and who are flocking back to the People's Playground. This plan presented to you today will make Coney Island a year-round urban amusement and entertainment destination, enhancing retail opportunities, addressing the needs of the tens of thousands of residents that call this neighborhood home. The plan carefully balances a number of priorities: job creation, economic development, while creating many new retail opportunities for the community and preserving and enhancing the amusement and entertainment district. The plan will result in 4,500 new union jobs, 4,000 permanent jobs, union jobs, billions of dollars in new economic activity. Our commitment and the Coney's commitment is to bring jobs to this community. Also includes encouraging participation by minority and women-owned businesses and entertainment enterprises through the city's MWBE. These jobs offer many great opportunities.
We got several questions for you, so actually, why don't you?
I just want to say this one thing, Mr. Chair, is that the job opportunities are going to give Coney Island residents first opportunity to apply for the jobs. So the first 30 to 60
Let's add
days.
all of your stuff in response to the question that Commissioner Benjamin is about to ask you, just so that I'm consistent here. Commissioner Benjamin has a question, then you can talk about, well, you can answer her question however you wish.
I want to say Councilmember Recchia, but we'll say former Councilmember Recchia or just Dominic. Thanks for the shout out about the 2009, but my question also involves that. How do you see this plan comporting with the 2009 rezoning, both with the residential that plan supported and proposed, the more dense residential, as well as with the Vidarises and others who were part of that plan and supported this? How does this, I know they had some issues about how they would fit in to this plan and whether they would still be able to do on Dino's, they'd still be able to do the work that they needed to do on a regular basis.
Yes.
So if you could speak to those questions, I'd appreciate it.
No one is closing down or taking any part of anybody's property where the amusements are. So Dino's Wonder Wheel will remain. They are not losing. As a matter of fact, they expanded in the last few years and they put their own roller coaster in. And we helped them with that, and we were supportive of that. So no one is taking away anything, okay, from any of the amusement areas. As a matter of fact, it's going to help them because in my vision is to let's make all of these amusement areas at Halloween, make them celebrate Halloween and decorate for Halloween. We could bring in the people. For Christmas, make it light it up with Christmas lights. And then let's bring back, when I was the councilman, we used to have the ball drop from the parachute jump. Let's bring that back and open the carousel and the rides. We had the Ferris wheel going, New Year's Eve. What's better way? And somebody proposed. But it was beautiful. These are ideas that we could do, and no one is hurting them. As a matter of fact, my vision is to help them improve it because more people will be coming down, and to give them discounts. We'll offer from the casino, discounts to go on their rides.
And how do you see this interacting with the residential, which was a part of the plan? Will the casino and the resort be good neighbors for the new residential by your favorite Italian restaurant? And
yes, we are going to make sure, all right, that jobs, opportunities are first giving, okay? And we're also working with Kingsborough Community College. We have an MOU waiting to be signed by them where we're going to take, once we, God bless, that we get one of the licenses, we will work immediately, work with Kingsborough. We're going to get people on board because there are many people that need to be educated. And we're going to work with Kingsborough Community College because they have a beautiful hospitality program. We're going to work with the local high schools. We're going to get them involved. And this is how it's all going to operate. And the residents, like I said earlier, they're going to have a first priority to get these jobs. And we're just not talking about, we're talking about good jobs. We're talking about management positions also. We're just not talking about, janitor jobs or gaming jobs. We're talking about vice presidents. We're talking about, managers' positions, decision-making decisions. And we're going to promote the community getting these jobs first.
And last but not least, in terms of the resort and et cetera, is it contemplated that the hotel workers union will be involved with this?
Yes, the hotel workers union support us. They put out a statement on it. If you haven't seen it, I could get it.
Okay.
I could get it for you. And you know what? People keep on talking about, because they're, we're trying to get, as many people, local people hired, okay? And there'll be less parking spots. In addition, we have, with the ferry service, just to get it back to Commissioner Dweck, when he talked about the ferry service earlier, I just want you to understand that in the rezoning of 2009, a study was promised in writing in the points of agreement by the city of New York by the time we left office, de Blum and myself, that a study would be finished. Unfortunately, Sandy struck, and the ferry study was never done. About 6 months ago, I testified before the city council, and I brought this to their attention. No one knew about it. I presented it to them, and they're looking into it to get this study done. It's not a ferry study, a study for the ferries in all over New York City. No, it's a ferry study to be done just for Coney Island. And so I could send you a copy of the MOU if you would like, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Former council member.
Commissioner Goodrich has a question too.
Yes.
Takes a while to warm up. My last question, and it's a very basic question, but I feel like I haven't heard it being actually addressed by someone supporting the casino. There's just a real basic criticism of the social impact of casinos. Sort of like, if there's, I grew up in Brownsville, and sometimes they would, have liquor stores, and people would be like, oh, it's a business, and people will work there, and if people want to drink, that's their business. If people want to get addicted, who cares? But obviously there's the real question of what the overall impact that would bring to a community, and there was a lot of tension about that. And it's sort of similar with casinos, because you have this bringing in jobs and business, but we've also had a lot of people from the community who are supporting it, but also testify and paint a picture of a neighborhood that is overwhelmed, boarded up, basically, that needs a lot of support, and is vulnerable, economically vulnerable. And it seems also like it's not the same as Times Square to me. And so I would love to hear you address that, the fact that for me, the picture that's been painted is an economically vulnerable neighborhood. And then you have a casino being brought in, and the main concern is the social impact of furthering gambling addiction. So I'd love to hear.
Yeah, first of all, we're going to address the gambling addiction. We're going to have a support not-for-profit and work with different Gambling Anonymous and different programs to make sure that we will pay for this. Okay, we're not to have people, if they have a gambling addiction, we will help them, and we will provide services for them. But we will make sure that, number one, okay, that the jobs in the community are good paying jobs. We're going to make sure that the reason why, so right now in Coney Island, buildings are being built, okay, but stores, the commercial part, are empty. Why? Because a lot of stores and people don't want to open up businesses yet because they don't know how they're going to survive in the winter months. By making this a year-round destination, those stores that are empty right now will be filled immediately once we get the casino. It will improve the local community. In addition to that, okay, we are going to work with different communities. If someone's having problems, we're going to address it, because there's going to be this trust fund that we're supporting and we're forming is going to be made up of community members, just not people who work for the casino. It's going to be made up of the community members, and we're going to have part of it is to address issues that are facing the community and facing if anybody has those issues and what those issues are. And we're going to meet periodically, with a monthly, and work with everyone in the community.
So when you say we will have, just a last follow-up question, when you say the we, you're talking about Thor Equity?
No, so Thor Equity owns the property, okay? And you have Global, you have Saratoga Hotel and Casino, you have Legends. These are the corporate sponsors who run the day-to-day operations. They will be involved, okay? When I say we're like all working together to make sure that this comes through. I know, no, but you're on the committee already. I'm just saying, they're on the committee.
Okay, let's.
So they're on the committee. When I say we, it's everybody.
Any more questions, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Dweck.
Hey, Dominic.
Sure.
Hi, Dominic. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Not sure if the microphone is working, but can you speak to the economic? How many jobs are going to be created?
Approximately 4,000 permanent jobs, 4,500 construction jobs.
4,000 in the operation of the hotel and the casino, and
right
throughout the year, full-time employment. So
right,
got it. Okay.
And we're going to give Coney Island residents the first opportunity to apply for those jobs.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you for being with us. Okay, let's move on to Eva Schneider, followed by Sarah Davis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eva Schneider. I'm a land use and zoning attorney at Shepherd Mullen, and I'm part of the applicant team today. I know you've heard a lot of specifics about the project itself, so I wanted to take a moment to situate us on the site and contextualize it within the larger neighborhood and the history. As Dominic mentioned, Coney Island's legacy began in the mid-1800s with the opening of its first hotel in 1829. From the 1840s until the Great Depression, development in Coney Island flourished. As Dominic mentioned, we had Sea Lion Park, Steeplechase Park, Luna Park, and Dreamland. All of these were constructed due to the investment of entrepreneurs, developers, and the business community within Coney Island. Dominic had mentioned that we had 60 bathhouses, 13 carousels, 11 roller coasters, 200 restaurants, and over 500 independent businesses. But this era also included the development of 2 casinos, Bowers and Rice and Weber's, and the Brighton Beach Racetrack. All of these institutions contributed to Coney Island's culture and neighborhood character. And I think it's really important to emphasize that it was because of this private investment that went into the area that it was enabled to develop the entertainment and the amusement uses that it had. This included, once again, 2 casinos and a racetrack. And that was what enabled Coney Island to claim its name as America's Playground. I don't have to tell you about the Great Depression and what happened later with Robert Moses and the urban renewal programs. But all of those changes resulted in impacts that are still seen and felt today. And in the 1990s, the city made a concerted effort to preserve Coney Island's iconic amusements, but also to invest and encourage private investment into Coney Island. That is what makes Coney Island's amusement thrive. The Coney Island rezoning in 2009 had the stated goal of creating a 27-acre amusement and entertainment district that would reestablish Coney Island as a year-round, open, and accessible amusement destination. This project is situated entirely within that district. It is not impacting any residential districts. It is within the Coney Island sub-district that is dedicated to amusement. I also wanted to clarify, we were asked about the ferry. There's actually a bill that is in the City Council. It was introduced in November. It's Intro 1104. It's sponsored by Brannon, Brooks Powers, Frias, and Hanif. And it's a study to see how we can add new ferry stops, and one of those stops would be in Coney Island. We believe there's no better home for Coney than America's Playground. It's a neighborhood that is historically founded on and shaped and guided by entertainment and amusement uses. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. You appreciate it. Okay. Sarah Davis. Okay. Jeffrey Morton. Mr. Morton, welcome. And I believe we have Ronald Stewart back on Zoom, and this will be a final call for those who want to be heard on this item. Welcome, Mr. Morton.
Hello. Hello, my name is Jeffrey Morton. I'm a resident of Coney Island, Brooklyn. I lived there for over 45 years. I'm a film director that won 3 awards for my film called Our Mother's Voices, which is shown on Tubi as we speak. My film is about mothers who lost their kids from violence. I also do an event called Brothers Reaching Out, event that stops the violence for that day. I've been doing that for 25 years. I'm in full support of this casino in Coney Island because it will give our community a great look and also give our teens jobs and also stop violence. I was asked by a couple of teens a month ago that got in some trouble what type of job I could get after leaving jail. I couldn't call my friend Keith Suva because he gets everybody jobs, so I didn't know what to tell him. I just told him to stay positive and stay out of jail. After hearing them, I was lost for words on what direction to tell them. All I can say is stay positive, live right, and pray. Because in Coney Island, that's all you have. Our streets is dark. It gets violent, like they said. I live from Nathan's 35th Street, and it's pitch black. But by Nathan's, it's bright. By seeing the plan, looks beautiful. And I definitely hope it comes here. I believe in this 100%. This will also stop me from going to Foxwoods and Atlantic City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us and your patience. Let me ask for Ronald Stewart as our next and what I believe is our last speaker today.
Ronald, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Yes. Could you hear me?
We can.
Could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Ronald. All right. Thank you for allowing me this time. My name is Ronald Stewart. I'm a lifelong resident of Coney Island. My family came here in the 1950s. In fact, 1950. We lived in bungalows on the western end. We froze in the summer, in the winter, and we baked in the summer. What we are here for, and I keep hearing about jobs, but what we're here for mainly is for the demapping, the restructuring the landscape of the area that Coney is interested in building the casino. Number one that we have to be concerned about, and no one seems to speak to this here, and that's the safety of our environment here in Coney Island. I have my parents, my mother in particular, worked to make sure that we had public housing. They petitioned the Johnson administration and made sure that many of these people that's on here talking had a decent place to live. I recognize that if we negate the fact that this demapping would impact the safety of our community, then we are missing the whole point. I recognized this some years ago on a regular day when there was people coming to Coney Island. I was taking my 10-year-old daughter to her recital. There was so much traffic, so much congestion that we were stuck at 20th Street and we couldn't move. My daughter cried. We missed her recital. So I said to myself, this is a problem. And if we build anything else without concerning the safety of our community, then you're missing the point. I don't care if they allow us to have billions of dollars in finance, billions of dollars in billions of jobs, but we have to do your homework and look at the safety of our community first, because if the safety if we're at risk, it doesn't matter if we have jobs. And I talk to a lot of these young men on the street in Coney Island because many of them are my relatives. Some of the people raised me when I was a child, and my mother, and I fought for many of the things that a lot of these guys have in Coney Island, but they don't understand. And Dominic knows what I'm talking about. A lot of them don't even understand, Commission, what this whole thing represents and how it would impact them. This is why I say no to Coney Island. We need to petition the City Economic Development Corporation and do the same thing they did up in Westchester and redo Mermaid Avenue as an enterprise. Because if the casinos don't come, what's your plan? We will still be here, and we have to fight. And so I'm against the, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes.
I'm just going to do a final call. If there's anybody who wishes to be heard on the Coney Development Calendar number 26, who has not yet been heard, this is your opportunity. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on calendar number 26 with appreciation to everybody who is here to state their views, both in favor and against. Respectfully, we thank you for that. Let us move to the next item. We may have an announcement on this one, and then we'll move to the next item.
Thank you, Chair. Before we continue on to the next item, the record on this item will remain open through 5 p.m. on Monday, March 31st, to receive written comments on the DEIS. And moving to calendar numbers 18 and 19.
Great, let's go.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 18 and 19. Grace Houses, CD5, calendar number 18, C240184, calendar number 19, N240185, Public hearing in a matter of applications for a zoning map and zoning text amendment concerning Grace Houses.
Okay, we have James Howard here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm James Howard, JT Realty Advisors, a development consultant working for Grace Baptist Church of Christ and Grace HDFC in Brooklyn. I'll keep it very brief. We're here requesting two things: a zoning map amendment to change the zoning from an R5B with a 1.35 FAR to an R6A with a 3.6 going up to 4.0 FAR with quality housing. Also a zoning text amendment to add an MIH district. Essentially, the project will result in having two affordable housing buildings, 100% affordable. One building will be approximately 5 stories and have 39 apartment units. The other building will be approximately 7 stories with 114 apartment units. Affordability bands will be from 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, and 90%. 15% of the units will be at 30, 15 will be at 40, 20% will be at 50, 40% will be at 60, and 20% will be at 90. There will be about 67 underground apartment units. Underground parking units, 67 underground parking spaces. There'll be a few other on-grade parking spaces, but we're still trying to kind of, finalize that. But there will definitely be a minimum of 67 underground parking spaces. The building will be energy efficient, solar panels, 100% electric, no fossil fuels. We will have air source heat pumps for heat and air. Am I leaving anything out? No displacement. Currently, there are about 3 tenants residing in the various multifamily homes owned by Grace Baptist Church at this time. We've reached out to HPD, and we're still waiting for confirmation. But based on prior projects that I've worked on, prior programs with HPD, including Neighborhood Redevelopment Program, NRP for short, Neighborhood Homes Program, programs, whenever there are existing residents living in those buildings, they do get, in fact, a priority opportunity to apply for permanent housing within the new development. And we're expecting that they will not have to go through the lottery process as the new tenants would have to go through. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. It's late in the day, although not too late for me to observe that you appear to have done that without notes. So just saying what you were able to convey just out of your head was incredibly impressive, let me just say. Commissioner Osorio has a question for you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation. I did have two quick follow-up questions. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to the community board's comments about the commitment to increase the number of family sites units.
Yes.
Can you say a little bit more about that? And
Sure.
also, is there some of the recommendation regarding the 13 proposed lots under ownership of Grace House Development Group? Is that how do you respond to those two things?
Okay, so if I may, I'll go with the first one, then you need to remind me of what the second one is.
Sure.
So the first one, yes, community board, even prior to that, our council member also had a similar comment or question. The question was, it's a two-part question, a two-part comment. One is with respect to not having any three-bedroom units. The second one was with respect to the sizes of each of the units that we proposed, right? We have studios, 1s and 2s proposed, and there were some issues brought to our attention about them being too small. Currently, the current proposal has roughly 350 square feet studios, roughly 550 square feet one-bedrooms, and roughly 625 square foot two-bedrooms. So our response and our commitment to the community at large has been that we could redesign the project. We would add about, I believe it's 9 three-bedroom units, and ultimately it would result in having fewer apartment units. So we could conceivably go down from 153 to give or take 135 apartment units. So that would mean increasing the size of the studios from 300 square feet, 350 square feet, to roughly 450 to 500 square feet. We would increase the one-bedroom apartments up to about 650 to 700 square feet. The two bedrooms would go up to about 775 to 800 square feet, and we would have roughly 900 square feet, three-bedroom apartments. So it has not been redesigned. We've kind of reprogrammed it, submitted that to our design team, and they're looking at making sure that air, light, et cetera, can be done to accommodate. But we have committed to adding the three bedrooms and to increasing the apartment sizes for every different apartment type.
Thank you. If you don't mind submitting that information in writing, just so we have what the final layout is looking like, that would be great.
I'm sorry it's not part of the presentation, but we actually submitted a grid to DCP that shows before, after, and change.
Okay, thank you.
So I can submit that. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And then the second question is really just the board is making the request to limit the rezoning proposal to only include the 13 proposed lots under your ownership or the ownership of your client. So how do you respond to that?
I mean, we would be indifferent to that, right? So our zoning only deals with our 13 lots. The project area is 31 lots. So our understanding is that we couldn't do spot zoning just for our project. We would do it for the entire project area. If, the governing bodies determine that they want to limit it to our project, we would be indifferent to that.
Okay, thank you. And just one quick final question. The borough president recommends to not exceed the amount of parking available by only building one sublevel under each building footprint?
Yes, great question. So one of the questions that came up was, could we contemplate adding additional parking spaces? And what would be the consequence or cost of doing so? And what I explained to the committee board was that, yes, certainly we can add another level of parking, but there would be a substantial cost to that. So let's say we have 67 underground parking, all on one level underground. If we added a second level, essentially you double that. Borough president said, we get it, but we don't want you to add costs, because adding costs would result in our inability to provide all of the affordable housing units that we would like to provide.
And where are you gravitating at this point?
Leaving it at 67. As you all know, right now, it's in a transit zone. Parking is not required. City of Yes, parking is not required. We are voluntarily providing the parking. What we could do is, it would be a substantial cost, right? And right now we're looking at 100% affordable housing building. We do not see a way of defraying that cost or mitigating that cost by, adding additional subsidies than HPD's current ELA program would allow.
Thank you. I definitely would encourage you to prioritize affordable housing over parking.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marin.
Thank you for the presentation. You actually just begun to start touching on what I was going to ask, which is funding from HPD. You talked about the ELA program. Is that the only program you intend to tap into at HPD? And what have been your conversations with HPD about funding at this point?
Sure, that's a great question. So initially, we were proposing to use the mixed income program, mix and match, right? But then this goes back years, 4 years ago. So HPD said, no, there was some side agreement when the East New York rezoning took place, whereby all of the units had to be at a certain affordability level. And we said, well, we weren't, our site was not part of the East New York rezoning, so we were not sure that we were supposed to be part of that. We had heard from the prior council member for that district that they didn't want 100% low income. They wanted mixed income bands. So that's what we were targeting. As we went along through our process, or ULURP process, we had other conversations with DCP, other electeds. The current group of electeds, have told us that they do want more steeper affordability, and that's what led us to the ELA. In addition to that, when we look at the current affordability levels, ELA still allows for middle-income people to be able to qualify for apartments in the site. If we look at the affordability levels, for example, we target school teachers, nurses, firefighters, et cetera. They can still qualify for housing under the ELA, given the fact that the AMI in New York City has gone as high as it has gone as down. So specifically to your question, we have had various conversations with HPD as recently as a couple of months ago, right before we went to get certification in December. And HPD says, we'll put you in our pipeline, but we don't have any available volume cap. Our ELA program will use tax-exempt bonds, right, and 4% tax credits. So they have to have available volume cap. HPD has said we're looking at more of a 1.5 year wait before we do that. Right, so that's kind of where we are. So if we assume that we complete the ULURP process, through June or July or so of this year, and we let HPD know, ideally we'd close at the end of this year, but it wouldn't happen. So we're looking at more at the end of 2026 or so, best case for an HPD closing.
Commissioner Benjamin?
One quick question. Where will the congregation practice while the construction is going on?
Great question. Right now, they're practicing someplace else because the building is in disrepair. We had an engineer's report. They had to leave the building. They haven't had services there in 2 years now. So they're doing their services at the Grace Church School on Livonia Avenue. That's where they hold the services.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions for you, so thank you very much for your presentation. And I also see no members of the public wishing to be heard on this item, so I will close the hearing on Grace Houses. And I will turn to you, Madam Secretary, to see if there's any further business before the Commission today.
No, Chair. There's no other business before the Commission for the public meeting, but I do have some public information to share. For those of you who are unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's website, or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, 10271. The time is 3:58 p.m.
With appreciation to members of the Commission and members of the public who are here with us today, we appreciate all of your time and energies and thoughtful questions, thoughtful comments. And with that, we are adjourned.
He's always had it.
No, you.